bita famous mayor. These people, they're not like, if you guys think that Nazel, they'll, by government, I don't believe that, because behaviors bita yell bitam on social media, you will see there is something really going on. في حاجة something going on. You guys look at the move بتاع كان اسمه منو راجل المشى عمل visit بتاع minister بتاع اسمه شنو. I don't know why I forget his name. اللي كان قال بضرب دكتور جون بإيكا العفن ده.
ده إيليا لومورو.
إيليا لومورو. If you guys look, when Elia Lomoro Masha, he went and visit one of the cattle camp في Eastern Equatoria. Cattle camp المشي شافه ده, it was like 3 hours far away من Mazare. But as soon لما هو مشى ورجع, what happened? The cattle camp came under attack. And after days, this man was acting قال ماشي قاعد يطرد ناس في غابات بتاع Central Eastern Equatoria. But if you look at this, there is something fishy. Like اسمه شنو وزير بنفسه is the one moving, roaming, and هو بيعرف نازل من وين. If that guy, he don't have connection مع جماعة ديل. And this is, in my own view, I see like what Elia did actually. He kicking those people from his from Eastern Equatoria to Central Equatoria. I feel like there is a plan there, like Nazi Indom, something was going on. And you guys look like after incident with Abgarda, Nazi, they were here, Gadin fi Manatik Bita Sudut in a big number. So Nazi, what is happening here? There is something fishy. And that's why when they look at Shaf Abgar Bita Abur Jain, Kimia Kabir, these people, they will find them out, Hayelgum fi those areas. Especially like bigger now is summertime, جاي زمن بتاع سيف أبقار هيمشي في مناطق بتاع السدود. ده بكون actual بكون dangerous للناس بتاع الناس الدرس هنا مسجدين بتاعهم or wherever rebel those hiding in this area. So they need to create something here in the middle عشان to keep these people away من اسم شنو to me لأنه cattle keeper دل بيمشي بأبقار بتاعهم everywhere. And it's easy for those people to be discovered into there is activities going on here. This is what I can say. So what is happening is actually the Nafsel event between 1991 that to target Dinkabur عشان to weaken حكومة or to weaken the SPLM. Then Nafsel scenario has a bigger, they start repeating in a different way. But the thing that Nasal they're running on ambassador beta America came and all this, Americans are not stupid. It will be investigation. Okay, Hayamar investigation. Nazal, how did these people made it to this area? What happened? Who started this fighting first? Lanu Nazal, they always say their side of the story. Like you guys look at what happened in last year in November. Yes, شهر 11 السنة اللي فات. The same what happened right now. Whom they out there go and trigger the situation. When these people, cattle keeper, they act in self-defense. They never went and attack person. They always act in self-defense, and this is what happened. So I
Thank
will
you
stop
very much.
here. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you very much. According to your explanation, you guys were having a border. So when Terabang was asking, do you guys have some people within the counties of Buma label that has actually mixed up with Bari? So what we hear now, yes, during Ladoin clip, you guys were part of the Buma and Payamar around there. And that is what most of some of the Boer people that speak here for the last 2 rooms said. They say that up to Gumbo and even up to Tongping, people used to come there and they were part of those areas. But when the new system was redrawn, you become part of Boer now, you move from Mangala to Boer town, things change. So thank you very much.
And also
until now,
to add something, these areas until 1994, 1995, those areas can't kulu gabat. Nobody is living there. The haja I want to add, Lano Mayor Galino, the people they've been kicked out, they've been raped. Those
Not
people,
even
they,
1994, even
mhm,
2005, when
yeah,
SPLA was going to Juba.
yes,
We
even
said,
like 19 أنا كنت بمشي من جوبا بمشي بجيب لبن في شركات كان في مرة right under لما تنزل من كوبري تحت انت
correct.
في راس كوبري فور you will see فوق تشوف في cattle camp right ده بتحت هناك.
Yes, yes, true.
Mhm.
So, Madid, are you there? I made you a moderator as well because we Jieng and Namtok members in Australia. I'm the only person still awake, but most of us has gone to bed. So now you guys will take over. You Jieng and Namtok members in America, Canada, and Europe. You can run the room now. So, are you there, Madid? Original, are you back yet? Okay,
هم
Tony.
قاعدين بالتليفونات هم الاثنين.
Tony, are you there?
Yes, but I told you that I'm here.
Okay, you guys are going to take over now. I'm gonna go to bed. So the
Aye.
next person in the line is after Amor is Deng.
Okay.
Yeah, and also
Yeah,
Okay.
Paul Mator.
I think it's me. I don't know if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Uh,
Kalman, you will come. Deng has been on and off, including Paul Mator was on and off, but they have been here long enough before you.
uh, and I'm jam tong manjang because I'm actually tired. I have been online for the last
Dengabol, hang
6
on.
years.
Tony, after Dengabol would be Deng Mater, and then followed by Kalaman. Then you can continue with the line
Okay.
from Jamus and Terabang.
Okay. Thank you. Kito, Taban, I don't think there's any problem speaking tong German to cho tong manjang kana chen problem.
Yes, you okay. You're good.
One
You're
of
good.
the
Yeah.
one of the languages.
Correct.
Akiran law because language has no tribe kukachin color di chuku jam tong English tong manjang yo jam wo kana I a lot of people like ping in South Sudan so I hear tong the loop yen loop a means of communication kabalwel wega koi ping it neben anjito in many rooms one of the things that I try also not to do now okay joy topic is very important in every discussion because there are certain topics that you don't want to be associated with. John Wachang, when the moment he opened the room, his room is that South Sudan a in peace until bit Monjang be domesticate. So I came up, Kulwele John, topic is the problem. Because in domestication, I share use in term when you are talking about human beings. Gole, yes. Monjang I share full human beings. I chi Homo erectus, I chi Homo sapiens. Kind thing I cannot evolve. Anyways, what did you pay? I tried confronting him. Kaka ne kalwelben. Kache yitben. Kajuoka to the point. Recently, the Janichi Paul Mator Juan on the one. Janichoy glad me. I ban carrot in a ring from this room to the other room. Ku loku yi ko to stop ko jam. Ku really John, the cover bad leg it on yen. In the other room, a chicken whale, they are all coming here in order to shut down this room. So yeah, and you drop all the dinkers. And get the chitong bella kag tinakan, and get the china and bella drop it in. Kubea bay nyal go go kag one yen. Because yen, chilwell ke dinka and a low problem ben all over. Golela okay, number one, few years ago, Mundari, Kenabari, Iron Moy, because of land. It taken a luri, bigger knock a pay. Neng dinka to thin, one neng dinka borato. e lwel ke e dinka nga lo yen yan kriye ben e dinka ku ke dinka bor because man ke kor ko bi kon kat be man ke dinka bor lwela kai ku ta dinka bor wala ke yen wala okay 230 or 50 people I think knock fi Equatoria wan thio kana between murle kene kene taposa fiu dinka or dinka bor go lwel ke dinka bor why lwel because yen gogon I chuku mat ko we Equatoria kulula gok to kene taposa I gok ke dinka bor chi ka ba mai kana and they were not supposed to be killed wala okay ke ko no query chenas how is dinka bor involved go lwel ke dinka bor ka ko jori shirkat bi ko ler ke toy kana bi ko ler yarwo junction tan ko bi ko la tit ko na ko le ko ben go jo le yi nin chi be intellectual and you are not debating from an intellectual cái standpoint cái này ngay chua kẹt ngay trên an ben drop ra để cho bé nhà ra nó cho chẳng quạt I saw his profile he's based in the United States very educated person which jam chen jam cái jam ra như phía jam but he was not okay with him because ran and cái jam như cái going on well ruột ruột thì chua to cả đom because ruột loy room cái này room để John wa chang kule ro lo chứ cái đừng cái đẹp yen chat cái này yen gọi là yi ruột go back to the 1980s ye coi có con to ra well che tin cái nuer in the 1990s che tin cái nuer 2013 one 1816 che tin cái nuer if you talk about the history of this nation no man of the 60% of the total population what is the difference between Jieng and nuer chỉ the same side of the coin ache Jieng en lo bi jo kar o nuer ku ye lwel ye ke Jieng en ka yena o nuer bi jal ku lo lwel ke nuer en yena lwel aken kana ta ni mara anyways we wo to bandi do meten because ye na cha kwe won ka jon we changi ye na ke to ten ke lwel yen de ke lwel about monjang lwel amen nuer men ke ni Jieng de duk che ke lwel chi lo murle nuer men che ke chi ko to che ke ka ko rod wan ken ka ai wo te ke lo ko ke ket gwang ke ne bala tek le shuluk ken ke to ken nuer ku be ko tor rod de fiu dinga bor fogu ko biei ken tweet ken ke ka rod fiu dinga bor fogu to ni man sometime ai ka rod dalu ba de ne ka be ka ku kuma ri ku kuma gala dom de fiu dinga bor the whole of South Sudan is in problem where aka loit in the Equatoria has nothing to do with even cattle camp or cattle herders because cattle actually rare in one area for more than 1 or 2 months because they have to move around looking for green pastures for water. So you cannot say that they have invaded this area. Yes, they can come to that area and they can be a burden for a little bit of time, but they will move on. That is why there are two things. Number one, and mobile schools can cattle camp. Approved by UNICEF and the government of South Sudan. If that permanent people take invaders, it is mobile schools. It is a no, it would have not been there. I think jam establishment yung dinka bor court yung ka bay Equatoria or dinka court yung ka bay. We have a constitution, the South Sudan, and secondly, we have local government act. Local government act establishes customary laws of every community. It is only Moin Mahdi, Kumoin Bor, Kuchika Kaka den a law, Kaka Pino Code a law apply. But I am Moin Bor, even if it's a murder case, they know how to settle it culturally in a way that Bichian corruption, Bichian Ranagrantin, and all the tribes in South Sudan, and in customary laws again. Kaka and get your B codes, Kaka. Kaka Welton, Kuwelton. Let me just tell you, whatever is happening here on Facebook, a propaganda. Lakin yit alo wrote on the ground. And this is why sometimes I don't even understand the meaning of all this. Like Lueleton. We quite get jing and talk, especially where leaders, they're banging totally. Queen Matoldi in totally. I have little back all first week or a second week of January. It has gone now. Maybe this is the 9th or the 10th. It is the 10th today, depending on where you are. Kumiting gana liu. Koi ko kachi comfortable. Ke ka ga bana Lueleton. Monjang at the Kachika ku kadde kay chige adde kay chige der ku kadde kay nga der acha kay yen ku de kay wela kay chi chu wo chi Equatoria kay ka le rot ku le ke na chu wo ku jan ko rot ko chem ko rot ben join on ka toy in public in Facebook on ka toy on Clubhouse da de chi ko der ka giri ku biting de bin ya handle tin because acha wel ku le yen I'm not ready to die ka le ding e ding ka bor ku na ken just because I happen to have been born in Bor or be a knock because I'm a Dinka. That is where I draw the line. I'm not going to allow anybody in South Sudan to kill me because of that. Because I'm not capable of killing anyone because of where they come from. Can't you? No matter where I am. And my contention, can you call it jam? Equatoria nationalist, a generalization of either Bor instead of saying ran because I have no cows in Equatoria. Quantin land. So why am I a victim? Can't Lakini alwela ke dinga borben ke kalbano. Dalwela ke monjang ben whether nan cow when it chin katoy. When it chin when nan cow when it chin when it chin pinjalum. Kalbano. Like if I'm traveling between Juba can Nimili. I can fall victim of that. Every time quite knocking a chill will nobody comes online. Kulela kien a vehicle has been ambushed, 5 people have been killed. Nobody talks about it. Kukalibi ya mo jeng pen. Kuka chilwel. Ye chi jeng che jam. Ko ja jam. But because yen by a cheng a nation. What happens after that? All of us, we blame the government because we feel that it is the government that should be protecting us, not us responding to whoever. For instance, if it is the NAS, should it be the government securing the roads and fighting the NAS? Or will it be the Dinka who are being targeted on the roads? That is the question. And NAS people or the supporters or the people who are fueling this should ask themselves that question. Is this against the Dinka or is the NAS against the government? Because there must be this distinction.
By then, I wanted you to add also كي الولا قالش ولا الفحم كان في هنا ده كجلا MTN. Was that كتوي كمان؟ يدين كبورن كوي للو attack. I need you
Yes,
also
yes.
to add that.
These are the things. And at that time, nobody took it any seriously. Although people were feeling pain and the government was under pressure, the government was being insulted, and people say that the man of the government must respond with whatever arsenal, because it is work of the government. Because if we take this as a tribal issue, then South Sudan will fall apart. Everything against the Dinka should not be responded to by the Dinka. It should be the government. That people should not be targeted on the roads. Who does not feel pain when your relative is killed? And this is why sometimes I feel like the people who support these things in Equatoria against other tribes, why don't they sometimes sit down and think, what if the Dinka one day begin to think the way they are thinking? How would the innocent people of Equatoria be safe? This is the thing. And this is why sometimes you just get angry at the government, because it's the government that should have responded to this. Because by the government not responding, it is also opening an avenue in which other communities will take the law into their own hands. And everyone will be armed, either to defend yourself or to revenge what has been done to your relatives. I think in order to, I just want to end like this. Two things. What is happening here in social media, people need to be very, very serious now. And I said this, and I told Teresa before, because Teresa said, then you said last time that this has something to do with NAS. And I repeat it, because there are a lot of people now, those who used to be NAS people, those of Teresa who used to sit day and night on Facebook criticizing the government and wanting to remove the government. Everybody looked at it as a government thing, because government does not belong to one person, belongs to all the communities.
Comrade Deng, you have a question. It's a person is asking you on Facebook.
Yes.
His name is
Yeah, let
Gabriel.
him finish his statement first, Madid, and then after
I'll
that
tell
I
you
will.
we'll go
this
to
Yes.
question to
Okay.
him, and then he
Thank
can
you.
say
I will
question,
finish
a
now.
question in the Facebook Live.
Facebook Live. Somebody
Okay.
has
Yes.
so you can go
Those
ahead.
of Teresa,
okay.
were criticizing the government, and I don't think a lot of people had problems with them. But now the question is, all the people who used to be NAS are now anti-Dinka, not only Dinka, but just one community, Dinka board, everything, Dinka board. If it happens in Eastern Equatoria, Dinka board. Fichola land is Dinka board. People administrative area, it's Dinka board. Everything in Luri, it is Dinka board. What is this? If it is not another attempt by NAS who have failed to even capture an outpost of the government, only killing civilians for 7 years, I think. 7 years. How many years now? About 7 years or so. Only killing civilians.
Yeah, since 2016. So
Yes.
it
Only
is 7 years.
yes, only killing civilians. And now when you look at everybody just talking here, you know that these are the people who used to support NAS. How is NAS that has national in its name trying to liberate South Sudan for South Sudanese people, targeting a community that is either Dinka Bor or the whole of Dinka? How in the world can you build a successful nation without 40% of the population? What are you going to do with them when you win? Can you campaign in Awil? Can you campaign in Kwajo? Can you campaign in Rueng? Can you campaign in Malut or in Bor? This has been my challenge before. That's how I was arguing with Teresa. If NAS wants to be a national organization, I told them I am in opposition, but I'm not going to agree with you if you target a certain tribe. It's not whatever tribe it is. It doesn't have to be Dinka. That you lose its legitimacy. So, two things. One, all this that is happening on on social media, it is bigger than Dinka Bor, because I talked to John Wichang today. John Wichang is there to just collect all this information and all this bullshit. I don't think he's up to anything. He's just trying to hear what people are saying and spreading this propaganda. And all this propaganda also need to be also taken to the American embassy so that they can go and analyze it also for themselves. You see?
Bindeng is no longer a propaganda because John Wuchang is the main campaigner. He's the main person that has been campaigning, telling all the Equatorians to actually raise the funds and supply it for their people on the ground in order for them to actually launch the attack. So it's no longer the propaganda because what they have
And
actually said,
yes,
what
I
they have actually said is what actually has been performed down on the ground, you know. And not only Teresa Jube is the voice of the NAS, but also Napoleon, the person who actually claimed that he have sent his Equatorian fellows $10,000 in order for him to arms his people to attack the cattle keepers. Okay, winner Andrea Cholnga Abuna den Fega Cholnga den Simon
Simon
Abu.
Abui, Simon Abui.
Okay. Simon Abu also made that claim. Okay. Who should I name and who should I not name from NAST? And these are the voices that are coming from NAST. And this actually started in Clubhouse, not only Facebook. This actually heavily began in Clubhouse in order for all the to come in one voice now to come and speak Gal Oman
yeah.
Bari.
So to finish my word, the the uh, the 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 gentleman who was speaking last one, I was cut out.
Bany be deng
So,
bon
yes.
anong brother madid anong live
Yes, bring
video
that question.
Yeah, we'll come to
live
the
madid.
question. Let him finish his remark, and then we'll come to the question. So just go ahead, because
Okay, just
also I
1 minute,
think he has something
only.
to add.
I like the way Chankwat was saying, because Chankwat was saying that, yeah, Jamana, if your problem is the problem in South Sudan, looking at the way it is, let's just say that we are probably not managing ourselves well, Kajunubu Sudan. And if we all agree that is the case, then we'll be able to solve the problem. But if we pin it on a certain tribe, it will not work. Even those who were not going to consider themselves part of the tribe. For instance, if you are threatened, and I remember very well in Juba in 2013, some of the people who returned, who were from the Nuer tribe, generally some of them said they ran away from Juba not because they were threatened, but simply because they were Nuer. They thought that if anything happens and it turned out to be a tribal war, they may end up getting killed. It is true. If that is the case, you will also leave. So if every day you wake up and it's dinka, 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 the whole day, how do people feel that dinka feel? Even dinkas that are outside the country right now, maybe because of the government. And people like Rajaf Mahandis is here, who is in exile together with Abraham Awalik. Why can someone like Rajaf Mahandis also even say something to these people? That you make things difficult. Even those who wants to make a difference in the life of all the South Sudanese people. It's uncomfortable. And then if they think that the government is Dinka, the government is becoming Dinka every day because of this attitude, this threat. How can 40 tribes think that the only way to remove the government is to attack a tribe that they know can even constitute such a number that is equal to them? And nobody wants, I don't think anybody wants to fight. I don't think Dinka Bor has ever organized themselves saying that they have to go and attack Equatoria. I don't think the whole of Dinka has ever sat down and say, let us plan how to attack Equatoria. I don't imagine that ever happening in the mind of a Dinka, that this is what we need to do. But every day it is a threat. This is how we create problems that don't exist. If the Dinka did not organize themselves into a militia and attack Equatoria in 2000 and was it 14 or 2017, when the when people were killed between Ye and Juba, then I can say, I can say that the young people have restraint. That was really bad, and especially that day when the whole bus or the whole truck was emptied, people were taken away and killed until a kid was only rescued, whose parents were also murdered just because they are Dinka. But the young people, including the relatives who are from Upper Nile, did not organize themselves. They would have sent a Bushok to come to Equatorial to revenge their people. But they did not think like that. They just let it go because they say that this is work of the government. The government will clean the bushes of Equatoria from these rebels. Now, John Ochang has confirmed that they are the ones who have been killing people, that now they have organized themselves, and recently they killed like 50 soldiers because they have picked up arms, and whoever passes in Equatoria, they just kill. That's what he said earlier. What does that tell you? This is a bad situation, and people really need to stop talking. And perhaps instead of all this and this, if Jieng and Nomtok is an organization, please, instead of just talking, because you talking when it is not organized is not good. Put your things on paper and make your case in an organized, official way so that it is not propaganda and it's not the emotions of individuals, but something official that can even go to the international community and the leaders of such communities also, so that you speak officially. Now, I want to answer that question, Comrade Madid.
Yeah, Comrade Madid, go ahead. You can bring in that question, and then Amor also, I think she have question.
Okay. Somebody from Facebook is watching Facebook right now. His name is Gabriel. Is asking because you comment about the government regarding about the government interfere. If there's something happen like that, government should take responsibility, not Dinka. So he's asking you, what if the government does respond fully because of the law we have for the country?
If the government does not respond because of the love they have for the country,
because finish respond finish because of the love of we have. What is meant is that what if the government does not respond to those what is happening, killing
well,
of Dinka? So
yes,
yeah. So you understand that? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I get it, but again, I don't want to speak for the Dinka. I don't want to speak for anybody. Um,
Yeah,
but
Comrade, you have actually answered that question
yes,
indirectly
but
earlier. So it's
it should
okay if he did not
it
catch
should
that,
it
then he
should
can read.
always be, it is the government responsibility to to protect all the citizens of South Sudan. And this is why many of us have always said, if the Dinka Boer cattle have damaged any crops, people should bring this evidence and can be presented to the government, and the government can pressure the Dinka Boer people to pay compensation. Those, not just anybody from Boer, not a Boer person like me who doesn't have cattle, but those whose cattle have destroyed those farms. Number two, if the Dinka Boer people, everything that is happening in Equatoria now, they say Dinka Boer. They are said to be the ones raping
They
people.
have proof.
If there are rape big victims, where are the rape victims? So that the government can investigate these cases. National security and MI are in every town and every county of South Sudan. Why is it that there are only claims with no evidence? Now, if the Dinka Boer have killed anybody, at what circumstances? Was there an altercation? Were people fighting? Were they attacked? Are they the ones who attacked people? What happened? Nobody seemed to explain. When the Dinka Boer when they came from Arua Junction and they came to Mangala, what happened to them? They were not even involved. And the next day, it was SSPDF that was just even clarified that got into a fight with some Nas people, Fee Island. And they said that they might become Motanin. When there were weapons like RPG. And then the SSPDF spokesperson now is asking Nas if RPG they belong to the community or somebody else. I don't know how they're going to answer that. And then there are trenches, Canadic. So the community, Fee Island, have Canadic for what? Fee community. These are the questions now that SSPDF want to ask the community to answer. And this is why we say that the government, SSPDF command government. So you see, in that case with Mangala, Dinka Bor now was exonerated from that. Even if the cattle were killed, they were just moving. They came from Arua Junction and they were moving to Bor. That is what happened. So people need to provide evidence and the government can respond. Failure of the government to respond, then everybody can pressure the government. But blaming everything on Dinka Bor and it is all lie shows that it has nothing to do with Dinka Bor and maybe have nothing to do with the with the Dinka. But this has something to do with the government. Well, all I know is that the Dinka Bor cattle will be going back. If it is what is going to uh, hand over Equatoria to to NAS or anybody who wants Equatoria, then so be it. But I'm not really sure if that will defeat the government. The government is actually not fighting. If NAS begins to attack government positions today, that will be something else. This government can also fight. But now, most of the time, it is seen as if it is Motanin and Motanin. But let it be government and rebels one day and see if there will be rebels for Equatoria. It won't be there. Thank you. Any other questions?
When Amor come in, I think Amor had something to add, and then we'll move the line.
Anong khi mà lên Mariana anong what chi Jieng bo lên what Jieng nom tok.
Okay, chola Uncle chola kutai chola
No,
Amor.
let him go ahead. Let him go ahead, Mariana.
Go ahead, Uncle Aterba.
Thank you Tony. Thank you more. Moraukra. Cái tiếng của bắt đầu anh say mà trốn đi đồng vật red của ten. Cái cho luôn nha cái bệnh tiếng bol. Yeah, they suppose it will be young not to be kadang mo jang kwan to club out and be ka chol. Issues kwan one bitala ka kwa mo jang. Bu ka ye ke na go chu. Bu ting to bu lo ke tin. But ke chalu le ka ban. Ya la terbang ku jula ran kila tilo. Wal mora nyara wal chongwen wal rer rumat ti ka liep to tan ba jeng nam to. Min bi charwa ji tan. Yan jula tilo wa ki rumba liep to kan jeng nam to. Can it in where they should know after Christmas, July, New Year, the celebration Kuleto Kalanko, Wabru Tol. It took down the line, including Matondi Tatin. By
Your voice disappeared. Go ahead.
Majamara because what you know.
No,
Hey, Chirulmar.
voice ajama.
Netheraj, sorry. Paul Motor. Yen, can you young them to get it about it on the line. At a line, a good material at a line. Timothy Yan Kujula Tilo, Ogati to Bangkok. Atiro, yeah, the share person, but I young them took. But non kaju you want to dancing call in Bangkok ball. Kogacha do Chugutan, Machaka Ratin, young them took. Kukuditaban.
Sorry, Uncle Eter, can I interrupt you for just 1 minute? And forgive me for doing that. Dengbol, question do is very important, but I don't think this is the show to answer it right now.
Yeah.
We will try to contact you.
Okay.
Privately and connect you with the leaders of.
Okay. Yeah. Lastly, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Lastly, we go call Pinkerton.
No, but
we leaders now.
you
Speak English because it is live.
Question. Huh?
It is live, right?
Yes,
so you can speak English. Yes.
Yes. The question that because I'm called
so
no. Actually, a question, Mariana. I was just to add something. Like in let the child line chat.
Okay, Kalazka add after this more thank you.
Yes.
But anyways, any jam here when I take jam more when can what is the connection? It was responding to Atterbank. What is the connection? The board can Equatoria. Back in the day, many years ago, yen Bor County kana. I get to work that there was a time in like half a century ago work at your Mangala because this part Mangala today 60 70 years ago, no 60 70 years ago I can got I empty. So Mangala I identified ke boy jotin ko we ko twitch because panda na guy boring ki on the board in the 1960s. So I got been jotin canting. Kaken ban jotin on not because there was objection. Editor ku man get the word rare man mundari kubari around Mangala taken canting. So that land one I told take a chinia miko tina pay between Bor Kumundari, who majority of them on the other side of the river, Bangdan Terekeka, Kubari, Yenekin Wanto, mainly around Bilnyang, Yeneke Yento. So, Ikanawana, administratively, Bor County, man, you call Yankana, and majority of it, I get to call now part of Mangala. Kada na joy Bor ni district in one Japan joy district. I want to be jot be mare bang da na ka I think I canting. This is why most of the time yelwela walk ko jukonto this side of Equatoria. Yene ka geto wan ka lado enclave. Canting at that time it ban all the way up to northern Juba. Yene ka ye geto ngai bang da lado. Age tu ku chro loy wan kaya. Edi you tem that do bangti I part of Uganda. Canting take ye ben te mayawan. Anyways, khi nó lùi luôn we có coi của we có mà thao we thân bên we leaders ku coi giá cái gì mục ở đó coi chứ cái gì gần nhà lên trên à chứ cái niềm gần nhà ku cái chứ cái tranh bị without knowing tomorrow coi giá cái rin gear Facebook trên but yin iran yin chỉ rồi gear ku principles ku cái chỉ cái gear ku đua lùi là chỉ gear cái lùi ku cái ai permanent forever. Canting One day you will be held accountable for cái luel ku yen ga yem piat yan ago dang ti ran jam tin ko ya ga tin ga jam cái toy clubhouse it ne majority of cái lo yi ko ga attack on the roads kana I am sure ai ga luel la de ti ga luel tin in diaspora ku jogo ben execute te kana cái toy on the ground ku da jogo ben a pretend ten bia cái toy bia noise in jo ben luel ten cái PR bas I don't want you bagro tau jam chir kani because when in future kuwe leaders ku equatoria chin le yantin canting even your brothers kay nwer although man at this particular time chin problem I don't see a big problem between nwer can Jieng, and this is why I hate Ranjim and John Wochang every time he tries to use nwer against Jieng, and I usually tell him that chin cái trâu cam đi riêng cái nuer don't try to build something that does not exist anymore. Nuer man is disappointed at the government, not
Ya
at riêng.
ban
Painting.
jeng bol
Ai.
malej le mukata bardo.
Ai.
Yanu tabana nye Jieen one sensitive sensitive long politics within South Sudan.
Yes.
Even after within siyasat bita that PLM and PLA.
So yen da ya cái jam cái ra này mu painting we ya we mu because I de color watch
Tonu chang
da de color
jula
watch ai kala zater bang
ya legin wadi malwen.
ai well when cái toy telephone do ba tem ya mu sila ai lakin well
Ah,
do
okay. Ya kaya lel kan ke very dangerous le dangerous in civilian quite one target being to do. Even if you go like dengue bore is a big problem within central Equatoria or in all region Equatoria. Ukege kiel kene taban og monjeng you could think it in media and everything is simply issues one quite one non kidan man ki within kabila dan chol dengue kene. Lakin bela reality the cause the problem what kene a very dangerous pay. Ikulum is serious the case kene go kai kwa bu lose in a very big number. Even yani kiel monjang kabuto gitere were diari kene abra loitin ko bra dialti. Yanu kan yani ben yala dia yin ben deng bol achan kityo kuna yuku bulwela hasab kadur masuliya o wachile buritan pad o kwaj bad jambat timi ye koy ko ga lomin o wawo ni bana jambat ko cin ge ko lo action ida pad bi ya nang action ko ne chane really no ka pad no bi kityo ga jol jeng nam tok ke ben yal ken wer bi o ga mum e chu lom ye two way number one de ke chol bu ka ya jam ka wona ka ping ke ga lwe la kis man wona lo to media ten. The second thing why go action dan o jeng ke ro lo te ne kai ko ping timin abuse the law te ne denkada in the whole region timin ke ko ke matene ke ro lo ka Equatoria people. We're talking about voice of Equatoria in media national ke ko ke a ke ko to junub a ko to irten ko ke yek back up a ko to bai timin na ku ro chaping ben be jam pi meeting bit at Barrier Center in the Chol Kaliso kini a rare ko ten which in took even kidani Chol Katoria caucus in Ednon Elders Gani Katoria Alto 10 club out the 10 Ahmed Keke kini chelwel kini yi is true 100%. Ke kwa is koto kiung tenka I lum information about what rare within South Sudan. The kind of chiluku bulum is simple case we kai kwa. Piano tea and not in ball. I can ke jolinu ball is part of Central Equatoria. Oh, why you go case when the Boglan Yal, including the quite one ketopi. I talk about when the Askaluku Bogor could be better and Bubaniting to here and anti the buy. Who can't finish at
Kato ina terabang. There is no case. There is no case. If there was a case, China cattle keepers. Ayalwel kalino ankor bajal. Ankor baranyai. Kubaka joli ya continue because I saw that I go here and kuyin. Akar batol kala. There is no case. The cattle keepers, I mean. One, I can evidence of crops. Chika ke right. Dane ngichriya ka ken lwel. Kutichini ya sotoltin. I can cases, correct, in cases, ko chika knock, chika bay, kubuka hold accountable. The case of Dinkabor, Kukato camp are being used as pretext for something else. Kuken habitual soon. Even today, I'm sick and tired of this. I called the chairman of the Board Community Youth Association yesterday. And I told him that, yeah, Dictor, please, anybody with cattle for Equatoria, let them go back to Bor. He said, yes, we are in the process. Actually, the process began last month, and they are now moving. They will all go. Hopefully, at the end of the month, they would have gone. And I know from that time, you'll begin to hear other things. Okay? So this has never been about Bor, so there's no case to make, even for Equatoria. And even if, you see, here's the thing. There is no case that says that if you come, because there was one day, I think it was Maduranyar who said, if you are a Bahari and your livelihood is a chicken, if you move to a will you be asked to leave your chicken for Equatoria and come without chicken when it is your livelihood? If a Dinka were to move from Jonglei and they would camp somewhere in an open area with their cattle, not far from town, but in the bush, will that be a problem? And land is land, and of course you don't need a passport to come to Equatoria. These are things that need to be discussed. But because there is no forum for it, let me tell you the truth, there's no forum for it. Because already even for people to settle for Mangala, it was discussed. Leaders at the level of the national government and two state government beta Jongule, or government beta Central Equatoria, which are then the government of the Republic of South Sudan, had an agreement to even establish that IDP camp, for Mangala. So all this that is happening everywhere, which has become like a huge movement and a solidarity for Equatorial Kulu, is something else. Has nothing to do with Dinka border. In 1 month, when they are all gone, you will see other things will come up. So anyways, you continue with the discussions, but speak like a leader, because I think you have something to lose. Some people really have nothing to lose for Junub Sudan in it. But some people want to hold on to this country intact the way it is. Okay? From Nadapal all the way to Rang, from Pagak all the way to Raja. They want to make sure that this country stays together as one. But there are many people who, by the way, it's beginning to show that there are people who really, even if they feel like they are in the government, I think they are working for secession. It is not only CPI who probably just want Equatoria to be different. And I say I don't have any problem. If Equatoria wants to be a separate country, let us bring peace together. And we sit for parliament for Juba. And then we present our cases. If there is a case for Equatoria to be an independent country, the people of South Sudan, Barghazal, Upper Nile will grant Equatoria independence, just like the way we were granted independence by all the states but Sudan Kulu. They gave it to us. And it was not only through war. It is because we sat down and we resolved it peacefully. And it was through a vote. And while people are fighting, people cannot vote. So Equatoria cannot come out of war and become an independent country. It will only be through peace. And last time when we asked them, Low Equatoria, Low Equatoria, Yata Kumdaru, how do you plan to achieve it? The guy said, no, we don't have to tell you. We know how to achieve it. Achieve it how? By by profiling people on the road and killing them simply because they come from a certain tribe. And then you don't want to talk to the government. You don't want to make peace with the government. You don't want to fight with the government. But you are attacking a tribe that is like 5 million. What if they pick up arms and fight? What are you gonna do? This is the problem. It's a very serious issue, and I think these people should talk among themselves that you are endangering the whole nation. Don't target people. Until today, people are still talking about, that's what is called genocide. When you target people on the basis of where they come from, which I think if the Dinka does that now for Equatoria, even if it is just like 10 people, that will be international news. And it is being done openly on Juba Nimili Road, and it was being done on Yei, Juba Road, and it's as if nothing was happening. And even at that time, the ambassador did not go and sit with the community with Ngongwal Yak to go and talk to them about what had happened between people who were trying to get out of Yei to be profiled and executed on the road. So these are things that I think, yes, it is good you are talking, but this is not also an appropriate place, because also be aware that whatever you say here can be used against you. And you may be saying it with no intentions, maybe out of emotions, but it's so equally dangerous to you and to other people somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bindeng. Sister Moore, I wanted to give you a moderate because you're very familiar with the topic. If you don't mind to join us, because one of our mods said that they've got an appointment. Do you mind if I add you to that?
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Also, Bindeng bajarir ni alka walk because we'll try to run the room, and you may be helping in answering some questions later. Yeah, so we will move to Ben Achai and then yeah, so Sister Amor, welcome.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn, Ben Achai. And then Amor, you can interject if there's anything you want to correct or redirect, okay? Thank you.
Malaysia Jama, Ana kunta guide for lakini I dropped myself because I couldn't hear anything. I was supposed to initially speak after Dengbol and Uncle Terbang finish.
Okay. Malish Jamus, Ben Achai took your chance. So just forgive us and then you'll come after. So Ben Achai, go ahead.
By the way, moderator, Malaysia, something I had forgotten. There's somebody by the name David Suru. Mark him well, and there's a screenshot of what he said. He said that one of these days, and especially in February, that the Equatoria people in Equatoria are coordinating so that in every town, beginning with Ladapal, Nairus, Kapoita, Torit, namely all the places where the Dinka are, all the way to Western Equatoria, they will attack on one specific day and attack all the Dinka. And saying that if it is done like that, then the Dinka government will not be able to spread out and rescue them from any of these. By the time they want to respond, it will be too late. That is one. John Ochang also said that they all know what they are doing, all of them together, that they will talk to the communities that are close to them, including those in neighboring countries. And by that, he mentioned specifically the Turkana. He said they will be there and they will take care of those in Kakuma. We will tell them if it is guns, we don't have a problem with the guns now. And of course, he referenced those other tribes across the border to also take care of those in northern Uganda, those of Mahdi and Acholi. So sometimes don't be taking these things as if they are simple things. Some people have known this for many, many, many years. But you see, the country comes first. We want this country to be together. But you guys, just because some people are planning like that or talking like that, don't also be sucked into that. But it is always important to know that such things are taking place, so that also you don't drag into those delusions. Uh, yes, but again, if you talk, if you want to respond to such things, including what Suru is saying and what John Wachang is saying, which are very, very serious intended moves, which are genocidal and very dangerous to other people, to the security of other people, you guys should be responding as an entity. And this is why I think the 10 days that you have spent without doing anything are too much. Thank you.
Okay, Benachai, the chance was yours earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Original. Thank you, moderators, and thank you, the panel. Thank you for those who are listening down there. It's been a while. This room has been going on since mornings, and you guys have said the good word. What I have seen, Southern Sudan, if I realize it, what the chief said, we are not ready. I can put it that way, but sometimes I disagree with Bashir. What he has mentioned before we didn't get independent. What happens in Equatorian, where the tribe unite themselves and say they are Equatorians, which they never did. When we fought the real enemy, they did it to fight with their brothers, Denka, with no reasonable. You know, when you started from Nedapal to Buma or out way down, these people, if you study them, they need more civilized to be civilized. Up to Torit, there was no peaceful there. If you can mark me wrong, you can even go there and see it. When we were there, they don't have peace. Fight and fight, fight and fight. Taking cows, rustling with fight. Even the grazing land, they divided for Majurumoi and for people that are not violent. It has happened. And that is what John Wichang trying to bring to the community who are stay peacefully. Like barrier people. They've been there with the Denkabor in Juba for so many years. If you go back to Mandari, they have culture with the Denkabor. And they have so many things common to them, which they used to do, like wrestling, like intermarriage. And John Wichang try always to come and make them fall apart. This thing cannot be allowed. If you go back to Lotugo, you go back to Boya, If you go back to Dingdinka, this community, they don't have peace among them. Violent by violent. But when you come all the way to Dengabor and Madari, they've been there for centuries. There's nobody can come and say that you can live together because Denka and whatever they have mentioned. My message to all of you, you Jieng who are listening down there, don't go to that room and increase that number. Don't go there for number. If they are insulting Jieng, don't even be there. I used to go there sometimes, but I don't go there when they're insulting Denka. The country is ours, and Dengabor can live wherever they live freely. Equatoria can live freely wherever they go. If you look at it, I don't blame Equatoria that much because Thomas Cirillo, there's a leader, when he was rebelled from government, he mentioned he was rebelled because of Denka. NAS is against Denka. It's not against the government. And this thing, you guys need to take it serious. For those always going to NAS and support them. There are some Denka who went to NAS and they are back right now. So NAS is a terrorist government against Denka. A terrorist rebel, against Denka. They are not fighting the government. And that is why I fail to understand to the some rebel of Southern Sudan. Of course, we have so many rebels from Denka groups, from Denka tribe. We have Malong Awan. He did not target any tribe in South Sudan. We have so many. What makes them to target Denka? Simply because Kir Mayar is the Denka? Kir is not Denka, is not president of Denka, is the president of Southern Sudan. This thing they don't understand. Our people, we need to learn more how to live together. And that's why I fail to understand why God created black people like that. Even in the United States, when you see them, they are killing themselves. They are being destroyed by the masters. And that's what we are doing in Southern Sudan. We break away from yesterday, and we are talking by tribe by tribe. If Dengabor move away from Equatoria with their cattle, is it be good to some of Equatorians? There are some Equatorians who are innocent, who are even enjoy that milk, who are even enjoy the meat, manure for the cows, especially those who are Mahdi tribe and Acholi tribe. But some politicians want to play this game, an agenda. My message to you is get ready. Get ready to fight for self-defense. I know we Denka, we don't fight for nothing. We fight for self-defense. And that is not something I bring from blue. It is something I know. Look here. There was a guy called Bashir Bashir. You know what his brother did? I think it was 2014. They went to the street, his brother, and grabbed one of Denka, a little boy. They bring him home. They abuse him, and they kill him. They took camera video. They sent it to Bashir Bashir. Bashir Bashir sent it to anybody. And those parents of that boy, they got that video, and they take it back. They send it back to Juba. Brother of Bashir Bashir was killed by those parents. And that's why you see Bashir all the time abusing Denka. Is it not a crime? Taking a little boy for the future of South Sudan, abusing and murder him because he's a Denka. Is it the country we fought for? My message to our brother is Equatoria, especially those who are neighbor with the Denka board. Don't allow anybody to separate you with the Denkabur. You have common interests to both of you. Like I'm from Northern Barkazal. I'm bordered with Izrekat. I cannot mobilize all Denka to go and fight them. I know they are my neighborhood and they are my enemies sometimes. And the problem is not came from them. It is government of the North who pushed them to fight us. But some are innocent over there. So my advice to Madari, do not accept John Wushang. John Wushang live all the way to Jabal Libra. And Jabal Libra, they don't have peace over there with the Boya. And that's what he want to bring it to all Equatorian to fight the rest of their neighborhood. That thing should not be allowed at all. It's a crime. John Wuchang is causing a crime with his movement now. Thank you so much. I have no much to say to you guys. I've said so much. I appreciate you all and thank you.
Yeah, appreciating you too, Ben Achai. Amor, is there anything you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I don't know. I get the message in my back channel that Yar been here for a very long time, so we can see because I'm not familiar with line yet.
Okay, thank you. The line starts with the guy written in Arabic is Jamus, but I don't know if that's the spelling of what is written, but I know him as Jamus before. So we promised him earlier, and then after him, you can pick up with Yar and then move the line from there. Amor, if you don't mind, thanks. Jamus, so you go ahead, and then Amor will pick the line up.
Yes. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, moderators, and those who are on the panel. Yamana, pretty much have been said. I am very much satisfied with all of the previous speakers, their point of view as well articulated regarding the concern of our country and our citizens of South Sudan generally, which you guys articulated, the safety of all people, not only one tribe. And then you guys have narrowed it down to a specific tribe that is now becoming a target and it's been highly profiled along the southern region of South Sudan, which is the equatorial regions. I have a lot of concern regarding these incidents that keep happening, and it seems like that our government have not taken a serious initiative to combat these tribal uh, individuals that are actually trying to cause a problem within our nation. And that can concern anybody else because our citizens, the people, the young people or the Dinkas people, uh, they are a citizen of South Sudan and they have every right to be anywhere in any part of the country. But targeting them alongside the roads, wherever by they travel, these should be our government um, uh, uh, responsibility to protect all the lives and all the citizens of South Sudan, especially the young people who are targeted along the roads of Equatorial region. Okay, that is one. Number two, I think that also the NAS members and the opposition, I think they have an agenda here. They have a mission to accomplish. And the mission did not start when South Sudan became independent. No, the mission have always been there. It hasn't just been revived, but it was well alive and preserved for a future initiation, just as they did now. which is uh, Kokora originally, and that has been preserved. And now they will reintroduce that by means of achieving the bigger goal. And we all know from their speeches in the clubhouse and other uh, uh, hateful uh, common words such as Dinka must get out of all Equatorial regions. You see, what would you be trying to do if you would suggest that a specific tribe should get out of all Equatorial region? Or usually they would say that all non-Equatorian must leave the Equatorial region. Uh, uh, that would be said only if you have an agenda. And now it become clear that some people even went further to say that Equatoria is another state in their view as a country. And so we all know where is this going, but it's just that hard for our people to kind of actually hit the target. But people goes around because they want to avoid certain talk. But if we be honest to ourselves, let us be honest. Uh, there is no any other republic of Equatoria or so forth that can happen. Not because that I am saying it, is because that the whole interest of South Sudan as a country fought to achieve its independence. That this region, particular called South Sudan, would be a country and not to be another country split out of it. That was not a part of the agenda of liberation. But it seems to be that other people are interesting. That interest of the past are being reintroduced again, um, which is something that people have to think about, because it's what killing people. It's not the cows. It's not the fact that the Dinka Boer are occupying lands here and there, or being in Juba or overpopulating in Juba area. No, that is not the case. Because if the rule of law is respected, then should nobody complain about the Dinka Boer or their cows and so forth. And if the cows or such things are a problem, you should present a evidence to every claim that you make, whether it's a violation against a human being or a violation of agricultural land that is being destroyed by cows. You should always provide a solid evidence to back up the claim if people are being lawful or following the law. And I wanted to say finally that this agenda of these people that they are going with is not any other different than the article of Karl Barger, which he wrote, and now they praise it as a Bible, and so many things are written in that article, and which we condemn. By the way, it does not reflect Dinka view or culture or principles or their way of life. Neither anything in that book actually represent me or my forefathers or my culture in its full context. None of that. And the same way, the former mayor Callisto went and spoke with the U.S. ambassador and rephrased basically everything that pretty much of that was written, mentioned in that book. You see, that is like a backup plan. And I wanted to say that uh, Callisto also was a part of NAS, because if he was a genuine leader as a mayor for the city, and you love the country, you love the people, there is no way, if you happen not to be serving in that position anymore, you stoop down to a lower level and create a lie against a specific community. That would not reflect your image to be a credible person in the future, or somebody who is uh, serving as a legitimate leader for the people. And there should be no way in the future people that like-minded should be elected in a such position. Uh, But rather than that, I have really nothing much to say. I am very, very happy with every statement of the last speakers have spoken, Comrade Dengbol, Agwad, and so many more. Everything I really agree and support with it. And lastly, last point, let us be mindful to protect ourselves by the end of the day. We have seen how the government of South Sudan operate, and the life of our people is important at this point. It is within my rights and within the rights of the people of Jieng community, of Boer community, everywhere to protect themselves. Government seems to be failing to provide protection at this point, and we still must make our case and argument and present them to the government of South Sudan and the international community to look at into. So we do not want Jieng to be blamed for the future escalation into a genocide. And with that being said, thank you all for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Jamus, for all the things you've been saying. Yes, and I know you are one of these people who've been here in Clubhouse since we start this Jieng group. And you remember how we come along. Like most of the young who just came now, to just take them a little bit back when this campaigning start as we Dinka, we don't belong to South Sudan. We are foreigners. We come from Senegal. And the campaign take a turn, okay? Every time they have something agenda coming, and it's not just agenda that start today, as you said, it's very long hidden agenda behind this campaign. It went all the way to those campaigns that the lure of South Sudan and East Africa to unite it to face Dinka. And it go down all along to the point now we come to now, we have to target each section of Dinka because that is the way they see that to weaken the Dinka community and also to weaken the SPLM. This is the all motivation. It's not just something start right now. And to see what is happening right now, as a Dinka, we don't need to take this as just a simple threat or just what, because if you guys look at this campaigning, the killing of cows, targeting people from Numili Road, these people, they've been saying all these things here in Facebook and also in Clubhouse here. And I think most of you guys come across of voice record of Simon Abui. I think that was a few days before the incident actually happened. Inno actual abgar bita denka da adrubu muntahed and all this. Simon said that, and that recording, alhamdulillah, is been saved to guide for any future investigation or أي حاجة اللي بيحصل. So if anybody, I see some people down there that they say that, oh, we're winning this war بطريقة diplomatic way. The what I want to say, talking to ambassador, it will be there listening, but at the end, they will do evaluation because all this happening since 2013. Denka been going through this discrimination, and the good thing too, we know those buses, ya Jawana, we've been quiet all this time. في ناس اللي كانوا بيعملوا campaign في social media. It come out زادوا باسات اللي كانوا بيطلعوا منه دينكا في باسات ده. One of the ladies عنده باس في باسات اللي كان قاعد يمشي في جوبا النمل رود. So this one, we have to take it seriously. Kamwanja, this what is happening is not just a talk of mouth. These people, they have long-term agenda. And this is what they just start now as the Nkabor and all this targeting these innocent people that they have nothing to do with what is happening with the government. Also, to go to the speech with Thomas Cirillo. Thomas Cirillo said clearly that he's fighting for independence of Equatoria, to free Equatoria from who? This question, Thomas Cirillo have to answer it. Plus those changing of the view that today fighting for South Sudan, tomorrow is something else. And also, you guys don't forget that Soma, as a Hizib Kulum, they're the one who've been pushing to this agenda. So if we talk about NAS, now they're not acting alone. NAS are acting with the group of Soma, except Malunga one. I don't know Malung because you guys see how they discriminate in Malunga one. They're calling it's not the rebel enough. because Malung didn't go out to target his own people as they are doing here. So we're gonna let the line move, and I don't know who came first between. I see Yar here, and
Yar is exceptional.
Sister Amor, Sister Amor, Sister Amor.
Jamus, hold on a second. Yeah, just to remind you, Sister Amor, you mentioned Yar messaged you earlier, so we can take it as a priority so that she doesn't stay long without speaking. I don't know if you remember.
Okay, yes, I remember. I saw the name now. Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Sister Amor, I wanting actually to just to remind you guys after this room, try to initiate a closed room whereby you guys can organize and come up with also to draft documentation, like serious documentation that you guys would also present as an evidence of the further future problems that may arise because of this. You need clubhouse documents, audios, text messages of all these people, document everything. So we will present them to international community. If the show goes down, you people will come out exonerated.
Yeah, that will be exactly what we do, because if you look at the trend right now, it's really getting serious, right? All the things they've been saying in social media in Clubhouse for the last 1 year, they now is happening in the ground. So these people, they're not just talking. They say what they say and they do it exactly the way they said it. And you guys already are aware of what is happening right now. So I don't know who's gonna be next original. I don't know. Yari, she's not even saying anything.
Okay. Yar will be next. And I just wanted to agree with what Jamus said a little bit. All the evidence of all the abusive and the accusation or proof of the killing that is happening back where our people are. I'm not very good, and I don't like mentioning names for some reason that I won't mention right now. So all those evidence are there. We, like you said to Sister Amor, we need to create a private group. As Dinka, we are many here on social media, and we have all these recordings. Some of us, we have them. We've got even heard from Jonu Chan a couple of months ago when he was actually preaching that people should go and shoot the cows. And then a few months later, that killing did happen. And now our people are crying about it. So all this evidence are there. We just need to gather all this information, create a documentation that we can provide to those lawyers who I heard the other day that they would be coming out to come and update us on what's happening and how they're going to approach the situation. Sister Yar, if you're around, you can open your mic. And so, Jamus, thank you for saying that. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And Yar, you can go ahead.
Okay. أنا بسلم عليكم كلكم تاني. أنا من جبال قاعد هنا وقاعد مانبينج، لكن I'm at work just I'm busy. ما في مشكلة، ممكن أواصل معكم وأتكلم كده. نحكيها seriously، الموضوع بقى جادي. إذا كان زمان كان قاعدين يقولوا بلسان، ناس ديل عندهم أساسا خطة هم ماشيين بيهم. خطة ويبقى جين ناين في ساوث السودان كله كيف جادهم كيف هي. أنا كنت ما أعرف الكلام ده، لكن حقيقة منهم سمونا قال حاجة إحنا MTN، مفروض كان ننتبه. من ما هم قالوا هنا بقر ويجي وين، كان مفروض ننتبه. لكن الموضوع بقى جدي حقيقة، وهم جابوا راس شيطان حاجة مخطط. أنا من الناس اللي كنت قاعد نشوف إنه يمكن موضوع سياسي وهم دايرين مناصب، هم دايرين، لكن الموضوع ده هم مخططين فيه على فكرة. والحاجة لما تشوفوا البيئة زي ده المفروض إحنا ننتبه وموجه. الموضوع الليلة دينكابور وبكرة هم أساسا دايرين مدخل يخشوا بيه. الخطة اللي هم ماشيين بيه هسه قال دينكابور مشكلة كان جاء لأخوك قالوا لك كيف تواجههم، يعني الحاجة كان جاء لأخوك الليلة أنت بين راسك موضوع جايك. فدينكا كله يبي راسه نازل عندهم خطة هم ماشيين بيه. منهم كان بيقتلوا ناس في شارع بتاع نوبلي كل الكنا كده يعني MTN ده ما كان MTN ده خطة هم كان ماشيين عليه وهم جابوا لهم زول ما سهل جدا راس شيطان اللي اسمه وجان ده الخطط اللي هو قاعد يعملوا والكلام اللي بيقولوا الناس دي قاعدين يحبوه بطريقه كده ما عادي. كده شوف لما احنا زمان عملنا له ريبورت وقفلوه الناس دي دايرين يموتوا ده ما كان جونوشان ده لانه ده حاجه زول مميز بالنسبه لهم زول عنده خطط اجراميه شيطانيه اللي هو قاعد يفكروا اللي قاعد يسويه الرأي ده شكله ما قاعد ينو. هو داير يعمل اباده في ساوث السودان ينكر. انا لو كان حرب ده كان زمان عملناه ونازل جربناه بوقا جاقوب كان ما كان ريحونا لكن موان يان كده ما يبول بيقولوا اي حاجه كون كوي لو كان لمسناهم لمسه زي ما دينكا شاكل مع نوير ها كان هم قاعدين يقولوا شنو هسه كان نازل قاعدين يعمل حاجات تانية لكن كده شوف نحن ناس بتاع بقر اللي احنا دينكا ونوير يشاكلنا واحنا قاعدين لسه قاعدين ما عندنا حقد دفين برانين كوين كوين تاك تخطط فيه لبكره شر ورا شر شر ورا شر نازل سوينا لهم شنو سكرتوريا ده ونحن قاعدين في عاصمة جوبا والبلد بلدهم وبلد بنو وبلد سوو واحنا متزوجين منهم نير اولادنا ذاته فاتوا مننا مش يتزوجوا منهم ها خيلاننا كلهم متزوجين ناس كتوري احنا ناس ملخبطين مع بعض هم دايرين في شنو بالضبط كده لكن دي ناس طبيعتهم كده مش يقولوا احنا حيوانات واحنا شنو دين ليه قاعدين يكرهوا ناس في شنو يعني كده شوفوا سايمون ابو وقال ده قسيس في قسيس قاعد يبقى حاقد قدر ده الراجل ده حاقد جدا ها انا حضرت له روم قبل كده الراجل ده حاقد جدا ها وهم طبيعتهم كده وهو موانجه المفروض ننتبه حاجه ده بقى حاجه جدي حتى في جوبا ذاته انتوا كده جدوا في الموضوع لانه الروم ده قاعد يشيل ناس جوبا وناس الوين وناس الوين الناس كلهم المفروض ينتبهوا بعد ده. اذا كنا قاعدين نشوف الموضوع كله يلقوا كده انا جاي كون كوتش بتاع موانجه لا نبو جادين فشكرا لكم.
Sorry. Sister Yar, thank you very much. That was very brief and nice to hear from you anyway. You stay with us here. We'll give you a chance again later. I saw Paul Matar was...
You guys are manda original queen wallahi and la be kula adopting because network dia raja pa.
Okay. Alengran de chiti 10 min gubel Paul Matar. I don't know chalok jam one wala in kijam. Na kaji jam will give you a chance. Otherwise, kabuki my brother Mithin Poitit. So would you like to come, Paul Matar, if you haven't spoken earlier? Or can you give him a chance? Because it's up to you.
Paul Matar, open your mic.
Yeah, I have not talked, but you can give it to somebody that's in hurry.
Okay, you go ahead.
I will come up to.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother, and then after that, we'll give it to Paul to speak.
Okay, thank you, original queen. I will mix Tongmonjang in English, so I don't mind. So, I will greet my sister Tony there and Amor and the rest on the podium plus you. So, there's something that we Monjang don't understand. This thing was not exactly about the cow. It was started when Equatorian they used to have joke with us as Monjang, as Dinka Bor. It started that Dinkas, they are naked people, Dinka, they are Nasbagar, Dinka, Bamuni rape, chuno, all those things until the Dr. Karan book came in because the Dr. Karan book was so pleased, or it was so interested to Equatorian because you can know that the word Dinka is being used just to target the government of South Sudan, which is the goals, because of the leadership. And that went wrong, to be honest. So when we gather here, we used to go to John Wuchang room, and John Wuchang used our intellectuals as Dinka, as Monjang, and the rest of the community. He used them in a way that you can even feel better, but in a disrespectful way. He can call you up there for debate. It's not really debate. It's just like to make you think that you are given chance, because we Monjang, we like to be honest for ourselves, and we like to explain things in accurate way, in terms of your knowledge or how you get that. So John Ochang used that information, and he used the has way Monjang until now. The Magui cow. It started with Magui cow. And the room we used to go there, there's something I used to hear that tong tong, like it's almost to Manyomeji groups, because these people, they have been killing Dinka, especially Kopeko, those who were like traders. So when you just understand that why this guy is completely, sometimes he change colors, he can just please Dinka to make joke, but inside there deeply is having an agenda. And on the back chat, I can go there, and then most of the people, I can see them, they have the green. They are not even capable of uh, dealing with the Dinka intellectual, and we don't understand what they were looking for. Is it the government? So what they were actually is, it's not the cow, is not the what, is the target was to tarnish Dinka image. And in Dinka image, they think that the Dinka, they are the majority, and the Dinka will not have the voices, and the Dinka will not dominate, like what happened recently about Callisto Ladu. So there's nobody who was a public figure and has been working in a position as a former mayor can have the speech in a community forum against other tribe. And most of the people, they used to differentiate, because I think tribe is not political party, and tribe should not be used in a political game. We have defined the tribe to make it has the excuse, to make it has a reason for you to gain the political agenda, or for you to have like political agenda or heading agenda, is completely wrong, because every human, you have the tribe, and the tribe is uniqueness, is the one that make me as a Dinka. I was born as a Dinka before I know that I'm a South Sudanese. I was born by my mom and my dad in that village, and that village, they are grandparents, so you belong to that one. That's your first world. And that's why they say that you have to speak your mother tongue. Your mother tongue is the first thing you have to know. So what happened now, since this one has been going on up and down, has now, because we Monjang, we don't recognize thing is coming. So when they were using the Dinka, we have been killed on Lumili Road, and then they say it is empty and all those excuses. And they don't kill other tribe, only Dinka. You are being targeted in the bus or in the car. You are being housed if you don't speak door, or they can just monitor the buses, because we have a station here in Juba, somewhere in Chirkat. So and the conductors, they can have contacts, and they have to. So those community, why the government, because this where I went wrong. And sometimes wo monjang ko be be alwen akumo tawotina abuon nok baterin biji alwa ka kumar monjang ku ke men monjang ga muken ku we monjang ten wo ka ngong nyina pay chanu ki taw tin ku we monjang kir mya chukuti e kre ko nga tawoni e acha jo ya banywan ti jo ki di ta jenta wan yong chi konya non ki chira loy wan, because manden wok te yen tawo tin go monjang yengo ula yika pay bu jala didnom, because monjang achi rote kon ga danga che dueng te re tin. So back, for example, manden ba ben ga dane choy mangala would chika yigman den ke po kamage but I coil and rofaji we the jala limbo go jo jen kadang loy so duora jo ben kale te chika jo ben ko gu penki ayik luen kale monjang a kuma in keke do achan wo monjang tiếng đi đây cũng vô meet ko da du cái đi đây chơi ngo freedom hall so cái luen monjang a chi kwet kwa chi ngi mana de ke monjang ai koi win cái dang loy cái win chơi bikron nyuot so ko we monjang cái chú của vua chết thực bát ban qua ai bay qua chỉ cả pon hoàn chỉ ra ja lối for example hoàn chỉ khi đi trên cái đằng road hoàn chỉ nó cho là chắc cái tin cái chira lối cái đằng cái vết an có về cái đằng lối là chỉ bền chỉ cái đằng chira large because that one e kwin kor bela monjang je nga chi kor kwin chi ting da ka loy ben kwa ben cái dang loy kwa no ga den cho lo ke na nwer ka kon a topic for long time so ko we monjang wo bu to ba ke choi rin ka bai lakini ki en jen to ba wo ro jo pan pen ku jen ko dai chan wo chrot pan we ku yi ta kor bu ka ya le manden ku god kedang god nyandeng di tuk an chi jung chi kayo nan la ngang bat ji cha kor be alwe na chi a ban bat ke choi ban ai la gon pando yong chi na kedang wan jin ko to vat ke ko dir ke to wa ku mai yong chi ke kedang den project bu ka wen ni me be yong wo pa na duor wo yi ka pe so ko we ji wole bu kadang wole bu wen bu ka chati because kana ato ke kadang ai koi winto internet ni nge pi den ke duor a che koi le bu kadang a che koi le bi re kana yin wana chiran kadang ko ajola bathroom den John Ochang la jan on the way from ye choing eastern equatoria to it ku bi jama passage ka ken ga kadang magwe kwa ka chin moan bari chaka ping bari ke ki jatuan wedwan chi ka listo chiro jaloy chana ka loy ke hun loy ke pin yung ena moan ke dangwan ena moan di len to ke dang it from lotuko ku yen da do to outside the country yen ajen ke dang ajen ko just screw up on the ke dang on clubhouse kuwe moan jang we la tin da do ku intellectual kula ku jo ke dang jo information jo lo mu tangwe ku jo use against you see so work anong ka kor ba ga kwan cho ka we ti chan we nan che ran ga dang sometime an nom tan pin lakin anong ka jwe ke rai wo pi ko we mon jang kor bu ku tin ku ne cho ga dang wo che do ku to na chi wo pon ku benda ba ga jo tin wan ga jra loy benda chi ga dang a chi project den ga dang ka chi la loy do ri ga dang cho lori yung chene la loy cái đằng cái bar gazan chin chin cái đằng chin le cái đằng coi là chom cái đằng rice because rice is low cái đằng to loy cái
My
đằng
brother,
so
yeah, to wrap it.
um ilwen kada
I said you can just wrap it up in 30 seconds if you can.
all right thank you so anyway thing has to be put in a way that because we already know the target was not the cow it's actually the dinka as not wanted because if you understand the word invade the word invade is not even occupying. Is invade. You have to take that land. So Dinka, they are not wanted because the cow they are not actually in Gumbo Chirkat or anywhere that the the resident are. The cow they were not citizen or they were not Juba resident. The cow they are cattle headers is like 2 hours away from the city. You don't have any Dinka cow if you see the cow along the road, Alia people they have the cow and the Mundari they are within the Juba. Even the Bari people they have goat along the road, especially even the airport road when you go up to Kololo road or whatever. So anyway, I will stop here. As you Monjang, you already know very long time for a very long time. So today you just surprised like it's not the cow actually, but it was not the cow. It was the dinka. They are targeted because of the government, and the people who are targeting the dinka or the government. They will have been working with the government. So how this connected? To the cow issue, and the cow issue has to be condemned. The government has to say something about it because the communities they have been having issues, but government keeping quiet. So what is it? So anyway, I will stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Aguero. And you finally came in with English because I don't know if my network is bad. If it's bad, then I'll try to correct it in the next 30 minutes.
No, you're
So
clear.
I'm more and going if my network is bad, because
Okay.
it tells me on my side.
Okay. You're clear now.
Okay. So the next person is Paul Mator, but I want people to you speak in a language that they understand. Instead of us narrowing it down to Tomonja, it's best bugaja in a language one. Bigaderi command that we are not happy about Kalorut. Ku bigaping bardo because they can come in and we have to talk so that if they understand, then they have to put a stop to it. Brother Paul in Bilatuing, but
No, I see
let's try.
Miyakol flashing his
Yes,
mic.
I saw him flashing, but because I want it to be fair, I will give him a chance afterward. But Miyakol el Telewin in Betit, I'll allow you.
Go ahead and give it to Miyakol. He probably want to gas me up a little bit, which I'm looking for. Let him go ahead. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you. Miyakol in a chance, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again. And I greet you all in the name of our martyrs and the blood of the people that died for our country called South Sudan. Actually, one of the things that I want to say is I like the way that you put it, Ms. Original, that we need to speak in the language that they understand. Actually, one of the languages that they understand very carefully is that actually they declare a war against the Dinka. And the Dinka they've been killing. Now the Dinka are taking arm to protect themselves. And what they used to say, the Dinka Zaman, they used to have a stick, and they are unhappy today when the Dinka, because they are protecting their properties, their cows, their women, their children that actually are targeted on the roads. I think this is one of the languages that actually we will speak. Jamana, as our women are killed in Juba Road, in Numali Road, we must speak loud and clear that we must protect ourselves, because even the government is not protecting us. One thing I want to say, that if this is not actually a hatred against the Dinka, simply as my brother has put it, because the leader of the country is coming from the Dinka, it's not the first time. I want all of you to go and listen sometimes to a speech of John Garang. When these people actually, when they went against the SPLA, what happened in Jungule? People were wiped out. And this is the politics that actually we need international community to understand. And in particular, the politicians, like brother Paul Mator, I want you, because I've seen you a lot when the Denka come and you speak and you defend even the mayor the other day in the other room. I want you, if you are a true politician, don't think that actually when you deny the suffering of the Dinka, and this is for other Dinkas who go there and trying to show people that they are nationalists by denying the suffering of the Dinka. If I were actually a politician, I'm running for the office, I want you, Paul Mator, now, as Sister Original put it, that is speaking the language. As you come here, you have seen all the Dinka. Our voice is one, that we are condemning the killing, the poisoning of the Dinka, the killing of the cows of the Dinka. I want you to let people know, today the Dinka are really very angry. And the reason why the Dinka are angry, nobody can deny this. In particular, you, my brother, Paul Mator, wallahi, they couldn't shame on you if you deny the suffering of your own people in your own region. And they actually, namely, they've been targeted. Wallahi, you are a sectionistic, you care about your own family, and you don't care about the people and the suffering of the people of Jungule and the people of the Dinka. Like, let me tell you this. They say that a charity starts at home. Wallahi, you cannot be a leader. Even Jesus Christ, when he was talking, he said that I was sent to the Jews because he's from the Jews. He knows the suffering of the Jews, and he started actually preaching in his own house hall. Enter, you will never be a leader if you deny the suffering of your people, because that's the only thing that you can explain very well. You know your people, you know actually what is hurting your people. كلام ده أقول لأي زول دينكاوي اللي بيشوف نفسه على إنه هو ممكن يكون سياسي لما ننكر يا جماعة suffering بتاع الدينكا. نمرة اثنين، الدينكا ديل يا جماعة اللي قاعد بيقول قال دينكا ما دايرين في جوبا ده ما دينكا، ده ما دينكا كله. أنا قلت لهم مناطق بتاع الدينكا ذاته يا جماعة فيه development few peace. Because Dinka in the area of the Dinka, they accept anybody. I give you Northern Barghazal, Western Barghazal, and the Lagos State. I said the Dinka are the hosts of the people actually who've been displaced by the flood. Flood magada jamana fi bor barao. Bentiu da said Nuer kulu gadin fi Lagos State. They've been displaced by the flood. But look at the Dinka people la jamana of Barghazal. Fi Twij Mayadit, Aluma Garibil and Azbul. When Twil gadin fi Juba arfin tamamen, there is nothing called unity state. Even Unimis gadin jo moya. But yes, Baba. Okay, thank you, Baba. You see, a Jamana Shuf, Nile, Naskulu gadin wen, Shuluk Zado gadin wen. As I'm talking to you, when this Nuer start and Shuluk start, gadin for Manati Tata Denka Zato. Ya Juana, Ya Jamana, Jubada, Al Hakuma, Hakuma Bitata Wilaya, and Mutaasira. And Mafia Amn, Kulum gadin wen a Jamana fi Juba. If you remember, yeah, the reason why Junubin Kanu Kutar, fi Khartoum Zaman, Ya Jamana, عشان يا جماعه في مكاتب اسمه مكاتب التنسيق. حكومات الولايات موجوده وين؟ في اسم شنو في خرطوم. لانه كله زمان كان بيقول 10 ولايات كان قاعدين كلهم قاعدين في خرطوم. يلا بعد كده في متابعات، في مواطن بيجي في جوبا ده، في ناس ويسترن بارغزال اللي هم فراتيت في ستيت بتاعت لول قاعدين هناك في التنسيق، قاعدين كناس تاع حكومه. نوير كلهم قاعدين في جوبا، سلوك كلهم قاعدين في جوبا. لكن why they say the Dinka وناس قاعدين بيسكتوا. انا قاعد اقول لكم I guarantee اذا الدينكا طلعوا الليله ناس الكوتوري ما بيسكتوا. يا جماعه الناس اللي كانوا بيعملوا poison. Let me tell you this and let me tell you this story. Nuer have been poisoned in Juba. The first people وكلام ده ما حصل في 2013 ولا 2016. I have my best friend I went to school with. ده ولد اخو دكتور ريك مشاهر. That young man لو ناس قاعدين الناس بانتيو اسمعوا اسم زول ده كويس اسمه جوكير. جوكير ده قام من بانتيو وماشي بين امه بس دكتور ريك مشاهر. ولما نزل في المطار مشى شرب شاي في السوق. ولد طويل ما شاء الله، ما مشلخ طبعا. نويرو دينكا بعد الفرقوا يا جماعه. ولد ده بس ماشي بدكتور هيك مشاهر. دكتور هيك مشاهر قاعد في جوبا ده وقاعد من بانتيو وما ماشي قاعد في جوبا بس ماشي بدعمه زياره، لانه هو شغال في حكومه بتاعت بانتيو، لان مكاتب بتاعت تنسيق بتاع بانتيو قاعد هناك. مشى شرب شاي في السوق بس. جنا ده يا جماعه ولد ده دفعتي انا طوالي قريت معه. قام بس مشى. لما ضاد ما شرب شاي طبعا زول لما نجي من السفر بيشرب شاي في نادي بس مشى بيت. قالوا رجل زي ده كان دكتورين مش لسه قاعد في شغل. زول اللي استقبل زاده ده سكرتير الدكتورين مش قام زاده. بس زول قام فيه قال بس ومات. عندنا ولدنا من اولاد ليج ستيت، ولد ما شاء الله قام من استراليا اسمه بيجي، من اولاد ليج ستيت، كان معنا في جبر ابوه قسيس. برضه قام في ايام الجديده اداب جنوبي اداب طلع ونادى مشى في السوق بس. يا جماعه زول وقع بس يشرب شاي في السوق، وقع بس جمار بيته. they were targeted. اي زول طويل كان شلكاوي كان دينكاوي لانه ليه they've been poisoning في جوبا. يا جماعه this thing targeting, these are the history that we need to tell the world. These people of Equatoria, they are people who are full of hatred. They poison people, they target people بس يا جماعه of the jealousy. حتى because targeting that دينكابور ده ما حاجه جديده يا جماعه، ده اغنيه قديمه. It's a very old song, and this thing was created by the Jalaba. Jalaba in particular, when actually in 1972 when the peace agreement was signed, طبعا Jalaba كان قاعدين في جوبا. معظم الناس قاعدين في جلابه في جوبا، ناس كوتور ناس وين، ده كله تجار. حتى عساكر بتاع الجيش زمان when they are deployed to when خلاص المده بتاعه انتهى بشوف جنوب السودان ده في opportunity بيكون تاجر بيكون قاعد هناك بفتح دكاكين. لما 1972 لما حصل في اولاد جنوبيين بقى تجار في السوق، هم شغالين في الجزاره شغالين بتاع خضار. طبعا اولاد بور ناس ما شاء الله يعني في business are very good. They working as a South Sudanese. The Jalaba when they see the competition انه ديل اولاد بلد بعرف بيجي بقر من وين، بعرف بيطبع السوق ماشي تمام. اولاد جلابه قام مشوا لكاتوريان قالوا لهم يا جماعه قال دينكا ديل they want to dominate the souk. Then we mind them souk. Uda mishkila kullu the competition in business. So Equatorians are not ready for something called a nation. Awal haja. They don't understand what is a word nation is. Because people are full of hatred. Because they don't have an understanding of the haja sima diversity. Why you know indu haq ala inu ajamana ashan ishtagal fi kullu makan. In comparison to that, if you see all the organizations, kullu, all the organizations, and another non-governmental organizations, kamita UN, nas UNICEF, nas munazamada tanin den, sharikata petrol, even ajamana in the areas that actually is not Equatoria. Then awala Equatoria gadin fogo. Ya jamana lela dada nugulle nas. Janab ta Equatoria. قاعد في مناطق المناطق بتاعهم ده قاعدين في مناطق بتاعهم ده اذا كان they targeted the Dinka simply لانه دينكا اصلا ما قاعدين يا جماعه حتى في outside دينكا قاعدين في الاريا اللي فيه مدينه اللي فيه حكومه وما قاعدين فور ايفر كويس معك انا مياكول ده انا كان انا مياكول ده اي ولد من اولاد كاتوريا قاعد في اريا بتاع دينكا قاعد في ملكال قاعد في بلوج as long انه بيعملوا targeting لدينكا في كل مكان they must be targeted as well. Now this is the language they will understand. لو كمان انا بقول اي جنب بتاع كاتوريا وكلام ده دينكا انا اقول لكم
في نقطه ما اقول في نقطه تقول لكم نقطه عنده اهميه الموضوع بتاع السفير بتاع امريكا المشي قاعد في باريا سانتا. انت لما قلت انه ده فريدم بتاع دينكا او حكومه يعني بيدي فريدم تو anyone more than America. الكلام ده بس شفت النقطه ده يا برادر مياكل ده الحته هم ناس كاتوريا قاعدين يوزوا the simple way هم بتارجت بيعملوا تارجت لدينكا لكن هم نسوا لو دينكا مش عم respond like the way you saying now ولو اننا مثلا دينكا في all مناطق بتاعتنا نحن قاعدين فوق وقلنا نعمل كوبي باك لنفس اللانجوج بتاعهم بيعملوا زي الدينكا في اريا بتاعتهم في كاتوريا ريجن معناتها انه that mean انه we go to take South Sudan to be collapsed. They are سياسة هم قاعدين شغالين فوقه عشان South Sudan ده يعني يفرتقوه خالص عشان يبدأ من جديد تاني كل زول يلقى نفسه في المراية. Thank you أمشي قدام.
South Sudan خليه يفرتك. South Sudan قدر يفرتك خليه يفرتك لأنه South Sudan already فرتك لأنه إذا كان هدف إنه دينكا يموتوا الموت ده واحد. موت ده واحد. And احنا we must defend ourselves. Treat people in the way that actually you would love to be treated. إذا كان international community هم يقالوا بدافع عن الناس ودينكا يموتوا I want to ask you this question. It started قالوا والله في كاو في مدينة في جوبا داخل مدينة وكاو ده قال جوا مدينة. Now it started again قال كاو قال permission في مزرعة and يوم واحد there is no evidence or videos people brought يا جماعة farmers ما في farmers جابوا قالوا لا يا ده farmers قال أكلوا بقر تا دينكا ما باكل بافرة بقر يا جماعة ما باكل بافرة ودينكا ذاته حتى في غابة بودي بقر بتاعه في محل اللي بيشوف قش بتاعه قش اللي بينفع ما بموسم
ما باكل بافرة ولا بياكل فول ذاته
ولا بياكل بقر بيشوف مزيد بيجري منه لأن بقر ما بليد بقر عنده دينكا بيعرفوا البقر اللي بياكل شنو. أول حاجة these are the things إنه أولاد دينكا المثقفين إن أنا we will challenge them ما في دينكا باكل بافرة ومشروع بتاع بافرة ده قاعد قدر شنو قاعد جوا مدينة بتاع ديناي بتاع جوبا ما في. تاني let me ask you this.
Leave that alone. Miyako, just 1 minute to just interrupt you. Leave that alone. That garbita dinka mabiyakulu bafra hajadel. The thing they don't know, when the cattle they're moving, they always communicate with the local. So these cattle, they're not just moving as the way they say it here in the social media. They always have to talk. Okay, we are moving here, and they always make sure those cattle camps are far away, like 3 hours to 4 hours away from the farm. And you guys saw the video that those cattle, the one in Arua Junction and the one in Mangala Road, there is no villages in those areas. So this is clearly propaganda. Go ahead.
Shukran. And another thing too, I want to ask if your memory is very strong. I listen carefully. If you listen to Tommy Shirul in 2018, God it kalam man Equatoria. قال لما كنا في غابه زمان قال ناس إكواتوريا بيجونا قال الناس الكبار بيقول لنا يا توماس قال تعملوا شنو في حركه شعبيه مع ديل اننا لازم نعمل لنا حركه بتاعنا برانا. Thomas he respond. Thomas sometimes is very honest. ما honest عشان هو زول honest كده لكن توماس ما شاطر طبعا. Thomas sometimes when he talks هو قاعد يتكلم كانه زول قاعد في غابه لانه توماس يا جماعه ناس قاعدين يشوفهم ديل technology they did not know انه technology ده حاجه قويه جدا. Sometimes when they talk زول بيتكلم كانه قاعد يتكلم تحت شجره ما عارف انه they are recording. فتوماس قال على انه I told ناس إكواتوريا قلنا لهم عندكم شنو؟ ما عندكم شعبيه ما عندنا نعمل شنو؟ So هم من بدري عندهم hatred against the Dinka. نمرة اثنين أنا سؤال داير أسأل الناس I want to ask ناس بول ماتوريل قال ناس دايرين يكونوا هنا قاعدين هنا ده كده Dinka who are actually fleeing the country South Sudan from Juba in the bus are going to become a refugee in the neighboring country in Uganda. Why they have to be taken out of the bus and be killed? كانوا ماشيين مع بقر. Are they taking the cows with them? حتى لو كان they taking the cows and they are getting out ماشيين the neighboring country. ليه ده تقتلهم ليه؟ ولانه هدف بتاعك ما دار بقر. These are the messages that we need to know. In Dinka are targeted simply, as my brother put it, because the leader happened to come from the Dinka. And that leader happened to come from the Dinka is because he's a Dinka. Ya Yamana SPLM, a Dinka, who delegated from the Dinka, Salva Kiir Mayadit, who asked Salva to join the SPLM. In 1991, when people deserted the SPLM, Fizol Mashakali no Salva Atla Bara, will Salva to go and join the movement? Na Jongaranda, when they join Gal because they are a Dinka. They kalam but they not Dinkas did not know. Even the Dinka, they were opposing that SPLA from the beginning, because their children they were taken, their cows are eaten. Salatin with Dinka Mashashali, John Garangala, John Garanda. What are you fighting for? John Garanga Gani Shakala Shankalam Arab. Even some Dinka, Salatin, Fibargazal Galia, Lodomodo Tarar, Jib Del Kulumina, Arab Katir Tabargazal, John Garangalo, no, you guys don't understand. Da Hukuman for Khartoum, the end of the Mishkila. And then they become to understand. Is it Yajimana? There is no son or daughter of Dinka who is in the government actually been delegated by the Dinka. They don't even work for the interests of the Dinka. If all of you are saying the people who are begging on the street, the children, the orphan of our martyrs, they are from the Dinka. Nas tabanin is a kangala hukumo da hukumo ta Dinka. Majimana le nana tabanin le. Zakana hukumo ta Dinka karabino le menet marada le mankatolo fi bargazal le nas ma jutu. Fizo bektu liyal bitaw. إذا ده حكومة دينكا ليه ملونغا وان قاعد في غابة؟ أنا هنا كإنتلكشواليست ناس زي ناس بول ماتورديل يا جماعة let me tell you this. You will never succeed if you are denying the right of the suffering people. And that's why I tell our people, the Dinka, let us not be emotional. Let us, Ajamana, our message to be heard out. We've been tarnished culturally, whereby we are the good people. Where is our hospitality? Ajamana, go to Madinga will, how many other people from other tribes are living alongside with the Dinka? Go to Lake State. Go anywhere. If we are hosting the refugee, Nuba, from other country, Yajamana, where the Dinka are bad people, is because the Dinka, Yajamana, they have patience because Dinka are so kind. Dinka, they don't fight back. Lakin, this is the time. This is the time Dinka must fight back because they always associate Dinka with the government, and the government actually is pushing Dinka back. Lala Matamulu, this government is not a government of Dinka. Even this government is not protecting the Dinka. Ya Jamana can look when the Dinka Jamana fi Jungule Katalom. Look at Jamana 3,000 people when they were killed, innocent people fi Jungule by resolution Peter Gadet. Where is the international community? Where are the intellectuals of the Dinka? Ya Jamana, we suffer enough. We suffer enough when 2,000 Jamana women and the children are abducted by Johnson Olun. Where are they until now? Mama Rufin didn't win. Ya Jamana, let me tell you this. Here in America, even Obama, to become a politician, he studied at home in Chicago to serve his community term. Ya Jamana, to become, that's why I choose to be a community leader or a community activist, because this is my community. If I can deny Ya Jamana the suffering of my community, who am I going to represent? عشان كده يا جماعه كلام قاعد نقوله لكم اذا كان ده باريا يا عنده مشكله مع دينكا نشاكل مع باريا، اذا ده لاتوكا عنده مشكله مع دينكا نتارجت لاتوكو، لازم نهاجمهم، لازم نقتلهم زي ما قام بقتلونا. اننا we must protect ourselves يا جماعه. life there is one time. لانه our people they suffer in us. لو دارين peace يا جماعه peace ما بلدو مع الناس. peace comes after the war. لازم ناس يشاكلوا عشان السلام يجي. لازم دينكا يشاكلوا. اي دينكاوي الكلام ده نقوله لك if you cannot fight you must contribute لقروش بتاعت انه ان احنا لازم نشتري سلاح ونشتري ذخيره عشان ان احنا نقدر ندافع لان our people are targeted. وكلام ده قاعد نقوله لكم اننا لازم يكون عندنا الجيش بتاعنا. يا جماعه هنا في امريكا self defense is very important. نشاكل معهم حكومه اللي بقول ده حكومه بتاع دينكا ده عشان نشوفها حكومه ده بيجيب مع دينكا ولا حكومه بيجيب مع مواطن بتاع جنوب السودان ولا حكومه دار سلام في جنوب السودان يجي قوتين. اذا ده كان باريا عنده مشكله لانه بلد بيقول للناس. لانه زمان لما كان ناس سلفا زادوا قاعدين في اكواتوريا ويا الدينكا بيشاكلوا في اكواتوريا ما بزول قال يا جماعه ناس بي ال ده يطلع من اكواتوريا بيكوز هدفك هذا جلابه. عشان كده يو ذا انتلكشوالز بتاع دينكا الكلام ده انا بقوله تاني. اذا كان ده محافظ يا بقول let us take arm against Dinka and targeting vulnerable people, women and the children of the Dinka and the purpose of the Dinka, we say we condemn it and we must fight and we must fight strongly. أنا بجيب هنا وشكرا.
Okay, Tony, you've been a bit quiet. Are you back from your appointment? Okay, so she's not there. Paul Mator, Miyako has spoken, and I'm sure you've picked up one or two questions from him that I would like you to add to your discussion later when you're speaking. The turn is yours, but please answer those one. When he actually said that, how do you feel that your people are suffering and you're defending, what is it called, the mayor? The second one, I will tell you what it is.
It's about people being taken out of buses.
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
About the Maya Juba. They're not Mamma Gato.
Thank you, Atterbag. Thank you, Original Queen, or Original Plus. I'm not sure whether I'm talking to people that are awake or people who are sleeping. If you are awake, please let me know with either thumb up or thumb down or whatever emotion that you could show to know that I'm talking to people who are awake.
Before
I start.
Lock out, so I've been struggling there in your room.
Thank you, Nazaruddin. I see you.
Okay, thumb down.
It's not you.
No, it's not you. It's not you.
I'm scanning the room to see whether people are awake or not, because there are people who, yeah, I see you there, James. James is awake. BB is awake. Thank you. And then the rest are sleeping. Well, we're not going to wake them up, but what we'll do is that make the recording available, and if they have time, then Kamis is sleeping. I haven't seen anything from him. He has been, representing.
Just go ahead. Maybe they're busy at work, but everybody's listening. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, it's a great honor being with you under these circumstances. I've been notified by the rest, by people who claim to love me, like leave Clubhouse. I've been told to leave Clubhouse and let whatever taking Clubhouse, let it take place, and then you will come back after that. I'm a concerned citizen, and I love my people. I love humanity. I love South Sudanese. I love people from all over the world. So I'm one of those people that when I see something bad is happening, I have to respond and say no. Yes, question have been asked, and it's like, why are you defending Juba mayor and all of that? I said the reason why, it's not like defending him, but he was speaking representing his people, the youth leader of Bari. There are certain things that people say that hurt people here and there, and we don't have any shortage of people who are saying things that hurt people. Yesterday, then Kamis asked me when.
Paul, one
Yes,
minute, please. So you say he was speaking as a Bari leader, youth leader, about the issue that concerning Bari. To who? Can you answer that question later too?
thank you. Yeah, he was speaking in.
Thank you.
Yes, he was speaking at Bari Community Center, and among the guests invited, one is said to be American ambassador. And when I listened to that video, I saw somebody sitting and he was writing things down. He did not show body language that he acknowledged or sympathized with the people or anything like that. He was calm, collected, and he was writing down things that were said. Then Kamis yesterday was like, Paul, did you hear what have been said? And I say yes. He was one of the moderators. And he's okay, if you heard it, I'm dropping myself. And as soon as he said he was dropping himself, one of the moderators, who happened to be one of our South Sudanese from Equatoria, went ahead and assisted Brother Denkamis of dropping himself. Denkamis raised up his hand and he was coming back up. Denkamis, you just said you are dropping yourself. What happened? He said, well, I said I'm dropping myself, but I've been dropped very quickly. And I think that what Atterbang was mentioning, that people have been dropped. And that's what Lion King have experienced. And Lion King have been one of the moderators for a long period of time with the Luel update and many other people, including Anoka. The list continue. An engineer. A lot of people are moderating in my room. It's actually not my room. It's a South Sudanese room. In my room is my wife that moderates, and she's not a public figure. All in all, I feel pain of all our people. And Denkamis was expecting me to respond immediately. And we have been waiting all these days for government to respond and expecting me to respond at the instant. And I said, look, I will respond tomorrow at 8 o'clock. It was because it was late where I was, and I don't want, like, was me to respond to what was going on. I will raise my voice, and sometime, I can get into, raising my voice or something like that. And just like one of our elders said something, and then there was a young person, it was yelling, and the young person was there. I'm like, am I supposed to be scared? you know, with that, I was like, wow. So there's a different way of thinking, and in my head, I was like, yes, you're supposed to be scared. If adult raise his or her voice, yes, you're supposed to be scared. But it was like, am I supposed to be scared? Like, he was so calm and collected. So anyway, yeah, thank you, Aguero, for thumb down.
Paul, Ben Paul Mator?
Yeah.
If
Yes.
I'm to direct you, you've got only 3 questions now. Please answer them one at a time, without joke. This is not funny. This is a serious matter, and we are all concerned. As you already can tell, some of us are not sleeping. So if you can actually be serious for once, and take this one serious and answer those questions kindly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm coming. And actually, Dr. John, as one of the students of Dr. John, he said, why being serious when it is already serious? He was talking to commanders like yourself. It was the active war took place, people got killed. Came and sat under the tree, and then people got upset with you know, you could see I read and everything else. And Dr. John said, why being serious when it is already serious? What is going on is already serious. And it is serious because it was.
Actually, what he mean is say take an action. When things are getting serious, you take an action right away. So what we want from you is the question is that we ask you, and that's what was the main thing.
Yeah, Miyako, you were not there. Let me speak. Can you calm down? I allow you. I was calm, collected, and I was listening. And each and every human being has his own way and art of delivery. I'm not delivering pizza here or anything. This is something concerning life of our people. And your words have been quoted. And those words are the words that hurt our people here and there. When somebody was addressing his Equatorian and called him coward and bring it on, didn't I address that? Yes, when it was brought on, people were killed. Somebody went and was hanging out with children.
Now you're getting defensive. So it is for you just a word I say. Now you're getting defensive. So when the
Can I talk?
When the Dinka are killed. So when the Dinka are killed.
Can I talk?
Wait. Let's wait, guys. Paul, we don't need to mix stuff up here, okay? If we follow up with all what we've been saying in this clubhouse, nobody gonna be here clean. So please just keep up with your point and leave those aside. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is hurting our people is careless talk. That is done by people from many angles, including John Wichang that you have mentioned. He has said certain things that are hurting our people. Some of you here have said such a thing that are hurting our people. Sorry, I got phone call coming, but I'll get it later. So our people have been hurt by careless talk. Yes.
I say reject any call.
That's what I'm doing. Thank you. So those careless talk are killing our people. So what I was saying is like, leave that thing alone with what was said by the mayor. Some people were saying he should be arrested. He should be put in jail. He should be killed. You know, there were people, those are careless talk. They hurt people. And people who end up being killed are not people in clubhouse. That's my stand. You know, when Jebel was talking, he was responding to some of the people who said, let him be killed, let him be arrested. He said, Juba will be on fire. Kir will not be there. You know, Kir will not be in Juba and all of that. He was saying all kind of stuff like that. And then Kamis was ticked. He was upset by that. And I can see that. And after listening, I found out that he is mourning. There are some people who died because of the circumstances that just happened. So all South Sudanese are hurting here and there. People do it and it end up hurting people. So he will be home for like 7 days because one of the doctors died. He was a retired doctor and then was followed by another family member. And those are his immediate family member. Based on all these incidents that are happening here and there. So this thing or word that I use carelessly, they end up killing people here and there. And these are our people. I'm the one that feel that pain more. Like Miyakol is saying that I don't feel pain of our people. Yes, I do. I feel the pain of all South Sudanese. I have been in the bush.
Paul Mador is speech by Khalil Lado. Is it a careful or a careless talk? If you agree with him, and here you have something that you call it, and then you think like Khalil's talk is not careless, and Miyakol's talk is more careless than what Khalil said. Paul Mador.
Thank you, Wal Peter Moranyar. I like the way you respond to things. You respond objectively with things, and sometimes you choose one side of the equation and bring evidence from one side of the equation.
there was young man by name uh, I believe Ajak UL. That young man was very objective, and that is such a talk. That's a nationalist talk. He mentioned a specific place where Dinka were targeted, like one was killed in Magui, and he has a business of cell phone. He was selling airtime. Another one was killed in his shop in Torit. You know, he's a business person. He was targeted because he is a Dinka. Such a talk is what is needed. And then Jebel have also mentioned some specific people that were targeted, you know, that were affected. So all in all, what I'm saying and what I'm seeing, like I told some of my Equatorian brothers and sisters who use careless talk, that this also hurt people elsewhere. You know, for example, if somebody urged the government to bring it, to threat to send threat to the government that the president will not be there, that is dangerous, because someone would say, okay, hold on, can I talk, please?
Yeah, you will continue. You are a Dinka, and in some cases, the Dinka are called MTN, they are called unwanted luggage, they are called Wasaka, they are called a snake. In your judgment here, and that's one of the things that infuriates Dinka people to come into places like this to respond to those kind of stuff. And that's what anger people like Miyako to come and talk the way they talk. But you come now and focus on the people who are responding to those who are calling people MTN, cockroaches, unwanted luggages, shoal farm, and all of this. Maybe you need to look the other way. I inter Paul Matori or a Dinka. Are you an MTN? Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Walmara Nyar. I've taught people in peace building and conflict resolution. I taught about 20,000 together with my co-facilitators in peace building. In peace, if somebody call you a dog, like people don't like they don't like a dog. Although dog, in other words, is considered a loyal animal. Dinka people, if you call somebody Kalif, will not be happy with that. But it is the way you react to that that will show whether you are a dog or a person. So a reaction determines who you are and personality. And as a leader, you have to be collected, calm, and respond in a way that will save life. What I do in this social media is damage control. And sometimes people see me as I'm a government supporter, but it's because of distraction that is being brought to people, you know, at the very eye of people. That's what I don't want. I don't want any Equatorian to die, you know, for something that could be managed or could be stopped. The same thing to any Dinka. I don't want any Dinka to die because of anything that could be stopped. When it comes to poisoning people, I have mentioned people have been poisoned. You know, I remember Brother Simon Chengodek. You know, he has a drink similar to what have been mentioned, Haja Barid or something like a smoothie, and then
All right.
when he went home, he died right away.
Ben Paul, hold on a second.
Yes.
Yeah, I thank you very much. You've done really well, but I would let you wrap it up in about 2 minutes. There's a link that I posted up there. I want people to click on it, read, and then you can just add it to the discussion as we go along. Also, I wanted you to answer the part when Callisto said that that the people who invaded their area, I think, if I'm not, I can't remember the names right now, but the word invaded or invaders, how does that stand with you, and what do you say about that? Thank you.
The word invasion have been used at different context, and it depends on what context the person is using. Sometimes co-workers could be working and somebody will say, you have invaded my privacy. It could be used at that context. It could be used at a national level where the nation
sorry, but
have invaded another nation.
I think you're trying to be smart with my question, but I was being specific when I asked you. I was referring to the people of Boer who were referred to as invaders. My question is, how are they invaders? What country are they coming from? Are we not all from that country? And how do you feel about the word invader?
Thank you. Are they invaders or they are not?
You should answer that.
Answer the question.
Callisto stated that the place have been invaded. He was referring to people whom were not original in Juba, whom have come to Juba, and majority have agreed that there are majority of people who don't have papers that have been given to that place. So he's referring to it as a community leader at that context.
All right, thank you. We understand your stand. I want to leave you there to listen to people. So the same question, I want Ben Bol to answer that for me, and then I'll allow someone else.
Yeah, sister, my dear sister.
Original, you said I have 2 minutes. Here is the thing. Here is where the government did not follow through with what is known as any citizen can live anywhere. That have not been backed up. From that very inception where it was said that these people have to live with their cows, the government did not support living anywhere. So the decree was given. So that concept of living anywhere have been compromised. Okay. Also, Governor Kwal, when he was a governor, he invited or he asked people of Jonglei State to go back to his state. Simply because when you are outside of your state,
okay,
taxes will not be collected.
Ben Paul, I'll reverse back your 2 minutes, but I want you to mute yourself for now. Miyakol, the same question I asked Paul Mator. I want to refer that to you, please. How are our people invaders?
Our people are not invaded. First of all, let us go to the land, to the law of the land, because any country, people move according, or people act according to the law. Is it lawful for the people of Bor to be staying in Equatoria? Yes. Why? Because Constitution of Juba Sudan says that all the South Sudanese, all the citizens, they have a right of housing and have a right to move anywhere they feel they can stay. That is why I was saying from the beginning, to be short with your answer, that actually they are not invaders. They are not invaders, they are citizens of South Sudan. And
Thank
also,
you.
I want to add something. If you guys listen, that's what I was saying.
الماير بتاع جوبا ده اتكلم عن قنبة عن مكانتين عن شرقات وما عمل منشن لهايزاندي. هايزاندي ده قاعد في السنتر إيكواتوريا ما عمل له منشن. So so many places there. Thank you.
Okay, let me ask Miyakol this question.
Time to over again. Just mute yourself for a minute. I just want another person to answer the same question, and then I want you to answer it afterward. So, Ben Dengbol, the same question goes to you as well, please. Thank you.
Well, I think I made it clear earlier that if the Dinka Boer people had come with their families and guns and everything, and then they would attack a village, capture it, then chase people away or turn people into slaves in that particular area. And they're doing this all over Equatoria intentionally as a way of taking that land from the people, then it's invasion. But the people that they are accusing now are cattle herders. And I said this earlier, that the definition of a cattle herder and somebody who is invading the land or taking over the land from the people are contradictory. Why? Because cattle herders only move from their cattle from one place to the other looking for pastures, greener pastures, and water. And depending on the number of cattle that they have, and having seen the size of cattle camps around Mangala in pictures a few days ago, we're talking about thousands of cattle. These kind of cattle can only stay in one area for at least 2 weeks within a certain area, and they will have to move. And that is why they are in Kit today. Sometimes they go all the way up to Lanya, and sometimes they go all the way up to Magui. So these people are not invaders; they are cattle herders, and they are moving from one place to the other. And just a moment, original.
Okay.
Recently, the government of South Sudan signed an agreement with Eastern Africa, that is Ethiopia, Chad, Sudan, and other countries, allowing pastoralists from any member
That
state.
is African country. It is a Central African country.
Yes, allowing any pastoralist, in neighboring countries to move as they please with their cattle in search of water and greener pastures. No passports required, not even for the cattle herders themselves. Right now, I understand that there are people called Ambroro, and then maybe you people from Barkazal are familiar with this people. I understand they come all the way up to Wow. They come from somewhere, I do not know.
I think they go all the way until the northern Upper Nile, Sumo Ambororo. They
Okay,
go all the
very
way
good.
after Damazina.
These people, they are not restricted. They just move because they're looking for water, and when they graze, they go. Recently, I was in when I was in Ethiopia, between Gambela and Pagak. We met people on the way, and they said that these people come all the way from Eastern Sudan, and they walk. I don't know the tribe, but Nasdel. They are like Arabs, kid, and they walk all the way from Sudan. They come all the way up to Gambela, and they don't need passport. They don't need passport to come to Junub Sudan, and they don't need passport to come to Ethiopia.
No,
These are
these
known
people even
nomads.
Asma, these people that they are not Sudanese that they below the Bedia. Undom Khem, Kedabum Khem, Betamundum Bagar Betao.
Aywa,
They're
kalas.
the Bedia actually. When they come, they come.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
So the Dinkas, the Dinka Boer people that are there now are there temporarily, and they will go back.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted two more people to answer the same question. Ben Mayan, in your mic, you actually flashed your mic. I wanted you to answer the question.
Well, thank you. These people of Kud Jieng Nomtok. I greet you all. Instead of answering, I will answer the question with a historical reference to Mangala.
Thank you.
I've been reading a Wikipedia page on Mangala, South Sudan, that I invite you all to please go and read to get the importance of Mangala in Sudan and South Sudan. The page has a reference to 58 articles, 58 references. And so please go and read that to get a better picture of what Mangala is. Mangala, for a long time, during the Anglo-Egyptian condominium, Mangala was part of Upper Nile province for a long time until the British came in, and Mangala was still part of the Upper Nile province. And the inhabitants of Mangala were the Boer Dinka and the people of Southern Bari. And Mangala was an important area was a province that had a governor. The first governor, according to the article, was called Angus Cameron, who was appointed by the British as governor of Mangala province in 1906. They tried to use Mangala as an industrial hub in South Sudan to grow sugarcane. There was a sugar factory that was established in Mangala, that was constructed in Mangala, but the North decided to take it. The government of Abud decided to transfer all the equipment to Khartoum. And also there was an attempt to establish a textile industry in Mangala as well. Because of the land, you can grow water-intensive plants, just like sugarcane and cotton. So if in the future South Sudan is going to industrialize, which it will industrialize, Mangala will be one of those places that will see the construction of a sugarcane factory to provide sugar to South Sudan and probably East Africa, and a textile industry for South Sudan to make its own clothes. If that happens, then you will have human settlements. That is in the future. Before I come back to, you will have human settlements for the workers in those factories and the farmers that are going to work in the sugarcane farms and cotton farms. And these workers that will settle there, the first communities that will provide these settlements will be from Bor, they are closer to Mangala, and Southern Bari, because they were the original inhabitants of Mangala when it was part of the Upper Nile province, before it was taken to become part of the Lado enclave. In fact, the Lado enclave was brought, when it was brought back from the Belgians, when the Belgians were defeated by British soldiers in 1910.
They brought Lado enclave in 1912, years after they defeated.
Yeah,
correct, continue.
sorry, I had a phone call, I rejected it. So the Lado enclave were brought and made part of Mongala province. So it was not Mongala province that was taken, but it was the Lado enclave that were brought to Mongala province before Juba city was established in 1920, around 26 there. Then the capital of
1925.
Yeah, 25. Then the capital of Equatoria was the capital was moved from Mongala to Juba city. So the inhabitants of Mangala originally were these two communities. This answers the question that none of these communities can be called invaders, neither the Southern Bari people nor the Bor Dinka people. The Mundari crossed the river, came over to the eastern side of the river, a few of them, and became also part of this province called Mongala. Do you know that if you go read the article, the interesting thing is that the 26th president of the United States, Teddy Roosevelt, visited Mongala when he left the presidency in 1910, come from Belgian Congo. So Mongala is an important part of South Sudan, and it is going to be an important part of South Sudan when South Sudan settles down, when South Sudan resolves this.
Ustaz Mayandit, is it not an important part of Upper Nile? It used to be Upper Nile, and then is an important part in South Sudan. because it used to be a part of Upper Nile, but actually the whole of them, they are in South Sudan, right?
I agree with you, Brother Miyakol. It is an important part of Upper Nile. It used to be, before it was taken to Equatoria, it was an important industrial area earmarked for industries, and then it was transferred to Equatoria. And Anglican missionaries were brought. The missionaries came to Mongala, then they moved to Bor. Now, these two inhabitants of Mongala province, former Mongala province, now Mongala Payam, because over the years, because of the civil war, because of diseases, because people scattered from this region that was inhabited, and now they are coming back. They are coming back as part of a resettlement process that was part of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, the CPA. That resettlement involved two institutions, the SRRC, which was the Sudan and later on South Sudan Relief and Rehabilitation Commission, and the IOM, the UN. And the idea was to bring back the IDPs from the north that had grown in population, because if our IDPs went to the north and to East Africa, when Sudan, the population of Sudan was 15 million, they came back when the population of Sudan became around 40 million. So definitely they have increased in population. The people from Kwajok who were in Khartoum, who grew up in Khartoum, definitely would not allow their kids to come back and stay in Kwajok when there were no schools. So they were to be repatriated. Most of them came to Wow. The people who grew up in East Africa, whether from Bor or from the other parts of Equatoria, came back, and they could not go back to their villages because many of them don't even know those villages. Were born abroad, and you wouldn't want your children to come back from a place where they were schooling to these places where there were no schools, there were no roads. In fact, there were no agricultural schemes, there was no employment. So they definitely had to be repatriated back to different cities of South Sudan. That's why small cities like Wau and Juba just expanded overnight. I was in Juba. I stayed in Juba. I came to Juba in early in the first time I visited Juba was 1980. My father, I was around a 9-10-year-old. Then I came back to Juba in 2006. So I stayed in Juba from 2006 to 2018. I moved from Juba to Bor almost 25, 30 times. So I know this road very well of Juba, Mangala, Bor. I've always seen the people of Bor coming down to along the Nile. They never fought with the Mundari of Tali, and these are cattle herders. They move north, south, depending on the climate, depending on conflict, depending on many factors. So let us. The only solution is not to politicize this issue and leave it for early on. Many people, including my sister Amor, said, let the Salatin, who have their great grandparents who know this area properly, solve this problem of coexistence between these inhabitants of Mongala province. Let us restructure. I mean, have a security structure for this problem as Mongala province. Let us just think of these areas, Mongala province, for the sake of finding a solution to what has transpired. The Land Act, coming back to the Land Act of South Sudan, we have, of all land acts all over the world, there are areas that are called no-man lands. These no-man lands are forests. That's why you find environmental law is practiced in those no man's lands. Forests, rivers, lakes, even if these are part of colonial of regional boundaries, they are still no man's lands. Even if they are part of a certain region, so long as they are part of and within a nation state. Now these borders, there are two types of borders. International borders, these are our borders with our neighbors, with Uganda, with Kenya, with Sudan, with Ethiopia, with Congo. These are our borders that Congolese may not cross without permission. But internal borders of states, districts, provinces, these can be changed by what is called here in the US as redistricting. Redistricting is to create new districts, and these new districts are based on population increases. Our population is not going to be 15 million forever. Our population is, because of water, our population will be 50, 60, 70 million in less than 30, 40 years. The population of Uganda in the 80s was 15 million. Today it is 45 million. When the population of South Sudan increases, definitely we are going to have new cities, we are going to have new districts, we are going to have this redistricting in South Sudan. And the inhabitants of these new districts can be cut from different places. Like we may resurrect Mangala province one day, and the original inhabitants of that province will go back to be Southern Bari and the Bor Dinka. These conflicts of herdsmen or nomads again with agriculturalists is all over the continent, all over Africa. The Fulani in Nigeria, it has caused the lives of tens of thousands. Now we are still at an early stage. Let us stop it at this stage before reaching the level of Nigeria, where the Fulani and Hausa herdsmen are engaged in perpetual conflict with agriculturalists because of greener pastures for pastoralists. Boldeng or Deng Bol talked about the rights of nomads to cross international borders. We have the Miseria, the Miseria Arab nomads used to come, or they still come to Awil area. They killed so many of our people in Awil. They abducted many, yet we are still, the people of Awil are still looking for finding a solution that is not based on calling them in bed and keeping them away from, and this is an international border, keeping them away from coming to South Sudan. But their rights for grazing, their traditional rights to move and come back and come down to South Sudan during the dry season is recognized by international law, let alone internal borders that are changeable. So the issue should not be politicized, should be kept at a local level between the original inhabitants. I come back, the original inhabitants of this Mangala province that was once part of Upper Nile, later on became an independent province with two governors, British governors, then later on became part of Equatoria. Let us leave all that aside and allow the people of Bor and Southern Bari to settle this issue amicably. There could be masarat. These are routes for cattle herders to move south along the
Even Chief
Nile.
Deng Malwal was in Mangala. Anyway, original, I'm about to head out, so I might not be able to utilize my 2 minutes.
Just one more person, and then you'll be done.
Okay, I'll stop there. Then I think I've made my point.
Yes.
And let us coexist. South Sudan is for all of us to coexist. If it's only through coexistence that we are going to develop this country. Without coexistence, without recognizing that this is a piece of land that we must all live in it with our cows and with our crops. Let the cattle herders not destroy the crops of the farmers, because we all need, in part of human nutrition, we need greens and we need also meat. So these are both important communities that South Sudan that are important for food security in South Sudan and for this growing city of Juba that is expanding so fast. Thank you.
Yes. I think someone will interject in a minute, but I wanted to allow Matol. But Matol, can you make it short so that Paul can answer this question for me? Thanks.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Original.
Mator, did allow me first, because I don't want Paul Mator to leave. Paul Mator, I need to be give me a green in your room. Don't let me be humiliated the way I was humiliated in your room. And there was no rebuttal argument. Please keep me that way. I don't have problem with you, but the way you approach and
But Lion, I think that if you felt like that, LA should have contacted him privately. Right now, because we've got an engaging topic, I would like the room to continue.
It's good to contact him publicly, because this was done in public. We need accountability. But I need.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you get humiliated in the room with the green in your hand. So the green person with the green in his hand, humiliating somebody with green in his hand. I'm sorry about that.
Original, sorry. I also wanted to say something earlier.
Okay.
I spoke in that room, the Republican Party, Comrade Paul. We respect you and we respect your party, and I think this time is actually not the time for campaign, because South Sudan now, especially this 2023, has started out really, really bad for our people. And I know you usually, since you are at work sometime and you leave your room, some people take it over, and the way they talk is a misrepresentation of you and your party. And this is one of the problems that I have with groups like this, because it is actually, people will be accountable one day for words. And I mentioned something in your room earlier. I said during the 6th January insurrection, the words that were said on stage, such as "let us fight like hell," were used as part of the testimonies, and some people are now charged and serving time now in jail. And those people who organized the rally on the 6th of January and those who went to the Capitol were part of it. Don't let people use your good party and your platform when you are not there to say certain things. I was there, I came, I spoke, but I left. And usually there are certain people who takes it over. I know you have good intentions. You want to accommodate all the South Sudanese people, but some people really don't even consider South Sudan as their own. They actually want to destroy it completely. I want to change certain things, but I don't want to destroy anybody or the nation itself. I wish I can change the attitude of people, the way they do things, but not them, not to get rid of them or to get rid of any part of South Sudan. This is I wanted to Senegal Karma Martin and also chuman kai luel ku ke cái ne ga wena luel ku la piet benang tie ko ko la jam tin cái che in public because in I dangerous sometimes. Thank you.
Yes, Matol.
Okay, I don't know. Three people have just asked Dengabol Kichigo Jam Lion and Jamus. Jamus, let me give you some 1 minute, okay? Then I'll have 1 minute. Do you agree, original?
No, Jamus can wait a little bit because Paul Mator actually wants to leave, and it's not fair because I kept him longer. So
Okay.
if you want to add something towards the question I asked earlier, do it so that we can actually let him go.
All right. Let
He'll
me
come after,
let me
please.
appreciate Jieng Namtok members in America, Canada, and Europe for continuing the rooms. We were a bit sleeping here in Australia, so we hand over the room to you guys. Thank you very much for managing the room very well. Coming to the question of our ball invaders, you know the term invaders is a military term, and it is a term being used when you have tactically planned something, and then you move and execute it, what you have planned. So when people like Paul Mator come up and support Callisto Lado and say this is a freedom of speech, when terminology that were used does not actually fit the situation, we feel surprised. There is nothing called invaders or invasions because the term itself, grammatically, is a military term. And if you look at the way Dingabor has been moving around those areas, they have never planned something tactically and then move in to execute it as if they were going to take out some people. So there is nothing called invaders. Nobody is actually occupying any land. And that is why the word has wrongly been misplaced. And I was eager to hear from Paul Matar. How would he describe someone who called for the armaments of civilian as a freedom of speech? And is Paul Matar really in America? If he is, what constitution is he reading? Because a call for armament is not a freedom of speech. So the term invader is not correct. There was nothing planned. There was no any military execution that involved these cattle raiders. Even if they were going there, they were not going as something planned. Thank you very much. And I'm so happy with this room. And there will be more room coming up because we want to be having some intellectual debate. We come here, we talk, then we discuss. And we also respond to those who had lied about our names. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I can see Miyako flashing his mic. I saw you. We want to keep the room professional. Because it's the turn of Paul Mator, I would like to ask him a permission if he would allow me to let Jamus and Miyako just give you 1 minute of whatever contribution they want to add. Is that okay with you? Paul? Paul Mator, are you there? Is my network gone?
I think
you clear, Miss Queen. You clear.
All right, 1 minute, Jamus, and then 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm busy right now. Yeah, ma'am, I'm here to pick George up and Manyok. Yeah, and
all right.
Yeah, for
You
doctor's
continue
appointment.
listening.
Thank you.
You continue listening while you're doing your duties there. Jamus, come in quickly because it's not fair. We've got other people to speak.
Yes, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
original.
Thank you
I'll be
again.
listening. I'm busy right now.
Yes, I heard. You just mute yourself, but I hope you're listening.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's an article that I found in a website is supporting the brother claim earlier regarding the Mangala and the industrial area that was being built there at the time, Lado, Incliff, and whatnot, and how to what extent was that region actually is. The article, I just wanted to read it out. It's not anything I want to talk about. It's just something I want to read out to our public here to hear for themselves also. Because the Lado Enclave is colonial mistakes that they have done because they know what they're doing in our country. So it says that the Lado Enclave, a purely European creation with arbitrary boundaries, which cut indiscriminately across tribes, sub-tribes, and even villages, was created by Franco-Congolese Treaty of August 14, 1894. But it was not until 3 years later that the resource of Congo state was sufficient to occupy the enclave. The Congolese made sustained effort to develop enclave, but without possibility of future expansion into Bahr el Ghazal and Mangala province in the Sudan. Further development could not be justified by the term of 1906 agreement. Leopold, in return for a railway concession from Congo to Nile, agreed to annual the Anglo-Congolese agreement of May 12, 1894 had over the enclave to Sudan government on his death. This happened in 1910. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you for being short and brief. Thank you. Miracle?
Thank you so much, Ms. Queen Original, for actually asking a million or a billion or $1 trillion question, which actually answer the question of invasion. One of them shukur katir jidden jidden la hui Deng Mayandit. Deng Mayandit, you have proven that you are a lawyer and you came very fair and you give us the evidence. And here is the evidence, and people should learn from now on that actually sons and the daughters of Bo, they are not invaders. Rather, they are not even, neither they are Yajamana IDPs in Equatoria, because they are a part of it. Yajamana, when South Sudan succeeded from Sudan, was not a land. South Sudan is a land plus the people. If Mangala is a part of Yajamana of Upper Nile province, which is Jungule today, where the word invasion came from, actually it's supposed to be the people of Bor who are actually supposed to be complaining for the land grabbing, because you cannot take my land and you chase me away. As a Mangala is a part of Upper Nile. Undan Bora Gadin Fogu, Yajamana, that's why Anana Binagul in Nudi is a pure hatred. And actually, Yajamana is actually their displacement and as Bor Nafsum. These people, Yajamana insan Bugul ibn al-Bi'a. Human being is a son of environment. Even the animals. Etabam can digil samak and put it in the desert. Is an animal is that an asbor, whom they are accustomed and they are used to their environment, which is actually Mangala, into Hudin asbor when. Ashankida Akwani Fikatoria wa Junubin Gantas Mauda. This is the references. Deng Mayandit, so thank you so much. Enter, you are fair enough, and you are still asking for the people to live together as a South Sudanese. And that's what we've been calling for, means a man Ganugul Junubda, Debutana Nehna. Lakin Ajamana, listen, we are Junubin. Solution Paul Matora is a waste of time. Because if Paul Mator can be defensive, attacking me, Paul Mator can't darabni. Lakin Paul Mator was happy. Lemon Aisu, there Bugulo another fail mayor, and who are full of hatred, and who actually is a terrorist, asking actually Barrier to be armed against actually the citizens of actually of Mangala, which is actually the Boer people. Yajamana Umaza Alan Mino. Paul Matwaro never answered any question that was asked here. Paul Matwaro needs to be questioned mentally. Is a karas with the quiz. Well, it's all actually is against the Dinka themselves. Because it's not actually acknowledging. Bugula Nanas Miakolda, Anamar Zolda got a win. Gal is a law enforcer. The kind of Norman Ghanun, and Bugula is all who want to defend himself. That actually is a careless speaker. Yajamana, where in the world? I just self-defense is a right, legally an inherited right of a human being to defend yourself. Fana Bagifina, well, thank you so much, Deng Mayandit, and thank you all the people. Now you have listened, people aboard who are actually in Equatoria or in Mangala is a part of their land. They are a part of their land, and they cannot be taken away from their land. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Miyakol, for being brief also. Paul is collecting his kids from school. Otherwise, it would have been his turn to answer all the questions. So we've got someone who's been waiting here for some time. Nasruddin, it will be your turn to speak, but just try to make it short so we can go back to the topic, to the main topic.
I think أنا ذاتي جزء من المين توبيك. أنا قاعد منتظر فرصتي من قبلك عشان نتكلم في الموضوع.
لا
شكرا جزيلا.
Maybe I said it wrong. It's your turn. Paul is busy, but just talk on the main topic, and maybe the other question will be your follow-up.
Yeah, I was letting Miyakol know that no mnangetotin a whole nation accommodate. That is for his information.
Who is talking now? I cannot see the person. Is it Paul? Paul, are you free now? All right, mute yourself a minute. Nasruddin, sorry, you go ahead.
Paul Motor was interrupting you and interrupting this person. Paul Motor will never speak. Paul Motor also coming here, but he will respond to Miyakol. Into Miskela Miyakol. Achan Miyakol is defending his people. Miyakol da one of Mahmoud Denkawi. One, I will never accept Denka to be humiliated or to be killed or their rights to be taken away. Paul Motor and Kalam Bugulu openly Gidam Rabbana or Gidam Ayizol. All
right, thank you guys. Just try to be patient with me. You guys are going to give me a heart attack. Nasruddin, go ahead.
شكرا. أنا بحاول نضغط الفكرة حقتي حتى إن نقدر نوصلها في الفترة اللي كنت تتوحوا علي. الصراع الحاصل لكل اخواننا هو انا ما دار اقول ما ضروري، يعني ما عشان الناس ما عشان الا البقاء، لكن هو في جوهره هو صراع بتاع السلطه والثروه. اي زول داري يكون يلقى السلطه والثروه، فبالتالي التولز الناس اللي بيستخدموه فوقه هو بيكون بتاع انه اي زول بيحاول يستغل الدول الثاني، زي ما بيحبوا يسموه الشيوعيين، استغلال الانسان لاخيه الانسان. ف لكن اي زول بيكون عنده يعني تكتيك مختلف وعنده اسلحه مختلفه بيستخدمها له.
Due respect to moderators, Nasruddin Arabic very classical. Is there in can speak in English?
Lion خليه Lion كمان English بتاعكم كمان sometimes it there is not let him we understand, let him speak.
اوكي معليش انا ما ممكن نكسر عرض بتاعي اكثر من كده. انا بحاول نخبطه مع جزء من الانجليزي لكن ما ايزي يعني. فالدار اقول شنو، الاخوان الاكواتوريين هم بيحاولوا يكونوا سمارت وبيحاولوا يعني يورونا هم sometimes يقولوا we are the most peaceful people بتاعنا، لكن اللغه اللي بيستخدموها اللغه بتاع يعني لغه فيها عنف مبالغ فوقه يعني. والعنف العنف اللفظي ده احيانا رد الفعل بتاعه بيكون اكعب من العنف الثاني يعني. فبالتالي لازم يسمعوا هذه الاصوات. انا حقيقه فخور جدا جدا للشباب اللي قاعد يصدر للتروحات بتاعتهم اللي قاعد يقولوها هنا هناك دي، عشان على الاقل يستشعروا جزء من المسؤوليه يعني. ما يلعبوا ساكت بالالفاظ وما يحاولوا يعني يأذوا الناس بالكلام الفارغ اللي يقولوا ده. ف يعني الكراهيه يعني ايزي تظلم الزول، لكن توصل الزول لمرحله الظلم بعدين رد الفعل بيكون بطال جدا جدا. وانا ما داير اكون يعني نقول اتمنى انه جيبه تكتم زي ما كتمت قبل كده، حتى انه في ناس بعدين بيلقوا اجحار يخشوا فوقه. ف لكن خليه الكلام ده كله يكون نذر وتحذير انه الكلام قاعد يحصل ده كلام ما كويس. فنرجع لفكرتي حق الصراع السلطه والثروه. يعني من يجي كلاب هاوس هنا الناس قاعد يتكلموا عن انه دينكا يعني هيمنه بتاعت الدينكا. لو جينا بطريقه احصائيه يا اخوان، نتكلم بكلام بتاع احصاء، اي زول عشان يعرف قدر نفسه، اي زول بوزنه البرسنتج بتاع النسبه بتاعتك نشوف انت تمثيلك في السلطه قدر شنو. وانا ما نمشي نقيس بعيد، يعني خلينا نقيس مثلا قبيلتين في إكواتوريا ذاتهم، مثلا الباريا واللاتوغا ناس الشرق الاستوائيه. نلقى انه اللاتوغا هم يمكن 3 اضعاف قبيله الباريا، لكن في السلطه النظيفه ما قاعد يكون ولا نص التمثيل بتاع الباريا. ليه؟ لانه جوبا هي الكابيتال. ليه؟ لانه كل الفرص all the opportunities وكل البنفيت بتاع الدوله كله قاعد هناك. عشان كده باريا كان قاعد يقول لهم نصيب الاسد في كل حاجه. ايفن لو قارناهم مع قبيله الدنكا ذاته يمكن الباريا بينافس الدنكا في مستوى التمثيل بتاع السلطه على كل المستويات. يمكن السلطه الفوقيه لو جينا الجيش ده هو بيكون هناك مختلف، لانه الجيش ده كان جيش التحرير، لكن الفرص السلطه المدنيه نلقى انه الباريه بنفسه الناس. المنظمات، من المهيمن المنظمات السلك الدبلوماسي، يعني حتى نقول السفارات مثلا، ولا خلينا نجي السلطه المدنيه. الفرص ده باريه لقوها عشان هم they are qualified لانه هم قاعدين في العاصمه. الصراع بتاع العاصمه ده صراع بتاع السلطه في المقام الاول، وهم they trying to push الاخرين برا عشان هم يكون لهم نصيب الاسد. يعني قبل في الروم ده قبلك لما الزول اسمه وارلوس ولا وارسول كان فتح روم امبارح بيتكلم عن البترول ما البترول. لما تسالوا كتير كله عندكم بترول هناك، هو صاحبه عنده شركه بتاع بترول وهو عمل فيها متخصص مجال البترول. ليه انت بتتكلم بترول مغاري؟ عندكم بترول في استوائيه، وليه ما دار يجوا جنبك هنا عشان ينافسوك في الفرص زيت؟ فده all about كله عبر السلطه والسروميه. يقول لك احنا ويا ناد الشيم والكلام الفارغ اللي يقولوا ده. جوبا دي هتكتم في يوم من الايام، بعد ذاك بتكون ضيقه يعني. فما لما نحن نغير اللغه نتكلم فوق ده وما نحاول نكون نسمع على الناس نقول نحن متعلمين اكثر، انه ما في كلام كلام ما بنطلع علينا، ما بيمشي علينا. انا كنت مشيت 2017 معلش الزمن ما بسع لان نحكي القصه، لكن خلينا احكيها كنموذج. فلما مشيت درت واحد زميلي صاحبي وبلدنا معي هنا ده شغال في ديبوك، فمشيت له في مكتبه. جينا مارين لقينا في مكتب كده بتاع الشؤون الصحيه عنده علاقه بالخدمات الصحيه. فقاموا فيه 3 بنات من فيكتوريا، بنات دول وقفوه قال له يا اخي، انا ما نقول اسمه لانه هو زول مهم هسه. قال له يا اخي اهلك ديل مستهبلين ساكت. هم they were talking about الإيشو بتاعت في حالات بتاعت يعني ما طبيعيه وهي عندها علاقه بالتلوث والهاي كيميكال اللي قاعد يستخدموه في المناطق بتاع البترول. اهلكم ديل مستهبلين ساكت وقاعدين هناي بتاع هناي، هم ضد انه في حاجه زي ده. ونلقاهم في العماره ده هم they are majority البنات بتاعهم. الدوية اللي هم لقوا الوظائف ده ما دام نتكلم عنه برضه اساليب الرخيصه. يمكن ضمن القاطع هناك هو بيعرف الكلام ده لانه هو كان قريب للبتاع، وده واحد من اكثر الناس عندهم كراهيه. وانا ما اعرف هل هو ندمان البوزيشن اللي هو فقدوا لانه مشيت مرض. فايش اول اباوت سلطه. لكن الوسائل اللي بيستخدموها وسائل رخيصه ده الرد فعل بتاعه بعدين بيكون بطال. انا غايت واحد من الناس ما عندي مانع ان تكون في رواندا نمرة 2 في جنوب السودان ولا 2013 ضد اي زول داير يتكلم كلام بتاع كراهيه. انا بجيب قدر. شكرا جزيلا.
Yeah, thank you very much. Lion, it's your turn, and then I want to ask a question to our guest also. Lion, you go ahead.
Can I apologize to Lion? Lion, Malaysia, when I said let him speak, that it shows, we have the Dinka. We have people who can speak in classic Arabic. Some of them they cannot understand it that. And we taught people in the Fibor and the Dictor Abdullah Deng. So we the Dinka. Let people know. And Dinka del Nazma Sahlin. We have a classic English, we have a classic Screen, we have a classic Arabic, Chinese, so many things. The Dinka is our pride actually to have sons of the Dinka who speak classic Arabic. Shukran, Ustaz Lion, for your understanding.
All right, Lion, it's your turn. Okay, it doesn't seem to be in the room.
Yeah, he's
but
not.
I want to.
That's what I
I want
wanted.
to. Sorry.
I was trying to let you know he's not in the room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I want to welcome Dengi Dayok to this forum, Jieng Cows. We welcome you. Our topic today, it's about our Jieng cows being used as a pretext for another Kokora too. The second question that came with the room was, did the Dinka Boer who came to Mangala or those areas with the crisis right now, have they invaded the area? That was the second question. Also, there's something going on Facebook, on Radio I. It's from General Lul Rai Kong, responding to Bari community. He asked a question, several questions. He was asking, who ambushed the SSPDF on Christmas Eve? Who dug the round defensive foxhole trenches on one of the island? Okay. And then he asked, and then he said 82 millimeters shells were recovered on one of the island. Okay. Do they belong to Bari youth or NAS rebels? Okay. SSPDF headquarters, Bill Farm, demands for chairman of Bari community an answer, basically, from them. So those are the stuff we are going to discuss now. I've added the third one, and I want Dengi Dayok to come in now. Thank you for being with us, and go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Original Plus, for the chance, and thanks to all the moderators and the speakers in the room, as well as the listeners down there. I actually came late to the room, and I was attracted by the title, "Are Jieng Cows Being Used as Pretext for Another Kokora 2?" So I got attracted by this, and I said, let me come to the room and listen to what people are saying. I did not actually come with an intention of getting a chance to speak. I came rather with an intention of listening to what is being said in the room. So by the time I came in, Paul Mator was speaking, answering the question from you. And so I said, let me follow the trend of this room. We are all aware of the issue of cattle nowadays between our people, Jieng the Boer, and our people in Equatoria, whether they are Bari or other communities in Equatoria. It's a burning issue. It's becoming a burning issue. And I agree with Mayan Dengdit when he said that this issue is politicized. That is a correct description to it. It is politicized, and it is made a very big issue. Although it is something that actually needs to be handled at the level of the communities and at the level of authorities at the state level, or rather local government levels. But because everything is politicized in our country, that's why the issue is becoming very big. I'm here to speak about this issue, and I would speak briefly. And I want to speak about this topic the way I feel I should speak about it. No one should dictate what I want to say. No one should expect me to speak the way he or she thinks I would speak. But let me do it my own way. Whether it agrees with you directly or indirectly, that's me, and that's what I'm going to say.
I did not like some comments when I arrived to the room, because Paul Matar was speaking and he was like being dictated by some commentators on the comment section when they said that he did not answer the question correctly. And I was saying that we don't have standards for correct or incorrect answers to the questions that are asked here in the room. Paul is a politician, and he is therefore free to answer the questions the way he wants to answer those questions, as long as he has no intention to harm or to hurt the feeling of any community in South Sudan. What I want to say is that the issue of cattle is politicized. And now let me go back to the question which was asked, the question of invasion. Are the Dinka Boer cattle herders who go to Equatoria in order to rear their cattle and herd their cattle there, are they invaders? You know, this mentality of South Sudanese thinking about other South Sudanese invading their own land is very strange. I'm saying this because at the beginning of last year, when we were discussing the book by Carol Berger, which is an agitation of the other South Sudanese tribes against the Dinka, in my opinion, Yeshua Daw was quoted as talking about invasion when he said that the Nuer would arm themselves and come back to invade South Sudan. And then he said Equatorian would be made to invade South Sudan. And so a lot of people were asking themselves, this question of invasion was asked several times. Because when you're talking about invasion, it sounds as if there are other people who are not from this country, people from outside, coming to invade this country and occupy the land and chase away those who are the original or the indigenous people of the land. That's how it sounds. So when Kalisto Ladu, the former mayor of Juba City Council, was talking about the Dinka Boer cattle headers as invaders into the land of Bari, that was not acceptable, as it was not acceptable in the words of Honorable Joshua Dow in the book written by Carol Berger. And so I don't think that the Dinka Boer cattle headers who are grazing their cattle in Mangala or in places like Magri or Bilinyang or Lobanok or in Eastern Equatoria, these people are not invaders at all. Why? Because they are South Sudanese. And 2 weeks ago, I was talking about this issue of cattle together with our former ambassador to the USA, Dr. Akin Koch, and with another guy from the US, a gentleman, a very smart gentleman by the name David Cush. We talked about this, and our approach was an intention. Our approach in addressing the matter was with an intention of providing the solution to the issues and problem created by the cattle herders, or the conflict between the cattle herders and the local communities in Greater Equatoria. So we talked about this one in a good faith as people who are looking for the solution to the problem. And so when some people come and say that this is an invasion, it is not correct. And I would not blame Kalisto Ladu or Bara community, because there are so many reasons why I say this. Number one, Kalisto himself is polarized, in a state of polarization, and he's in a state of anger, you see, and that's why he spoke that way. And as all of us are following on social media, there is political polarization going on this issue. Last Sunday, I was in a political rally, and we were discussing about the current situation in South Sudan, here where I am in this country. So one of the members of National Salvation Front was given a chance to express their views as National Salvation Front. And so he went and talked about the issue of cattle, the issue of Dinka Boer cattle herders invading the land of Bari and the land of Equatoria. And so he actually summarized the problem of South Sudan, or the fundamental problem of South Sudan. He minimized it and summarized it in the issue of cattle herders and the local communities in Equatoria. And when I say that he summarized it into this point, I don't mean that this issue or this conflict between the cattle herders and the local communities is not actually a problem. It is a problem, and it is part of what we call the fundamental problem of South Sudan. And that's why I think that the people from Bur who are grazing their cattle in the land of Equatoria, these people are not invaders, and they will not become invaders, whether now or in the future. This is it. This language comes about because people are polarized. People do not accept themselves. People are made to hate themselves because this issue is polarized. You know, it is politicized and it is made complicated by the political class, by the politicians. You know, they have politicized this issue, and therefore you see people like Callisto speaking in such a language that is not acceptable. That is not supposed to be a language of the people who are said to be people of one country. But because there is a gap made already between the people of South Sudan, and hatred made this gap, that's why we hear responsible people such as the former mayor of Juba City Council speaking in such a language. And that's why we even hear some political organization, especially the members of NAS and the members of what was called Soma. They speak here on social media about these cattle headers as invaders. When I say that they are not invaders, I don't mean to say that there are no problem between the cattle herders and the local communities in the area. In fact, there are problems, and I do acknowledge that those problems, and I actually talked about those problems in other forums, and I said what should be the way forward. So this is my answer to the question whether the Dinka Boer cattle herders are invaders or not. And my answer is they are not invaders. They are fellow citizens of the country, together with those of Bara community, together with all the local communities in Greater Equatoria. But we have to look into the problem between the cattle herders, or the reason that are generating the conflict between the cattle herders and the local communities, and address those issues so that we can find a way out from this conflict. So this is my answer to the first question on the issue of invasion. And then there were other questions. Original Plus, can you remind me about what were the other questions? Before I come and give you my answer as whether the Jieng cows are being used as a pretext for another Kokora in South Sudan. Can you remind me, please?
Okay, bear with me 1 second. Okay, so General Lul Rai Kong, he responded to the community of Bari earlier on today, and I read this on iRadio. He just asked questions when that who attacked Mangala on the 14th, sorry, on Christmas Eve. He also mentioned that somebody who dug the round defensive foxhole trenches on one of the island. And then the second one, one of the follow-up to the question was 82 millimeters shells were recovered on one of the island. do they belong to the Bari youth or NAS? This was a demand from the Bill Farm chairman, Lulroy, to the community of Bari. My question to this.
Of the SSPDF.
Yes, this is what I'm saying, Lulroy. So my question is like, how do you guys feel about this? And because it's as if the community is being asked these questions, and these are the stuff we've been talking about here, because the NAS group in Clubhouse, the separatists in Clubhouse, plus those who call themselves the Unionists, come across with the language of Mayor Callisto. So is there any connection here? And why is this happening? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Last month, I talked about this issue, and I said what is happening on the ground back home and what is being said here on social media, especially by the opposition group, the NAS and others. What is happening on the ground and what is being said on social media resonates, is actually resonating. So all these things that are happening on the ground back home are not coming out of the blue. They are well coordinated between members of the opposition, that is the National Salvation Front, and their elements, or let me say their army on the ground there. Because what they say here on social media and what is taking place on the ground is the same thing, typically the same. And so the question, who are those who clash with the Dinkabor cattle headers during the Christmas, whether in Mangala or in other part of the country? I said it earlier on the 20th of last month. I said National Salvation Front, as a political organization that is opposing the government of the Republic of South Sudan and that is fighting against this government, is the one behind the attack that happened in that area. That was a week before, or 2 weeks before that, 1 week, yes, let me say 1 week before the attack during the Christmas Eve happened between the army, the National Salvation Front army, and the Dinkabor cattle herders. I said this, and when I said this, they came to the room where I was speaking, and they tried to justify this point, and they denied it, and they attacked me personally. But I did not respond to them because I was confident that what I was saying was right and that it was the truth. 1 week later, what I said earlier was confirmed by the spokesperson of the army, General Lul Roykong. He accused members of the National Salvation Front of having been the one who attacked the cattle headers in Mangala. And so this issue was confirmed by the army spokesperson based on the information available to him. And I said it earlier also based on the information that I had obtained. And so when the members of the National Salvation Front comes here and they try to justify themselves that they are not behind the attack against the cattle herders in the area, this is a total lie. And I think they should be bold enough to accept this, because this is what they said here on social media, that go and cattle and kill those cattle herders, kill them and drive them away from the land of Equatorial. That's what they say. And so there is no point for them to deny this. Okay, it doesn't sound logical when they are heard in the room agitating for war, telling the local communities that buy arms and kill those cattle headers, when they are heard in the rooms urging members of the communities in diaspora to make fundraising and send the money to them so that they buy guns and kill those cattle herders. And then they come at the end of the day to deny this is not acceptable, and it is a confusion, and they are trying to justify themselves. But history will not justify them, and we are all witness to what they do. Now, when General Lulroy, the army spokesperson, said that the National Salvation Front army was behind the attack that happened in Mangala and the attack that happened against those who were coming in a boat. There were people coming in a boat from Bor coming to Juba, and they were mainly Nuer. They were coming from Bor, and they are not originally actually come from Bor. They are coming from other areas like Wat and other areas. And what they do, these are people working in the business of selling the dry fish. They bring the dry fish all across from those areas, all the way to Juba. So those people were attacked. And the people who attacked them and killed them, that was last year, these people are members of the National Salvation Front, or let me say soldiers that belongs to the National Salvation Front. And they should not deny this at all. There is no way for them to deny this. Okay. And when we talk about the trenches which were decked when the SSPDF stormed the area and fight against those elements of the National Salvation Front, it is very clear. You know, civilians do not dig trenches or what were called foxhole by the army spokespersons. Of course, he called them foxhole because he does not even want to recognize those holes as trenches, because trenches are mainly dug by the army, and so he referred to them
No,
as
it's our
foxhole.
term, then we use it foxhole to hide in it.
Huh?
We use it actually, it's a military term too, foxhole. We use it in the military as somewhere that we can hide in. We just call it foxhole. Is a true.
Okay, I thought he was denouncing those holes, and that's why he did not call them trenches or bunkers. But in your military language, if they are called foxhole, it is okay. And so these people are the one who were behind the attack, and they are the one who dug those foxhole. Earlier on, there was a statement attributed to the same spokesperson of the army, General Lulroy Kong, in which he was assumed to have accused members or the Bari community. But I always say that communities are innocent; they should not be accused of anything. What is behind the attack is the National Salvation Front, and so these are my answers to your question, dear sister. Now let me come to the conclusion, and the conclusion is going to be the answer to the topic or to the question that is up as a topic. Are Jieng cows being used as a pretext for another Kokora in South Sudan? That is the serious question we are answering in this forum. My answer to this question is yes. These cattle that are from a single community, and they are not all over the region, they are in certain areas of the region. These cattle are being used as a pretext for another Kokora. Only the word Kokora is not used. But if you look at the manifestation of what is going on critically, it is Kokora in a different form. And so they are back to the politics of Kokora, but they don't want to use the word Kokora. They are using the cows. And when I say they are using, I mean the politicians here. I'm talking about the political class. The political class are the one using these cows as a pretext for Kokora. And so South Sudan right now, as we speak, is witnessing the manufacture of another Kokora after 30-something years. So the people of South Sudan should understand that these cattle are being used as a pretext for perpetuating another Kokora. Because when you listen to the members of National Salvation Front who are talking on social media, what do they say? They say cattle out from Equatoria. They say all Dinkas out from Equatoria. What is this now? This is simply Kokora. And so the matter is no longer about the cattle keepers only, and it is not about the damages being done by the cattle in the area. It is about tribalism. It is about hates toward the Jieng people, that they have to leave Equatoria and that they have to get out of Equatoria. That's what is happening. Coming back to the damages that are caused by the cattle in the area, I am very clear about this. I said earlier that the cattle that are in the area, if these cattle are damaging the agricultural areas of the local community, then this is not acceptable at all, because no one would love to see cattle from our people of the Jieng Boer community getting into the farms and agricultural areas of our people, the local communities in Equatoria, to destroy those farms, because those farms represent their livelihood and their income. They depend on those things. And so any damage again, those farms is not acceptable, and it is not justifiable at all. And that's why we suggested in that forum where we were talking together with Akej, and very recently with those of Edmond Yakani, we said that those cattle, if they have become a source of insecurity, if they have become a source of any problem, and if the matter is politicized and made complicated, and it is being used for hate speech on social media, and it is practically being used on the ground as an actual translation to the speech of hate or hate speech, which is going on here on social media. We said, if this is the situation, then the cattle headers from the Boer community should be asked in a peaceful way to relocate from the areas of those local communities, and they can even go to areas as such as Awarial County in Lagos State. They can go even up to the Tony areas and even to Warab areas to avoid the problem of insecurity, the problem of killing that is happening every time, until when such a time when there are no problems in Greater Equatoria, when there is national cohesion, then these people can be allowed to come back to the areas of Equatoria. And let me say this also: the cattle herders from Boer area are not throughout in the areas of Greater Equatoria. They are there seasonally. And when I say seasonally, they only go there during the rainy season. That's the time they go there, because the land of Boer, okay, if you look at it, it is a low land, and it falls into the area that is known to all of us as salt wetland. And so when the rain is raining, or during the rainy season, that area is submerged by the waters, and the cattle cannot have a place to stay. And therefore, our people from Boer, they migrate seasonally during the rainy season to go into the areas of Equatoria, so that they can graze their cattle, and so that they can stay there in the area. But when the land is dry, okay, when the dry season comes, then they go back with their cattle. And so this cattle headers migration is a seasonal thing. It is not something that is permanent. And so when you listen to the people speaking about these cattle herders, you feel as if these people have actually left their land and they went and settled there, and they are going to be there forever. No, that is not the case. They go there seasonally. And so we suggested that these people should relocate to other areas during those rainy seasons, and when the dry season comes, then they have to come back to the area where they are. That's what we suggested last time. And we suggested this in order to reduce, diffuse, and minimize the level or the proportion of hatred that is now perpetrated by the National Salvation Front and others. You see this? The president even said it, that the issue of cows is being used, and he expressed his fears recently during the SPLM National Liberation Council. He said these cattle, this issue of cattle is being used as a pretext by some people in order to join the National Salvation Front. And so, to answer the question, the cattle are being used as a pretext to use Kokora. To bring about another Kokora. Who's championing that? This one is being championed by the National Salvation Front and some intellectuals from the area. They are using it as a political propaganda in order to gain support from the the local communities within Greater Equatoria region. And so it is a political campaign that is based on hate, that is based on mobilizing the local communities in Greater Equatoria against the Jieng. And so the National Salvation Front is not on the mission of bringing about what they call National Salvation Front to all the South Sudanese. The National Salvation Front is engaged in dividing the people of South Sudan, in agitating the local communities in Greater Equatoria to kill the cattle herders. It is busy agitating and sowing the seed of discord among the people of South Sudan. It is busy telling the people of Equatoria to go and fight against the Dinka. And so you can see that this movement is not national. It is not national at all. And they are not for the national salvation that they think they are bringing to the people of South Sudan. And I have to be very honest on this. They have to talk about all the problems that the people of South Sudan are facing. They shouldn't adopt the issues that Equatoria is facing or the issues that are happening in Equatoria as a region. And so they are depicting themselves to all of us on social media here as a political organization that is based on regionalism. Because we are now taken back to 1982 when the issue of Kokora came up and the people of South Sudan got divided. This is what is the National Salvation Front is doing. And so dividing the people of South Sudan, agitating them to fight against one another, using the cattle as a pretext for another Kokora is not good, dear members of National Salvation Front. If you are for the nation, speak about the issues of the nation and don't divide the people of South Sudan. Don't agitate them to kill themselves or hate themselves. And hitherto, I will stop, my dear sister, Original Plus, Brother Wal, Amor, and all the moderators and the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dengi Dayok. I can also tell you that NAS, or National Salvation, is part of the reason why Twitch and Ngok conflict is going on. I have my own proof on that, and so are other people in Clubhouse. In this, I will allow interjection from Yakol, or maybe a respond, or he wants to add something to what you said. Thank you very much. Again, Yakol, you come in and let's hear from what you want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, Nyandeng, Original, I want to thank you. Even the last point that you added is true and is 100% right. First of all, I want to thank Ustaz Denga Yongdit and Ustaz Gibela Naguta Mayandit. I want to let people of South Sudan know what Deng Yongdit, his opposition. but he's the real opposition. If we want to talk, this is the opposition that we need in South Sudan. That actually fighting for the right of the people of South Sudanese. Deng Ayongdit has proven that he's a nationalist because he actually did not deny and he condemned the communities, even the barrier community, to be labeled as actually to be targeted. Deng Ayongdit has spoken, and I felt sorry for the killing of innocent fishermen, or actually بقولوا fish traders اللي هو نوير actually. نوير ده الناس اللي بيشتغلوا في dry fish اللي انا قاعد اقوله في كومبودا. A lot of people did not talk about it. To me, I call people like Deng Ayongdit, they are the people who are supposed to be in opposition في برلمان. That actually, these are the people who actually اللي بنقول المعارضين البنائين، يعني المعارضة البناء ما بتنكر حق الانسان، ومفروض زادوا ناس زي ناس دين ايوغي يعمل لهم حمايه من الحكومه نفسها، لان دي العين الثالثه ودي المعارضه ان احنا دايرينها، دي المعارضه البناء ان احنا دايرينها. لكن people of South Sudan they don't like this kind of people. وانا بقول لحكومه من هنا، ناس زي ناس دين ايوغي دي او ناس دايرهم في برلمان، خاصه كير ميادت اللي كان مداك بيقول انا ما لقيت ناس بيشتغلوا، انا لقيت ناس بياكلوا، انا متاكد ناس زي ناس دين ايوغي ديل او ناس ممكن بيشتغلوا. ده الفويس اللي المفروض نسمعه في البرلمان، ما في خارج السودان، لانه ده فويس بتاع انسان حقاني. اول حاجه 2 points. even مقدمه بتاعته لما دخل I want to thank the moderators. You've been patient. لو كان ناس ثانيين كانوا يقول لا دين ايوغي you don't dictate what we want to say. لكن استاذ دين ايوغي we were asking for the truth and then دارين ده يزول يقول الحقيقه, including you want to say the truth and you have proven that you are a truth teller. And that's why والناس اللي بيقولوا حقائق بيكونوا brave. You could have been كانت تسيس الموضوع زي باقي الناس قاعدين بيعملوا، لكن كنت بتنكر حق الناس. لكن اليوم لو في زول بيسمع حقيقه، انت لمس كل قلب اي انسان وحل لمشكله جنوب السودان including ناس organization هم لو ناس بيسمعوا تماما وبيعرفوا لو عندهم قضيه وطنيه المفروض يسمعوا للناس زي انه what they doing actually they are destroying their own communities and actually they are actually creating a war between the communities, inciting the war between the communities. معناها ما عندهم اي قضيه وطنيه، لا كان لباريا ولا كان لإيكاتوريان ولا كان لجنوبيين، معناها ما حيكون في سلام. انت المعارضه المفروض باقي المعارضه تستفيد منك والحكومه تستفيد منك والمواطن الجنوبي يستفيد منك، لانه you are a true stellar. انت داير peace في جنوب السودان. عشان كده من يوم الليل انا مياكل I will be listening to you carefully. I'll pay my attention to you. وانا بحب الانسان اللي بيقول الحقيقه. وانا قلت انه حاجتين بيقتلونا انا مياكل، شغل وحقيقه بس. I am so very happy. You pointed 2 points very important. Explanation of the word invasion. لانه انت قلت invasion ده should not, citizens of the same country should not be called another invaders. لانه كلام word invasion is used for the foreigners who came and invaded the land. انا كزول خلفيتي قانون في حاجه اسمها جماعه تعدي. لو كان قالوا والله الناس اللي تعدوا على مناطق بتاع الناس ولا تعدوا على مزارع بتاع الناس ده قانون، ده تعدي اللي بيسموه trespassing. could have been good. لانه ده is a crime, trespassing. لكن when you say invasion انت بتوري انه الناس ديل يعني they are labeling these people either they are actually denying themselves to become a South Sudanese or they are denying the citizenship of the citizens of South Sudan who are there. Another point قلت موسم يا جماعه، حاجه اسمها موسم or seasonal movement ده even يا جماعه environmentally اي حاجه seasonal people have to be ready for it. ده معناته بوري انه the local government including اللي هو mayor ده if they know انه يا جماعه لانه because يا جماعه these people بتاعت بقر ده they did not start يا جماعه roaming around in that area after South Sudan become independent. This study seen is the creation. معناته when there are people like this انا كزول خلفي قانونيه واشتغلت في مدني، اشتغلت في خرطوم، اشتغلت في سنجا، اشتغلت في الأبيض، اشتغلت في كادوغلي. حتى الناس الجزيره زمان شرطه الجزيره بيكون عندهم حاجه اسمها حمايه المحاصيل. معناته بيعرفوا الموسم بتاع بعد كده الرعاه بعد كده والمزارع قربت
بيعمل deployment للناس معناه عندهم program seasonal يا جماعه occasions like this. زي في امريكا the state that I am in, they always know in December or in October يا جماعه the winter is here. The city of my city, they will be ready. The seasonal removal of the snow protection وحاجات دي كله. فاستاذ دينغا يونغ God bless you my brother. وانا بشكر تاني ناس المودريتورز والروم ده in particular my dear sister original. يعني you come up with a good, even the last point that you added. I'm surprised when ين ماثيو اللي هو قاعد في ناس اذا كان ناس themselves are killing innocent Nuer who are providing food very important يعني product بتاعنا بتاع الملاكمبو بتاعنا ده يعني these innocent people to be targeted عشان simply هم ناس ما يعني كمواطنين ولا عشان هم نوير. انا كنت داير ين ماثيو اللي كان بيقول لانه وده ناس انه ابياي must be armed against the innocent people of Warab. وده كلام استاذ دينغا قال انه ناس ديل they don't have a national يا جماعه agenda لانه you cannot incite يا جماعه war against the communities. فشكرا لك استاذ دينغا يونغ مره اخرى وشكرا لكم. انا ذاتي وعد كده قلبي برد. I am not going to talk anymore for the people who ممكن بيقول لي يا كول دايما قاعد يتدخل. This room I was the one who asked Jieng Cows to come and open the room so we can discuss this issue. That's why أنا قاعد أتدخل معه عشان إنه the privilege better than other people. فشكرا لكم moderators ويا جنوبين. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So it's been a couple of hours, like almost 4 to 5. I want to give one more song as a break. Don't judge me on the artist. It's just the song that relates to whatever is happening. So
Nyandeng we am ja for lan lo lo da man den lo ben mem ana be ja ping ba den long time te you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just
lagi Nyandeng legend magamo kujula deng di dayok kujula mayan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Network there.
Okay. So
that's a politics nak na patinu give up kubin kwa jam ka kwanwan go ka lo ro ka chokpe deng di dayok kujula mayan ga che kale ya pe bijala be ga che kale go jeng daban ya kichi ma ya ko lelen de pelan wa chi wa lu jamin jan wo pan wa yu ping ka san kwai won dio ka e marodin ken jeng nom to ken ko jere dar yo kanu e ban yo kanu jeng nom to ken ko ya ku mo bas lakin jeng nom to ka sasen e ken mo jeng pure mo jang je ken ko la ga be politics ene ken ke tiri be mal wo am ka japon. Thank you nyande de ko le ben.
Thank you. Should I play a song or just move on with the line, you guys? It's up to you guys.
Yeah, you can go ahead and refresh your room.
Yeah. All right, thank you. I'm just gonna play one song that I think relates with everything. All right, thank you very much. The next person to speak is Mijuk. It's your turn. Sorry, I can't play the entire song. I'll take another break later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Original, Sister Amor, and Sister Tony, and then Brother Matoldit for moderating the room. And you guys been keeping the room very professional. And then I would like to thank the speaker before me. Even actually, I will not talk a lot because what I was going to say it already been said. So there's no reason for repeating what was already been said. The problem, I will go to the topic. The topic is our Jieng cow being used as a pretext for another corporate. Yes, that is true. If you look at the tone, the language that's been used in so many forums, yet there is a Kokora in the making. And that Kokora actually is targeting certain tribe, which happen to be a Denga tribe. Yet in the South Sudan constitution, we have that freedom of movement and residency. You can live in any places as long as it doesn't affect anybody in health or security wise. So this one, even those who are actually speaking today, agitating for Dinka being an invaders and occupier in Equatorian, I believe majority of them are in the West. And in the West, you can move around, you can go to any state. It is actually, if you live in Australia, I believe you can choose where you want to live. The same thing in Canada, in America. It is actually a right of any citizen to move around in his own country. The same thing in South Sudan. South Sudan is not an exception in this. But the problem is there is a political agenda associated with this notion of Dinka invading Equatorian. It go back to 80s before the SPLM movement, and then where we have the Kokora. These people, they feel like when the Dinka is around, in Equatoria, they feel like they're feeling intimidated, to be honest. And we have to call it what it is. They're okay to live in Dinka land. And even now, when I speak right now, I have a statistic that majority of Equatorian are working in the South Sudan area all around across the South Sudan. They all love to work in the UN. For UN fee all over. And the majority of the area that the UN are operating are the Dinka area, including the oil field itself. I believe none of the Dinka come up here and they speak that the new Equatorian are taking our jobs and all these things. We have to kick Equatorian out of our land. Because we feel they are South Sudanese and they have that right to work in wherever they feel, whenever they have that qualification. Because the hak batam. So there's no reason for that. But somebody just going with his cow and using the bush, even the grass that they don't even eat it. And then the cow went and grass in their land now become a problem. The Bawuri, Nazil, Madarin, El Junubin, they have an agenda, and that agenda, that's why now we have separatists. We often have Nas, Al Bugul Nas, Nas, then Nas Shaitan. Because the wintum Nas, you cannot actually trying to target Nas Al Gadin Makum. Yeah. So this is one. It should prove the case that an agenda ha my agenda the agenda they want to bring a problem to South Sudan and trying to create insecurity in South Sudan. Even that with the Nuer that they think like Nuer was allied to them. Nuer actually they did not even accept Nuer. Into Guru, that's when you come to confirm the case. These people are tribalists. Look at the case of Ring Machar and Thomas Chirilo. When Ring Machar was in the bush, Thomas Chirilo rebelled against the government. He wanted to bush, Ring Machar was in the bush. He never actually tried to unite with Ring Machar so they can form the government together as the Genovese. Because they feel the new government is not doing enough much. This is the reality. If the government is not doing enough, you have to unite your forces and fight Kir and kick Kir out, establish the government of South Sudanese. You know what he went and did? He went and actually trying to recruit the Equatorian Kangarin Dr. Riek, and he even used to target Nuer within Equatoria. عشان في حاجه كان بيقولوا في حركه شعبيه ده بيقولوا قالوا كل دي جنجه يا غاغا يا فدي يجي مسكوا في غاغا بعملين كونيا كونيا كده ده شلو يا بيقولوا كده وفي باغو شلو رازو كده ده ناس يا نوير ودينكا. Because these people, they have different hatreds against the Nilotic. And to be honest, yes, we are South Sudanese, but there is a hatred going on, and it's been going on, and it have to be tackled. Equatorian, if they want to accept themselves to be South Sudanese, they have to accept South Sudanese. But if they don't want to accept us, well, it will be up to them to choose their choice. Either they have to be part of South Sudan, or they have to go. We learn by Equatorial, we will not leave it. They're the one we should leave. Al Malukum Mumkan Jain Feudal. They have to go to Uganda, Kenya, or even Central Africa. But the land of Equatorial is the land of South Sudan and is a part of South Sudan, and will never leave any to anybody who want to separate it, use it as his own, theater of war. We must face you in that land. This is a fact, and this is the truth. Why is all Junubi into Hak can live in Equatorial, can live in Varkazal, can live in Afranal. You see to Kalamde. And now Betana Delta Equatorian Del, they need to come to the stand. Otherwise, they will have a big problem. And they are recruiting a problem to themselves. They're inviting a problem to the region. Equatorian been very stabilized region, even during the war. Equatorian yani investment and as SPLA amol fi Equatoria, ma amol fi other region in Barkazal Afranal. Because we feel this is our land, and we can do whatever we can do there. Even Al Jejala ma amol use fi Equatoria, ma amol use fi Barkazal wala fi Alanil. We have used so many forces in Afran in Equatorian to fight the war of liberation. And Munuma is all in into Nazir got into room and Munuma fi yani somebody that is relative to him or herself that died in Equatoria. That's a story is not an exception to anyone here. It is all our story. I have my own cousin, two cousins, fought and died in Juba. And anybody here have the same story. So the Buri in the double betana, Mabilita, Nastanin, Umaf is all can kick us out. Because it is a land that we won, fought for it, and it's our land, we can live there. As long as we are not doing any damage to anybody. It is Shubta Kalamde. So if the farmers and the cattle keepers, these are the product. Actually, this is the economy of the country. If you can farm, that's good. We can use those. And actually, they actually make that very clear. Yeah, we need both. Pinas Saningalo. We need the green, and we need the milk, and we need the meat. In here in the West, where I live in America, what is called the Midwest is called the green balls of the American. That the one feeding American. The farmers, cattle, crops, all these. They're the one providing all American with all these things. I use all them to beef is soup because it's coming from Midwest. So what is wrong with that? If the Equatorian are farming, Nasbor Mashifi, Equatorian, and Bagar Batam, Ugadin, and then they have the cows. Yeah, they will provide us South Sudan with meat and farming. There was nothing wrong with that. It's a business. As long as they're living piece by piece. So this is what I want to tell to our brother from Equatoria. They need to come to their sense, and they need to get out of the Kokora. Kokora, the 1980s. Kokora was not even our making. It was our making of our enemy to divide it us. Because when we were actually doing very well, sooner after 1972 agreement, So the Arab and the northern government feel jealous that the Junubin are doing very well, and they come out with a strategy to divide us, and they come and use the weakest. The weakest that seem that are being threatened by their own brother, they say Kalibar Gazalem Shimal Batam, Kalia Lani Lamshu, Anini Kotorin, Anini Bokot. You cannot succeed without even the unity. And that's why we fail and we went and created what is called the SPLM again. Even after we separated, nothing was done in Equatoria. At the end of the day, we all want to Bush again. Even in Equatoria, that was even the Equatorian that was used against their own brother, they end up going to Bush too. Yeah, there's some Equatorial who contributed. We cannot deny that facts. But there were very few in number. Yeah, but the majority were not in the bush. Yeah, Kalam de Fi. Yeah, although there's a jealousy, there's a narrative. Yes, I'm coming to conclusion now, sister. So there is narrative here. There's a narrative, and I think that is a jealousy. A narrative that the new Equatorian feel they left out the history, and now they bet up and they want Dinka, they don't want Nuer. And it's just a jealousy of the history. You cannot rewrite what already happened. There's nothing such as called rewriting the history. You cannot rewrite the history. You can actually contribute into the history if you want to be part of it either. A history don't have a gift. Lo Equatorian feeling they were not part of liberation and they feel left out. They have another way to come in because lo mugulunu matalimin actor min junubin atanin, then they have right to come in and use that to create another history of development. Because now it is time for us to develop ourselves and build ourselves. The war is already gone. It's done. Kwan Batakumal, who fought the war, just leave that issue for them. But it cannot be a jealousy that will bring out a problem. You can actually put something that you could do too. And that's what is called development. Because into Mugul into Matalimin, after min Denka Unwer. So just come in and do what is good that for the country. This is what I will say, and I will stop there. And thank you for giving me a chance.
Okay, thank you, Majuk and Denga Yok did also Mayan Dengit for the great contribution. Right
Sister
now,
Paul,
it's very clear. Yes.
can I just steal 2 minutes from you,
Okay.
please?
All right.
I've
Okay.
got someone who's here. They said they're going somewhere quickly and they just want 2 minutes. So go ahead, Charles.
Original, thank you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wake up. I work at night in the United States, and my night is like 12 hours a day. So it's kind of like a little bit fell. But the room is so great. I don't know if Miracle is asleep for sure because I've been watching Miracle since I was at work. The room is great. I came and I listened to. Sorry, I'm just come pick up the kid from school. I listened to Deng Ayok and Deng Mayendit. Guys, this is the reality. And the issue more it is notorious NAS. This organization is, and believe me, is going to be exactly like Joseph Kony, the LRA of Uganda. Joseph Kony, when he failed to overthrow the government of Museveni, he started terrorizing, the people of northern Uganda. Start terrorizing Acholi to the maximum, even cutting the people's hands. Now this strategy is being taken now by this notorious leader who living in Europe and is telling the other South Sudanese invading Equatoria and he's already living in Europe. Does Thomas Cirillo invade Europe? This is the question. Does all the big leaders of the NAS who are living in Europe, in London, in Germany, are they invading Europe? And they are using WhatsApp to move their all rebellions, in the West Bank of the Central Equatoria. Guys, this issue now it is not about the government. This is about the cow, and from cow now it moved to another stage, which is Denka. People don't want to see any Denka in that area, and that's what they are talking about right now. So this organization, people need to storm it, whether in the politically or whether in the ground,
People need to storm this organization. You know, it's getting another stage. It try even to recruit other notorious in Upper Nile. So people should focus so much on this, you know. And if there is a government supported, they should invest on this. This is the target. You know, most of the Equatorian people that are innocent because of this organization. And now you can see now, you know, Achidang Tunkia Jam inside the Juba. Imagine if the one of the Denka was speaking like this, you know, this former mayor of Juba. Believe me or not, you will be in somewhere else. You will be in somewhere else. You know, if a Denka spoke like that, or Nue, or Shuluk in Juba like that language, believe me or not, we'll talk something else now. And people are saying Denka is bad. You know, the mayor is already declared war. When you said, okay, he said, America help us, and we are proud of our son, proud what he did. Why are you proud of him? For what? He's a rebel leader. He's a notorious. How did you proud with somebody notorious? Terrorizing people, terrorizing citizens, you know? For this war, guys, it went to the different state. National Salvation Army, if any political supporting that political also, we should align them as a notorious also. Any political who's supporting notorious, whether it's Lutamalung or Tapagan, Mutamun, and supporting is aligned with that, it will be labeled also as a notorious. We don't want to waste time. It is time for you guys to wake up, especially with Monjang. And I'm proud like those opposition like Denga Yok. Yes, even Jesus Christ, I'm pande. Yesu, Yesu al-Masih, ubi arberumu. Fifty Bible nak. Why do you come and mess up the house of my father? You know? For guys, I will just encourage you. I'm just come here. I should be here for so long.
Thank
But these NAS, people need to work for it. Thank you, guys, and keep continuing that spirit.
Thank you very much. Amor, 1 second. Somebody wants to hear the sound of the cow again. So I'm going to play it one more time. Thank you, guys. Amor, you go ahead, and then Deng Kamis wanted a chance and to ask Deng Didayok a question after. So go ahead, Amor.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Yes. All of us in here in social media, we've been ignoring a lot of signs those people been talking about. But right now, it become clear what exactly going on the ground. And as Dengi Dayok narrated some of those incidents, like if you guys look at the first incident when they attacked Mundari cattle, and they make it to look like those were Dinkabor actually attacked those to make problem between Bor and Mundari. But thank God, because these people, they've been having this great relationship for a very long time. So they just keep it aside. And also this attack, they didn't stop there. As you guys look what happened in on the road when the cattle were killed, it was actually planned to look like it's a national security actually attack. Even myself, from beginning, when I look at this, it was like, oh. But after you look at the scenario, what is going on, if you guys look at the same time, by the community run and us, they have their president that our diversity or whatever, they ask for help from government because, oh, we've been attacked by Dinka Bor and all this. They're present there in their website there. And a few hours later, they come and crying for international community that the Jesuit Junub Sudan now are killing us and love. So you guys can see like there is a game these people are playing. At the same time, like they act as an innocent, as a civilian are the one being targeted. But it's clear now that all the what been happening in this area is actually NAS terrorist group. And also don't forget, guys, those who are allied, those group of what his name? Emmanuel Ajawin. They've been speak about this crisis. Oh, kill their cow, do that and do this, and all the things they've been saying exactly is happening now on the ground. So this what I just need to just add it a little bit and let's move with the line. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, then Khamis, you can go ahead with your question to Dengi Dayok, but it's not your turn yet, yeah? So just go ahead.
Excuse me.
All right.
Yes.
Excuse me, moderators.
Yeah.
My network actually cut off, and there was a question asked, but I was away. I would be glad if it is repeated. Thank you.
Who asked a question? Nobody
I think
asked.
that was Sister Amor, right?
Amor,
Okay,
did you
good.
ask any question?
No, I didn't ask any question. No.
No, she
Okay,
was
it
just
was
being in
actually Deng
supportive. Yeah,
Khamis
she
that
was just
wanted to
being in
ask
supportive.
a question.
Okay, good. Let the Khamis go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Tony, you said something?
No, I was just saying Amor was actually in supporting of what
Okay.
Deng Didayok have recapped earlier. Yeah.
Thank you. Deng Khamis?
Yes, thank you, Original. Yes, I know it's not my turn. I have two questions for Deng York, and if you can write them down. Number one, I'm really happy the way you narrated this issue. That's what I want to pledge my appreciation to you. One question, Deng York. There are two locations here that are confusing, and it look like is one of the resistance. There are people are trying to resist back about the speech from the former mayor. One is Shirkat. Shirkat is part of Juba, a suburb of Juba. And the guy was asking, where are our parents? They are either being killed or driven out. So what can you tell us here, my brother? I know you talk a lot and you bring a lot of issues out. But what can you tell us between the cattle keepers and the suburb of Juba? It seems to be confusing here. And he stated that our children are either being killed and Dingo Boris invaded the area. Two, they are talking about Mangala. Mangala is distant away from Juba. So that's one question. Number two, what do you take about the uprising of 63 best one tribe that is been going on in social media for years? Well, what do you see from this speech of Cleto? Because some of us from the west, from the east, from north, that people from the former Apana region, they are him. So what is your take there? If people are supporting the same person and doesn't actually constitute the voice of 63 best one? That's my two questions to you, or not? Yeah, back to you, moderators. Is my network not
Okay,
okay?
awesome. Thank you, Denkamis. I hope Deng Didayok, you have actually heard two questions of Denkamis, and you can go ahead and reply them.
Yes, I got his two questions. The first question is about Gumbo Sherekat and the issues of killing. And the second question is about the 63 tribes against one tribe. I actually saw the video of the mayor, and I still keep it with me. The video in which he talked to the American ambassador, and the other video he responds to the SSPDF. I have the two videos. When it comes to the issue of Gumbo Shirikat, I want to say that the statement or part of the statement made by the mayor Callisto, the former mayor Callisto, was actually targeting one community, that is Jieng community, because majority of the residents in Gumbo Sherikat are from this community, the Boer community. And so when he was talking about people occupying the land in Gumbo Sherikat and killing people and displacing the people, he was talking about the Boer community. And so you can see that he made a connection now. He made a connection between the cattle herders, who in his opinion are people coming from the Boer community, and in his opinion again, those who are residing in Gumbo Sherikat, majority of them are from Boer community. And so as he targeted the cattle headers, he's also targeting the community or members of the communities that are in Gumbo Sherikat. It is very clear in this statement. And so two things are connected. The people who are residing in Gumbo Sherikat and the cattle herders who are grazing their cattle in Mangala. You would ask yourself a question: why are these two connected? And they are two separate, different things. These two things are linked up because the speaker is talking about Boer community. He sees those who are residing in Gumbo Shirkat as people from Boer. He sees those who are grazing their cattle in Mangala as people from Boer. And so the head speech nowadays is directed against the people of Boer. And that's why the gentleman link up the two things. So it has to be made very clear. He also talked about land grabbing because he depicted those who are in Gumbo Shirikat as land grabbers. But I want to say this: I don't deny that there is land grabbing in the area of Gumbo Shirikat. But this land grabbing, which is going on there, I want to say that it is not Boer community that is responsible for any activities of land grabbing in Gumbo Shirikat. I'm saying this based on the report by the investigation committee. You all remember that on the 3rd of June 2020, there was an issue of land. That issue of land in which Lual Marines and some members were having a dispute over a piece of land. So when the report came out, the report says that there are activities of land grabbing in the area, and that the people who are residing in the area are not only from Boer community, but they are from all different parts of the country. And so if there are activities of land grabbing going on in that part of Juba, they should not be labels against Boer community. They should be labels against all the people that are in the area without specifying certain group of people or certain community. This is one. It should be made very clear. As for the issues of killing, I don't think there are issues of killing going on in Gumbo Shirikat at all. Because if there are killings going on in Shirikat because of issues related to the issue of land, they would have been in the media, because everything in South Sudan nowadays is in the media. When one person is shot and killed, or when a group of persons are killed, the media cannot skip this. You can read about it in the media, and you can hear people talking about this in the media. And so if the speaker in his remarks meant to talk about killings that are happening as a result of clashes or conflict between the herders and the members of the local community, then he could be right. He could be right. And those killings are well known since last year. We have been following since February last year the issues of cattle herders and the local communities in Eastern Equatoria in Magui County. We have followed that one. And so there are no any crimes of killing taking place in Gumbo Shirkat. As far as I know, this is one thing. Coming to the issue of 60 tribes against one tribe or one ethnicity, this is a policy. This is a policy of the opposition. And it is not all the opposition, because we have a lot of oppositions. It is a policy of the National Salvation Front. It is a policy of the National Democratic Movement, Patriotic Movement, Front under Emmanuel Ajawin, as said earlier, and also other political parties such as Real SPLM, because they are all active here on social media, and they all speak to mobilize and to agitate the 63 tribes against one ethnic groups, that is the Jieng. And when Carol Berger actually did this in her paper, they pick up the paper and they were preaching it here as if it was a holy Bible or a holy gospel. And we then lock horns with them and we told them, you guys, this is not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to oppose the government and to make sure that we are uniting the people of South Sudan so that we make a political change in the Republic of South Sudan. But targeting a single community is not acceptable. And I made it very clear. I said South Sudan is a home of tribes. If you target one tribe, you are targeting the rest of tribes. And so when we say that South Sudan is a home of tribes, we mean to say that we all exist in this geographical location as tribes. And so when one ethnic group or two ethnic groups or three are targeted, absolutely this is a target against the country that we call South Sudan. And so this propaganda which is going on here on social media by members of the opposition, the three political organizations I mentioned by name, the Real SPLM, the National Salvation Front, and the National Democratic Movement Patriotic Front, these are the people championing this one. And if I may add others, there are also Equatorian separatists, because we do listen to them here on social media. And they are the one actually behind the idea of mobilizing the 63 against the Jieng nationality in South Sudan. And we told them, brothers, this is not opposition. This is a pure hate, because there is nothing to be described as opposition in this. This is tribal politics. This is hate speech. These are calls for genocide against one ethnic group. And so we are very clear on that one, and I told them several times regarding the issue of bringing about the 63 tribes against one ethnic groups, because they have identified the Jieng nationality in South Sudan as the problem of South Sudan. And I asked them several times, what is the fundamental problem of the Sudan? Of South Sudan. The fundamental problem of South Sudan is not the Jieng nationality. It is very clear. It is about leadership failure in our country. And I say this based on two things. In 2013, the SPLM, which is the ruling party, sent delegation to the 10 states to go and and assess the positions of the SPLM in those areas. When the delegates came back to Juba, they told the leadership in Juba that the people in the 10 states are saying that the SPLM has lost the vision and the mission. And so that was an issue of leadership. Okay, you can put it aside as one. Again, when the president initiated what was called the national dialogue, and the same people were asked in the 79 counties of South Sudan, again they said that there is leadership failure. There is a problem of leadership in the country. These are the common men and women of South Sudan saying this. And so when we talk about what is the fundamental problem of South Sudan, this is it. It is about the issue of leadership. And even some government supporters, not just government support, even some SPLM members, they do confess and recognize this fact that there is a leadership crisis in the country and that this is the problem of the country. Okay. And so when our brothers in the opposition come here and talk to the people and tell the people of South Sudan that the problem in South Sudan, or that the fundamental problem of South Sudan is the Jieng nationality, this is a pseudo idea. It is false. It is malicious. It is dishonest. It is baseless. It is meaningless. It means that the opposition ran out of any political agenda, making a tribe your own agenda. That is not politics. You have to criticize the government. You have to come up with your own ideas as to what or as to how the country can be run, and not targeting a tribe. We said it that the people of South Sudan are innocent. All the communities, all the nationalities of South Sudan are all innocent. This problem we have in the country is a problem of leadership. And so when political organizations who are actually thinking that they would want to be alternative to the current leaders in the country, when they come and capitalize on a community to be the problem of the country, it means that they are wrong, and it means that they have no political agenda for the country and for the people of the country. And I told them, brothers, we should not be doing this, because these people you hate, these people called Jieng you hate, you will need them. One day, if you become national leaders, you would be training, you will need their votes for you. You will go and campaign in their constituencies in different parts of the country. And if you are now against them, who will vote for you at that time? And so I urge them that please let us disengage from tribal hates and negative tribal sentiment. And let us fight against the leaders of the country, because these leaders are the problem in the country, but they did not listen to me. And so this issue of opposition mobilizing the 63 tribes against one tribe is the making of the opposition. And I have mentioned them by name, the political organizations that are behind this. I have mentioned them by name, and they are very clear. As coming to the issue of Mangala, I think, is a small area within Juba Payam. It is part of Juba Payam, actually. And the people from Dinkabor community have been in this area for a very long time. Since the days Abilalier was...
Juba County, not Payam County, exactly.
Okay, county. Thank you, Deng, for correcting me. Juba County, not Payam, because Payam is a small administrative unit, and the county is bigger than it. What I know is that Mangala is part of Juba County, and that the people from Bor Dinka have been in this area for a very long time, since the time of Abilalier, when he was the president of Southern Sudan, and maybe beyond that. the history of their existence in that area may go beyond the time of Abil Aler. And these people were there in the area based on what I call mutual understanding and an agreement between them. Because, you know, when the people from Dinkabur are relocating to Equatoria, they contact the local dignitaries, the chiefs, and they tell them that we would like to bring our cattle so that we graze around here. And then they were permitted. They used to be permitted. It used to be done in a very good way, by the way, okay, through understanding as people of one country. This is before it was politicized and turned into an issue of hate between members of the communities. So it was done this way. And so you can see back in the history, the people from Bor were there in Mangala. And there was no problem. And they used to coexist with the people, the indigenous people of the area, the Bari, in Mangala, without any problem. And by the way, Mangala is a great town, as it was mentioned earlier by Mayandengdi. Equatoria, during the time of the Anglo-Sudan, Equatoria was actually called Mangala. The name Equatoria was not the name. The entire region was called Mangala. It is there in the writings of Mansur Khalid. I read it. It is mentioned there that the entire region that we call Equatoria today was called Mangala, and Mangala was the capital of Equatoria. But later on, the capital city was shifted to Juba around 1926 or 1927 of the last century. And so I don't see there is a problem of these people from Bor existing in Mangala side by side with the local communities based on based on the principle of peaceful coexistence. There is no problem at all. The problems come in when the issue got politicized. Yeah.
Yeah, point of correction. Mangala.
It wasn't all Equatoria.
Mangala, there were a lot of people there. Even there's a place called Nyarweng in Mangala. There's a lady that went to Israel with me, the one of Anyanya, when she was born in Mangala. Mangala, even in the 70s and 80s, there were people there. And it was feared that there was earthquake that will take place in Mangala. That's when some people start moving back. So thank you.
Yeah, there was also an interjection from Honorable, but Kudwa Kikuping. So
it wasn't the entire Equatoria being referred to as Mangalak region. The current
David Ayokzat is not on the stage. I think we lost him. So you guys hold on.
I am here.
Oh, okay.
I am here. I can see all of you. Are you getting me?
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
honorable.
It was Central Equatoria that was referred to as Mangalak province. Okay, not the entire Equatoria. It did not include Western Equatoria or that side of Eastern Equatoria, the Capoeira and Torit. Okay, so it was the Central Equatoria that was referred to as Mangalak province, and it had a Liap in it and Bor. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madut. Dengit, you can finish. Sorry, you can continue with what you were saying.
Yeah. So thank you, Brother Paul Mator and Madut Anyar for the correction. I was saying the issue of Mangala being the name for the entire Equatoria. I got this in the writings of Mansur Khalid, and I think depending on one source is not okay. And so I will actually need to do more research on this area. And I do believe that you have also knowledge, especially people like Madud Anyar who have been in the area during the Liberation War. I was also there in the area, but I was a kid by then. I didn't know a lot about the area and the people of the area. So I was saying that people from Bor and people from the local community in Mangala used to coexist together. There was no problem. And even if you go deep into the history, you will find that there are intermarriages between the people of Bor and the local people in the Baro community. And so they are brothers. They existed together since long time ago, and they will continue to exist. What is creating problems between the two communities now is the politicization of this issue of cattle. And we mentioned earlier that these are the political organization I named earlier, are the one politicizing this. You would all remember in 2020, there were floods in Bor, and some IDPs from Bor were relocated to Mangal because Mangal is a highland and Bor is a lowland. They were relocated to Mangala to be hosted there until when the time there were no more floods in Bor, they would go back. But we have seen what happened on social media then. It was politicized. It was turned into being an issue of gradual invasion. And the members of National Salvation Front were the ones speaking about this. The three political organizations I mentioned earlier were the ones talking about this on social media. And they were agitating members of the local communities, telling them that don't allow these people to stay in the area. Don't host them because these are invaders. They are invading your land. It was said, they were clearly told that don't allow these people to stay because they are now coming as if they are people running away from floods from their area, and that they would go back. They would not go back. They would stay there, and later on they will change the demography of the area, and so you should not allow them to stay. It was said by these very people. And so politicization of this matter, the issue of cattle between the local communities, the issue of some IDPs being hosted in Mangala, this issue was politicized by the three political organizations, and it became actually worse. And so those who are those whose agenda is only to create discords, to create hatred, and to create war between the local communities, such people cannot lead the nation, because we are looking and we are seeking to make the people of South Sudan one. All these people of South Sudan, we are seeking to make them one, to exist together in love, harmony, and brotherhood. If someone comes and turn against this brotherhood, which we are supposed to support among our communities, then this someone is an enemy. You are enemy against of the people, because there is no reason why you should use communities against other communities in order to advance your political agenda. It is not even rational. It's not logical. It is not objective. So what do you want to achieve in the end? You want to become a leader of this country? Okay, if you want to become a leader always unite his or her people. So unite the people. That is our message to our brothers in the National Salvation Front, in the real SPLM, and actually not the whole real SPLM doing this. There are some elements within the real SPLM. And it is the same thing also with the NDM. I can say the entire membership of NDM are dividing the people of South Sudan. Because what Emmanuel says is what the rest of the members says, except few of them who have actually abandoned the party. And I know them, they are with me in the country where I'm speaking from now. They are here. So this is the matter, and I hope this one answers your question, Brother Deng Khamis Garang. I give the mic back to you, Sister Moore, and then Original Plus and Walmore Anyar. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Kamis, are you okay with the answers? Or do you have any interjection before I move the line?
No, you can move the line. It's okay. If I have anything to add later on, I will do it when my time comes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dengi Dayok. Moderators, does anybody have anything to say before I move the line? All right. Miyakol has probably 2 minutes interjection, and then I can move the line.
Shukran. The previous three speakers, I start with Mijuk. Mijuk was saying something very important. Jamana people of Nas, they must decide to be a South Sudanese. Ugalino, Naza, the Kepan. I agree, because of Mishurula, when he came here, Jamana, the first thing he did, he was telling people of Victoria that Kanisa Dakhalu, or Bible Dakhalu, the Borinu da Shaitanek. Because the Hagiga is not a joke, it's the truth. Number two, Apuisha Dengi Bell said something very important that I hope people listen carefully. He said, the mayor, because the Jaban Kalam the Kalam had the mayor. Mayor said, Tomishirula is our son and we are very proud of him. And people are denying here when the SSDF spokesperson says, Yamana Nazim, Kuma, they are rebels. Well, Mayor, when I want you to put, to replace Mayor to become a speaker. And we can go to Salfakir Mayadida, we are proud of him, is our son. That would not prove, a point as Bugulu Hakuma da Hakuma da Denka. Nasal Bugulu Zedamam can Gulu Safel and Talamaino. Zol Zeda, Ejugula, Salfakir Mayadit. The son Betana, we are very proud of him. Manata Jamana, Mayor, he's a rebel. Udakalam Gebel, Hinai Galu, I know he's a rebel. Thirdly, and my last point, Anadara Skuru Sazden Khan. Sazden, you become a teacher and you become a true liberator, even giving a free lessons of opposition to the opposition people. Some of them are right here. Some of them who are right here, they claim to be politicians, but they are not. In particular, sons of the Dinka, who are in the opposition, who are actually claiming to become the Kalamatu Gutu. And actually, some of them, they may disagree with you, like into me. If I were opposition, including Thomas Rula himself, I could have listened to Deng Ayongdit very carefully, because Deng Ayongdit is actually giving a free liberation lessons to them. Because if you are actually a nationalist and you want actually to bring change in South Sudan, you should be inclusive, not exclusive. Lanu, during the liberation movement, SPLA, Yajamana has relayed the message of liberation sincerely without any hidden agenda. Otherwise, as Dr. Ustaz Ayongdit, by the way, I had to call Dr. Inshallah. Ustaz Deng Ayongdit said, he read from the Mansur Khalid, and Mansur Khalid was at the movement. Just imagine if Zakan SPLA was targeting Arab in particular, because Mansur Khalid happened to come from Arab. Yasser Arman from Arab. Sadiq al-Mahdi from Arab. And let me go, come on, more than that. Al-Masiriya. SPLM was able. Yajamana.
You forgot one prominent figure in SPLA. His name was Rusum. He was even active in Yasser Arman. Rusum.
Okay, Rusum. Yes. And the main yes, Nasa Ahmad al-Marghani wa Jamadin. And the most important thing, because we're talking about the cows and the Masiriya, and there are a lot of people, even in particular sons of Barghazal and sons of Unity State, who are where I'm coming from by then, we took arm. Larikanda na mishkila jamana, mishkila azaliya, mal bagara, wal Masiriya wal marahil. Look what SPLA has done. SPLA went and liberated even the Sunnis and the Barghazal who كان زهجانين من المسيرية لأنه المسيرية كان بيحرقوا ناس مسيرية كان بيقتلوا ناس بيشيلوا يا ناس ولكن they were actually went and transformed to become a revolutionist. SPLA that made peace in a state in Syria that was used by the Khartoum, and I witnessed this. And I was like, I rebelled in 1991, مشيت في تجاب تاعت البانتيو ده, and actually one of the Syria that قال لي أمي أقول أرجع لأنه because what happened in the movement is not like before. لأن ناس Syria كان بودوا ذاته ناس سكر وشاي وبيجوا معلومات لناس SPLA. شوف how SPLA became a national movement. Actually, even the people who used to be called enemy, he brought them aboard with them. Ajamanda, what I witnessed, is as Bantu Gardinina, Naditoria Machar Gardina, Natabana, Arfinino Rumia Guy, and Wuka Rasa, between Mayom and Bantu, Karasa, Haraka Shabia, who can by then before defection happened, as Sugal Gardina, the Kulum Syria, Wajibu Hayat. And exchange can SPLA, Bidulo Kanda Zahira Zato. For what Deng Ayondit has done here, Finas will go and label Deng Ayondit. Lekin Deng Ayondit is a bold, truth teller. Even the he always give his introduction or Jieng in one Jaina because there are some. أنا من الناس كنت بهاجم أبناء دينكا في المعارضة بقول لهم نص مكنة ونص مكنة ده زول اللي بيعرف الحقيقة وبيبيع في القضية. لكن أنا بقول Deng Ayondit is off the list of نص مكنة. Deng Ayondit, I will give him realms بتاع زول nationalist fighting for the people of South Sudan, including Thomas Cirillo that who want to liberate him, including the Nazriel SPLM Pagano Jamad al Kulum, because they took a side which actually will never bring peace in our country. And I was showing Nazenga they love South Sudan and they want the South Sudanese Jamal to live in coexistence. Otherwise, it's a zone failing, it's a zone nationalist, whether you're from Equatoria, from Upper Nile, from Gabila, whatever you are in. And I was showing we need to listen to this kind of language. Deng Ayondit did not deny the land grabbing, lakin Deng Ayondit was speaking باللغة بتاعت العقل. لأنه when he said land grabbing, people will say land grabbing ده ممكن ده حاجة ل certain community. Land grabbing is actually a legal term. أنا كنت زول بوليس أنا بتكلم كده لأنه I listen carefully. لو لاحظت our late brother Deng Marine كان ما عنده مشكلة مع Equatorian. كان ما عنده مشكلة مع أي زول تاني. كان عنده مشكلة مع أخوانه ذاته fellow citizens بتاع دينكا. لأنه land grabbing can be between families. Brothers ذاته they fight. إننا في دينكا ذاته أخوان برام في area بتاع دينكا ذاته. ممكن نقول له والله أرض ده أبوي زمان لما مات أداني له. ده ممكن يكون إنه there is a big brother want to take from this. ده اسمه conflict. ده اللغة بتاع القانون. ده ممكن يكون land grabbing. ده ممكن يكون في أي area. ممكن يكون هنا في أمريكا. لكن التغرير القبيلة عشان الناس في some دينكا can be sensitive يقول ليه دينكا يقعد يقول في land grabbing. It does not mean إنه دينكا are grabbing land. لكن it's actually a legal conflict. مشكلة شرعية. مشكلة مدنية أصلا. It's actually a civil dispute, can be between two brothers, can be among Zatu, Equatorian themselves, among brothers. And as I make a current Miskela Zatu, another Dinka took my Arabi. One of the can agree with me on that. Pausas, Denga Yongdit, keep preaching, and Atana Bagulin, Unazayak, they deserve to be in the country and deserve to be protected and deserve to be actually, Lanas al Bugula Hagagdel, they deserve to be protected. And then Maga Adina Jamana في العصر الحجري stone age. أنا قاعدين في 21st century لأنه يا جماعة ناس زمان قتلوا الناس اللي بيقولوا حقائق. يسوع قتلوه عشان قال حقيقة. قيلا له العالم الإيطالي قتلوه because he said the truth. سقراط قتلوه he was saying the truth because it was all out of ignorance. لكن we should not be ignorant. أنا بوقف كلام ده هنا تاني دينا يوندت إنت ربنا جابك الليلة and this room of today I think people is awakening room to enlighten our people and كله أبناء دينكا ده برغم من room بتاع جينا نمتك أنا بقول أبناء دينكا تقعدين في المعارضة don't limit yourself. أنت عندك حق وما في زول بيقدر يقول لجنة بتاع دينكا قاعد في المعارضة إنه يكون ماجي في room بتاع جينا نمتك. In the end of the day you are a دينكا ما في زول بمنعه من بيتهم. أنا مرة أخرى جين أنا دا أخوي دينكا يوندت thank you so much. وكل الحضور انا بشكركم شديد. لانه لما الحقيقه يقولوا يا جماعه الحقيقه بكرروا لانه قال التكرار بيعلم الحمار. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Miracle.
Thank you,
Once more,
Miracle. Sorry,
yeah.
originally I
Yeah,
just
go
wanted
ahead.
to say
Go ahead.
something. Ban ya
Before,
ko din ci dengi da yo ga ja ben lay no pa yani ke ko kan
me,
opposition ka ci blanin ab dengi da yo gal ya nga kol ka pir ka yene ne we dengi da yo take it easy because in man bay go na man bay ga ken pandun ku ton e ton bay pande na ci la ton won en shukran. Go ahead
I,
original.
original Dinka chicks, our sister Wood, she's in Juba now, and her MPs are not as enough as what we have in the West. So she wants to contribute, and it is 11:26 p.m. now in South Sudan. So I think we should give her a chance. Let us also contribute to the topic, and then we can resume our line.
Thank you.
I apologize to those who were supposed to be next, but you can excuse your sister. She doesn't
Thank
have
you.
unlimited internet as we do in the West.
Thank you very much. Daniela, I think you're one of the honorables now. Do you have enough internet over there, or should we give you a chance?
honorable
طبعا
بتاع
انت
شنو يا
going
أخي؟
now.
honorable بتاع شنو internet بتاع شنو انا راكو joke by the way. Happy New Year انا
Okay,
كبير
welcome.
anyway
Happy New Year to you too.
happy New Year. It's a pleasure and honor بويك تينغرو بنا أنا
Nyan
كويس
Mary
بان
Anywa,
أنا
Nyan
كويس
Mary,
بان وكاكاي
Ekaditenko.
بينغرو وجوي لكن I have learned few of your voices when you one who are completely controversial and passionate about buy can buy na loiku wale kangwen ko boy ba yok la happy new year tin we tin mi da kun tin ko irwai ke we tin ba ben dola alam da na won tol jinu sudan kedan
Hey,
kin ke yo ko god gem nam chok
Dinka Chick, Changi
mm
Jayenga.
ina le ngale yok maduranya
ايوه ايوه كلام
malen
دينك تشكيلي كده عمل
kaga tiga wi madudu baraje ya jama I want to say happy new year
ما دود كان كده كده citizen so you'll take.
Madud, there is a new law in South Sudan. To let Banyini let a while go nine case of so and Daniela Buloisu. Go ahead.
All right, way into the topic, Daniela. We were talking about John Connor. Are the cows? Taban, I'm sure you're following the story back home.
No, hold on a minute. Seriously, let me put my
Okay.
message. My message here is a happy new year to wake up and Um, before ben ko duko ba wekti cause ana ben ku jal and I'm actually currently in Kwajo. Ala ben pan mo jang boy pan mo jang 28 and ngora ki chage juba. And as you guys know, ana lui Kwajo, so ana ki duk juba. I'm duk within this month. Um, can we ba bai but a happy new year. Ku division ku mad marriage ku ka jwe ka bulu ok ten me tawana ben. Can we ku bo go yi mat kin da yok cái chak lok jak tin na le cái lo ngak tin te ne ka da duk ba wa dok but a chin ki ayo ka ra tin na la ran le ba dok ma tin ta na yo cái ba na extra radical ka in ma kol in listening to your voice when in the previous message ku ma tin lakini chen ka bi an ma tin ka bi an ba za happy new year message we ba matin ten ka we ba la dul ya jama ba rer pat ka la dul ba ki la nyong akol war chan ke jal ten bu ban chol sen bu kalor pan chola kon awal mara pan bala pan chola kon be jal go real bi ka bar ten en ban man bol balek governor of Arab state kullo ku ko dan chola kon kulok jal man kon bu go real be bereri bu la guri pan lierawan bu pandawan bu nyang pe go real ko bereri lo ku pan lierawan pen kullo ku dun cho turale lo ku nyen ku pen kullo ku
Yan
dun
wude,
chol ro
yan
lo ku
wud,
nyen ku pen
choro de dum to pinten man ba ka affairs ka of kata ba chale ya ka palu ke jiem ku iten a rane former ken mayor ken juba war ken en ci bay lok padi ten en ken jiem ku ka yin
ci
jolo kun
pari
no men ku
kaka
duna ku
no no
jala
no
to
Kadang,
de masay dun
Tony,
bet ja be bi lok lo
Tony,
happy new year a good
Tony,
hmm?
brief her عشان بديلك
Yeah, so kujiem ku iten yo ka chino cho ni mare ten kana kidane cho de Victorian ke ga chike mat ko ele ko ja lu ke ga tak juba so kana ran formal en ngadia formal kan juba mayor lok benbe
Emmanuel
ke supporting no woni chol kalito lok benbe ke supporting ran chol jom Thomas Cirillo
Relo
ku jol jam den la jagok kayen en ke chayo
rare
ten
way
ke jiem ko yunta wen for hours press press video data
alas
online
tu kan
but to
personally
you yeah
jot
I will
kan
send it to
kaya
you
lakin tu kan kaya but one of honestly because the chawi bajal ka kan ke jok choko kai tol kan le bai dil kuna ye kana won kai yok choko pai ke ko na wi yak ke piat ku bungi ku joku duk bu yak pin ku ye ku nyal you know na ku wi bu bai do deal ka chin ko mai pe
okay ka kene
at the
our
same
third
time
respond to him kene our third respond to him ka yin joro lo gi joro palpe joro gi pi to len yin enough MBs na chen enough MBs I will message you on WhatsApp ku jala messenger. By the way, my messenger Ken Mariana is not working, so you will hear it from Adutik. Okay. Kayen kadang we will go on and pass the good time
Anong
can for
biar anong biar yang pin lagi chala lo bi dudi biar kan elwen mi akol jabe ara de kol kan ku yen we la kiga pigi yuen ya be len kan ara de kol kan bi ko
Moderator.
Achin mishkala pal.
so
Rodigo.
to be honest thank you very much for giving me a shot sorry thank you for giving me a shot ko baloy I will exit ko bakang la yo chogon katgen because men sabah men when yan pengutene to be quite frankly speaking then go away videos kai long to kai ping and what I'm finding to be absolutely kay ayoke beyond radical and when makol ku can even
Okay,
as a part
Daniela,
of
Auta,
I will exit
Out, just briefing you shortly because I keep up Virana Jal, the Kikatan Dedi, the former mayor of Juba, who are Chilenko, Callisto, interviewed Loy, talking to the people of Mangala, who
I
clashes
think
Chirolo between them,
I
crisis
think
Chirolo.
she left.
Oh, she
She
left?
left.
All right,
Yeah.
then we'll just continue with the room. I want to allow Mayan to interject or weigh in for
Yeah, I
2
will
minutes
call her. Kata
before we
original
move the
Bayo.
line because he's been here. Huh?
Achadela Kabayobe. I will
Okay.
call her to inform her.
Just Mayan. Okay, thank you. Mayan, then you
Lakin
can weigh in for two.
awe mene we nimrir kan ya kalwel panichol kwa jok kujala juba cherer in communication la rare government warap la rare kuma
Internet is a challenge, Uncle Wilson. Internet is a challenge. Kujala Vidiatka, you need to subscribe a lot of MBs in order for you to actually watch color. So I'm pretty sure she might have not
that's
seen
the problem
or
but
heard what has been going on.
awuru chira liberate budun information given the fact that he in chong warer in Britannia ipinga pay so mafruit pinga pay kalo rut juba almuhim kana wuken tulku kiang actually exit logo twenga word thank you.
Give me 10 minutes. I'll get back to you.
Should I move on?
I'll move on, but Mayan Chijam Kulela, you can 10 minutes. I will come back to you guys.
Oh,
So
okay,
move
that's
the
fine.
line now.
Yeah. Link line at but he keep coming in and out. So, Honorable, in book your chance, or are you okay with interjection because you're part of the topic earlier on?
La chin ki dit le
I
ten
am
ten
going to drop
forward.
myself, and I'm not that big. Thank you.
Kuno ni den kami chin ki tin
Then
ba chat
Kamis,
tin
then
ten
Kamis, I'll give
nam.
it. Then Kamis, you will be next. Madhu, carry on.
Cho den kami la twing cho pro go pier ping. Anyway,
Chiro go low drop.
Paul motor ya ting ni alten. Chin ki dit ba jwak ami kon mon jeng wen to ke politician ke ga bi an ke jam ke. Paul Motor is here, is person of interest to me. Mator, I don't know. Someone young, Chagachan Ninka, especially for the last 6 days. You are unbecoming. In Chalabayirwa coin, but I will use Makunelwe term. You are unbecoming. Pat by you go Kubala Takich. Kin Urngany regarding this problem, let government respond to Kotoy. Kwe do not pen kito nasi ken separatism jolben ku jol mwachin manguk ku jom mi the yang jago ben pierre pin room che ya balance udayelu hijack basically by koje nas ku jala koje separatist kuin jarer tin in dal wona ke ha kana ko ji yo kada yin kwe kong jog war kong wo to la dom ken helena yang yong inen kwe moy doren yitok lech dan chalo nyoshide klor ko ngany ku gorno mrin kia ken wo nyoshide bar baro nyoshide ben yek power kujala nyani chol glad miken e ting duon we okay jol ben jal balatin kawaja kwen kane yela pier pingule yaki mat lak badlena sabur pol motor mashkul zaman channel gal is motor there because he rare ni altitude and you played possum. You know possum island totally in Australia is one of municipals and it will play dead but is alive. Okay, can play dead kulir nombaden na la kulir jot kulir lawe.
Madut,
So what
I feel you, Madut.
the usual one? What no no what
I
Paul
think
Matora has been doing? Achi pat be palnum de because of bene ben bear today, ko be bear
Kunangan
tomorrow, ko
kurun
be bear
nangan
bukra.
kutan kanya yo topic. I couldn't will can I really hear you and I would you can open a room for us and yin kuchal Paul Matar and kujal pa natin lakin yung mucho pa topic na kam to.
Abachol after
Aywa,
this, I'll be free later on.
aywa.
So anyway,
Paul
kubal
Matar lo
okay.
invite even niga and we been in the room because niga niya nang kaman madu nang kaman Paul go. Pacha
Okay,
lo topic
kala
ten
book
ka
Paul
jen
Piang.
we ite.
Leo command
Kala book
Paul
Paul
Gob
Piang.
ke chol yi jere command Paul Gob. Tabar ko yidwe la
Achi
yar.
Acha lo
achi
Paul
ready go
na
now.
la madu room le ngan ka bala nyu din kaman but
All
you
right. Okay, guys.
Okay,
Let us respect
kage tab
the room.
wedia. Kage tab wedia.
Around sa sita.
Uncle Paul Matar, no Paul Matar in banyang penye ten jara yeng miet. In banyang penye ten tina. So
I love
kubra
you,
lo
man.
ki ai ba kulo rot kin kana. We the monje. I hope you can learn from Ranchin Dengi Dayok. Kujala yen is the natural UCC, United Citizens for Change. Members United Citizens for Change actually especially Monji and Quarter in oppositions, Koju Jatrotao in parties whereby the head of those parties are Kojuan anti-Dinka. Aman Monjang to death, Kweken Monjang Kalwil, Kwen Monjang en Lat, Kuma Monjang Abjal Ben Kujoro Tiang Pinyiran Lom, Ken Mangung de Yechin, Kwen led Monjang Tin. Kena Yekta Bawasir, the Legwick, a giga. A che wearing Chantok Riak, but they are nearing the Yekta Bawasir.
Man,
Okay.
yan ka bikin yin
Now,
tap.
Kujalara kabin be rema pay. Kira na chola mun lug kong rare pinyi tena ya tiengror. Kujala no den ya amigo. Kujala yi daw malwala yi. Those group, I don't know. I question their mental stability or their reasoning capacity. In Chilibariri is ibun
But
gibhal.
it even Paul Ruma based on campaign. That's why we need this to be a topic. But we young long list. You know, I really want you. Baka kun dia ka well baka la well dito. Like Indian kene. Da per ku to kan ka kan to ki o di kudan ka member.
Kala
Believe me, by
because Emijati regarding this topic later on. My okay,
Yeah,
Kalaza Yen
but
Lago.
we are left with
Thank
1
you.
hour and a half with this room, so in Bukolangan room 2. Even me, I
Yeah.
want to come there.
Not really
Question
1.5 hours,
later on.
at least 2 hours. Because the room was open
Yeah.
around 11:45.
Yes,
last
about
night.
that time. About that, yeah.
Yeah, so we have at least 2 hours.
Anong nukta cha morno ma de chideng anong nukta cha morno chideng ayok chi luelgwa is very important and below point out in less than 30 seconds. If you guys can allow me.
Yes, and also I just want to remind you guys that Dengi Dayok messaged me. He requests to give in his last point. Plus, sorry, because it's a bit late for him over there, I think. So we will give him that chance after interjection from Miyako, and then in Abijam, Rojal excuse because he's very tired now. So go ahead, Miyako.
Yeah, shukran. Ana tabana jamana people when we become civilized and we become really concerned citizen of our country, and that's what we've been actually fighting for years. Like Denga Yongit has pointed out, when he's talking about the opposition, it sounds like who is against the opposition. Like I said in Oyen, I will start with our opposition. That's because he has pointed out, and I agree with him when he said that even some people who are actually the government supported agree with us. We have actually found out what is the fundamental problem of South Sudan. Because a lot of opposition, they did not define what was the problem of South Sudan, and I think that's where we disagree with them. They were pointing a finger at the community. Supposed to go and come and tell us actually what is their political agenda and what is actually what they're fighting for. They did not actually show to the people of South Sudan. The King Deng Ayondit has actually defined it and he put it, and I think even the people who say SPLM, he did not say SPLM has failed, but he said it's a failure of the leadership. And the people who actually found out the failure of the leadership are the same party that actually governing South Sudan. Lanu, the people who were sent, the delegation was sent by the SPLM, the ruling party in Juba, and they sent people out to the states. And I said this so many times, corruption and the failure of the leadership is started in Kulu 10 state. And I give you example by state, with Isum Unity State. When the rebellion started in 2010, those of Bapij Mentwil, those of Matthew Puljang, they were pushed out by Taban Dengai, who happened to become a governor with a unity state, even dividing even the Nuer themselves, fighting Al-Hassan Dokulu today. Bentiu is not stable, even actually lead to a rebellion that happened in 2013, is because Taban Deng was unfair to unity state. And also the election was unfair. So I agree 100%, Deng Ayondit, you define, and that's what we should look into. And there is no way we can support a fair leadership. Like in vision of the SPLM is still there. The SPLM as a party had a program. I will say I will withdraw the word ahead, which is actually in the present term, but actually I will say I'm talking in the present that SPLM has a very good vision. SPLM has a very good ideology. Like in the leaders to this ideology, the people who are failing our country leaders, namely the governors of our state. Lanu, I said it so many times, you don't get the services from the federal government, but actually from the state government and the local government. Shukran Legi, I hope the oppositions are listening carefully and let them take this free lesson that you have given them. Let them define the problem of South Sudan and come to the people of South Sudan, educate them about how you define the problem, you find the problem, and then how can you resolve that problem. I think in Nukan Mafi Mishkila, but at Finas Bugulum Nusmakana, with the Finas Benaida, these people, they have shown they fail miserably to define the problem of South Sudan. In the state, they are targeting community Isumu Denka. That's why Nahna Benugul, and Nahna bit Ayizol, I'll be target Nahna in a state to go and see and define the problem of South Sudan and come up with a solution of how this country can be ruled.
Yeah, thank you, Miyakol. I just want to apologize to Dengi Dayok. I made a mistake. He actually said that he appreciates the room. Sorry, he appreciates the room today. He said he would be saying his last word before leaving. Because he's tired. That's not what he said. I just want to correct that one because I thought the word be a chok and I want to appreciate you, Dengi Dayok, for accepting to come up. I requested you. I didn't know that you was going to come, but we've learned from you. Your speaking here today was very productive and educational for others. So in the Jal Paul Bajam, before you leave the room tonight, thank you.
Yeah, original. I
Yeah.
want to say bye to all of you. My phone remained 3%, and so Galactic Purity did not give me a backup battery. So Purist Galactic, greeting to you. So if anything that I'm not online, it could be blame on her. Thank you.
Sorry, Dengi Dayok.
Uh,
Yeah, carry on. Thank you.
yeah, thank you very much, moderators, Original, Wal, Amor, Tony, all the speakers, audience in the room. We got chakale japai. You will kinti chaka yegan. Kuba jam topic in chagarnial, which is in a kijim ku ye room gini. I want to say my last message before Ki Anjal, and I think you would continue with the room. The first thing we evaluate is that don't be worried about what members of the opposition shall say about me because of what I shared with you in the room. Don't be worried about that at all. Because they call me many names several times, but I don't care about that. As long as I know that I'm saying the right thing, uh, the right thing that will bring our people together. This is one. The second issue is Brother Miyakol. Miyakol, I also appreciate you. You appreciate me very much today in the room because I came and I talk in a way that actually appeal to your conscience and your thinking. And that's how politics is. We meet. Sometimes we separate, sometimes we meet. I remember you used to refer to us as Nuzmakana because of the differences that we had in the past. But you actually made a clarification on this point a few minutes ago. So I really appreciate you. And I agree with you in all the comments you made earlier about the discussion we are doing in this room. So initially, Brother Miyakol Mayom, politics, actually, permanent friend or permanent enemy. Ko ya lebu ko yuwaji ya kola, ania ko ko berom. So what you wajogin sometimes back, but that is the nature of politics. But today we met and we agreed on the topic we are discussing in this room. So that is it. I really appreciate you, brother, and I say thank you very much. Thank you very much for the applause you gave us today. Number three, I want to say that Paul Mator shouldn't be victimized, Jama, because since I came to the room, I saw people people are like not comfortable with him. Paul Mator is a politician. He wants to win all South Sudanese to his side because Paul is on a campaigning as the future presidential candidates, as you have seen. He has his party. Okay, so don't victimize him. He's not against you, but he is for you in one way or another. He's winning you to his side, and he's also winning the other South Sudanese. This is what you should understand. And if he might fall short of some things, then don't be very hard on him. And I think this message is for Maduranyar, Brother Maduranyar, and the rest in the comment section there who are attacking him. And it seemed to me that they were trying to victimize him. That is it. Another thing I want to say, when you come together as Jieng sons and Jieng daughters to talk about the national issues, I understand that Clubhouse has been divided into Jieng, Equatorians, sometimes Nuer, sometimes Jieng against themselves alone, sometimes Equatorians against themselves alone, sometimes the people which are called Equatorian separatists, and they do call themselves Equatorian nationalists. So there is a fight going on in Clubhouse. What I want to tell you, when you come together as sons and daughters of Jieng, come and address the topic.
Very dangerous. We all is a group of our club. Chuluk, Shuluk community.
Okay. Okay. Kakar balagwe, the chiwe rom we muanjeng we pej, and talking about the national issues, try to disengage from attacking communities. You have to attack only those you think you are talking to them, or those you think the message is being directed toward them. And you should not mention communities or insult other communities. Another thing, do not insult the people of Equatoria. Even if they insult your own nationality, your own community, do not insult them, because not all of them are actually against the Jieng. This is one thing I want to make very clear. If you feel that there is a war for you to fight, fight against those who are talking on social media, whether they are members of political organization or individuals. Face them as political organization and face them also as individual. Don't face them as a region of Equatoria. Don't face them as communities. This is what I want to say. Another thing also, don't talk with extremisms or tribalism or tribal bigotry. Talk in the spirit of somebody who has a message that she or he wants to convey to the other side. And I am very happy to come to this room and find the room very professional. The room is being run in a very professional way, and I was impressed when I came in, and I found Sister Original moderating, asking questions, providing chances to the speakers to speak, and managing the room. And not only Original, Wal, Amor, and Tony, those who are managing the room. It's actually very good, because I felt that this is a civilized discourse, a civilized forum going on. There was no an insult I heard when I came. So I give you my credit here, and I urge you to continue with this spirit of professionalism. The last point I want to say is that I'm speaking here as two things in one. This room is called Jieng Nomtok. And so when it comes to the issues of Jieng, I'm a Jieng because I belong to the community of Jieng. So this one, it's like giving me a hat. This is one hat I'm wearing when I come to the community as a Jieng. So I am wearing a Jieng hat. The other hat I'm wearing is a hat of a politician, because I'm a member of opposition. My political organization is called the UCC, as it was said earlier by Maduda Anyar. We are opposing the system. We are opposing the leaders who actually lack vision and mission and what to do for the country. We think that these leaders cannot take our country ahead. We think that they have failed. And that is what we describe as the fundamental problem of South Sudan. Because when the SPLM sent the delegates, they came back and they said the people in the grassroots levels are saying that there is leadership crisis in the country, there is leadership failure, that there is a loss of vision and mission. That's what the delegate brought from the 10 states to Juba. That was the voice of the people. And then again, in the national dialogue, the people were asked two questions: what went wrong and how it can be fixed. They said what went wrong is that there is leadership problem in the country. How it can be fixed? They said two people needs to go. That is the president and the first vice president. It was there in the national dialogue, and all of you have followed it and you have learned that. And so leadership crisis in South Sudan, lack of good leadership in South Sudan is the fundamental problem of South Sudan. Plus the fact that there were some atrocities committed by individuals who are in the leadership against certain communities. This is what constitute the problem of South Sudan. The problem is not Jieng, the problem is not Nuer, the problem is not Bari, the problem is not Pujulu, the problem is not Anyuak, the problem is not Cholo, the problem is not the Faratit, the problem is not the population of South Sudan, because the population is innocent. The problem is the issue of leadership in our country. And I'm glad that Brother Miyakol actually agreed with me in this point when he said that he agrees with me that the problem is leadership crisis in the country. And so this is the problem of South Sudan. Our brothers in the opposition are supposed to target the problem of South Sudan, attack it day and night, and tell the people of South Sudan the way forward. We in the United Citizens for Change, we are campaigning continually. We tell the people of South Sudan that this is the problem in our country. And we don't need to hate ourselves. We need to love ourselves. We need to come together as people of South Sudan. We need to come together as Bari, as Jieng, as Nuer, as Pajulu, as Kakwa, as Mundu, as Muru, as Baka, as Zande, as Cholo. We need to come together as Balanda. We need to come together as Kresh and all those tribes of South Sudan to change the status quo in our country. And the status quo in our country is the problem of leadership. It is not Dinka. It is not Nuer. It is not Cholo. The problem is leadership crisis in our country. And so this is the we need to target and criticize day and night. This should be made very clear. And so when you come here as sons of Jieng and then you insult Equatorian or you attack them, what will they do? They will also attack you as Jieng. And the issue will become Jieng versus Equatoria. So this is another problem. So we don't let us stop creating another problem here on social media. When you hear me talking against the three political organizations I mentioned earlier, it is because of this fact I said. It is because they attack the community, the Jieng community, and blaming it for the problem, for all the problems that are happening in the country, leaving the government. And sometimes they went as far as saying that the government we have in the country is a Jieng government. Simply because the Jieng community has many sons in the leadership positions. And that is not true. We told them, I myself told them several times. And they told me that I'm a tribalist. They told me that I have changed. And they said a lot of negative things about me. But I will never give up because I know what I'm saying is the right thing. And so when you come here to fight your fight, fight a good fight. Don't fight against the Equatorians because they are not the problem on social media. Don't fight against communities because they are not the problem on social media. The problem on social media is the opposition that lack vision and mission. It is the opposition that is blaming a single community in South Sudan to be the problem of South Sudan, or defining the fundamental problem of South Sudan in a wrong way and dividing the people of South Sudan. And so when you attack Equatorian here, you are automatically made to implement an agenda which is not your own agenda, the agenda of hate. This agenda of hate speech, this agenda of calling on the 63 tribes of South Sudan against one ethnic group is an agenda of the opposition that is so destructive, that is so lethal, that is so fatal. And they want to destroy South Sudan. So when you engage in attacking or insulting or practicing hate speech against the people of Equatoria and not against the people who are dividing us, then there would be no difference between you and them. That is it. I am aware that I'm speaking today in a forum that is called Jieng Cows. And some people would run away with it and then they go and talk the way they want. I don't care. As long as it is a forum for sharing with you the small truth I know about the country, there is no reason for me to be shy away from coming to this forum and speak to all of you as my brothers, my fellow brothers and sisters, and fellow citizens of the same country that we all love, that we all stand up to defend day and night. South Sudan, land of great abundance. And so as I leave the room, I want to tell you, focus on those who are destroying South Sudan. Leave alone the Equatorians, they are innocents. Leave alone the communities that are in Equatoria or the communities that are in Upper Nile or whatever community in South Sudan. The entire population of South Sudan is innocent. The problem is leadership in the country. And another problem that we have beside the problem of leadership in the country is the problem of the opposition that is dividing the people of South Sudan and that is agitating for hate and genocide in the country. This is the problem. And so I appreciate you for standing your ground and standing tall to talk against those who are destroying the unity of our people. To those who are using cows as a pretext to promulgate the second Kokora in South Sudan. Kokora is a deadly venom that we all need to fight. And the agenda of Kokora is being championed by the National Salvation Front, by the National Movement Patriotic Front of Emmanuel Ajawin, and by some members of the real SPLM. So we have two problems right now to struggle and to grapple with. First, the leadership crisis in the country. Secondly, the irresponsible opposition that is dividing the people of South Sudan and agitating hatred on social media. These are the two problems that we have right now in South Sudan. I myself and the members of the UCC believes that the people of South Sudan are one and that we want one South Sudan. And in our ethics, we don't attack communities because we believe that our communities are part of our wider population, across the country, and they are innocent. Therefore, attacking them would be something that is not acceptable. We believe that women should not be attacked because there are some people going around attacking and insulting women, because women are our wives, our sisters, and our mothers. We need to respect them when we are doing a public speaking here. This should be made very clear. We have to stop all the infights. There are a lot of infights within the Jieng. Every time I come around the clubhouse hallways, I find some room. And in the title of the room, you can see so-and-so bring your something here. Mr. So-and-so bring your something here. Those are infights within the Jieng community itself. Let us stop dividing ourselves. Let us stop being engaged in hate speech, because that does not serve any agenda. It is a destructive agenda. So our problem is the leadership crisis in the country and the irresponsible opposition that is blinded by hate and hate speech and hatreds against the young people in the country. We pray that God actually open their eyes to stop this and fights against the problem that we call leadership crisis, leadership failure in the country. Lack of equality, lack of the rule of law in the country. Those are the real or the true issues our country is suffering from. We want to see equality, justice done in South Sudan. We want to see the people of South Sudan together. So this is my message as I leave the room. Thank you very much, dear moderators. I salute you and greet you for your professionalism in managing the room. I greet and salute you for your patience. I greet and salute you for understanding and for giving me the chance to speak without you dictating what I'm saying. This is freedom and this is democracy, because in democracy, you allow people to speak their mind without dictating what they should say. You allow them to speak the way they want. And in the end, we touch on the real issues of our country. And we speak with patriotism and we speak with love. I thank you for your patriotism. I thank you for your zeal for our nation. I thank you for speaking on behalf of the silent majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. While I saw you opening your mic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. On behalf of the moderation team, Denga Yogi, I want to appreciate your contribution into the JNT or Jieng Mumtuk under this topic today. I know it will not be easy for you in the union of the opposition. They will invent meanings to your presence here, and I'm sure you are a man with a thicker skin. You can survive their invention. And tomorrow or after tomorrow, Denga Yogdit is going to be a Denga Yogdit. They are not going to alter anything about you. Thank you so much for your contribution. And also, thank you so much for your advice to the members of the Jieng Mumtuk, the listeners of the Jieng Mumtuk, and the administrators of Jieng Mumtuk. Your advices reinforce the values we hold high in this room. And these are that we are all South Sudanese, and that we can never utilize this room to generate hatred against any community in our country. We will only use it to respond to the negative propaganda and to set the records straight. That's what Jieng Mumtuk is for. It is not a war room where we come in here to design strategies to attack any community. No, it has never been.
And the Jieng Numtuk came as a result of the rejectionism that many members of the non-Jieng people who happened to sign up in the clubhouse at the early days. When we came in and we had expected that we had found our fellow South Sudanese in the newly invented technology called Clubhouse. But what used to happen is that we used to be rejected. We used to go to rooms established by fellow citizens from Equatorian region, and we were not even allowed to be in the audience. The Clubhouse was hostile for the Jieng people. And as you might have already known, that the topics had been about Jieng from January to December. And we were never allowed to come up to the stage to respond and correct things. Out of frustration, that is when we came up with the Jieng Mumtuk as a room for us to explain ourselves. Because you cannot be accused and then you are
Okay, I
to explain yourself.
Original
yeah.
and well. Tichi well took away again 3 minutes. India nang audio balloon played just for a minute and then 2 minutes
Okay.
and waiting
All right.
before
Also, yeah, thank you, Madhu. Mayan Dengit, I saw that you flashed your mic several times. I'll give you a chance. I'm aware of
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Well,
Yeah.
you go ahead.
Yeah. So then did Yogit and the rest of you who are in the audience and who might be for the first time attended Jieng Numtuk, I want to let you know that Jieng Numtuk is not a pentagon. It's not where we design war. We are not here to fight nobody. We are here to fight only one thing: to fight the propaganda against Jieng and against any community. By the way, we don't limit Jieng Numtuk to only discuss the issues of the Jieng alone. We talk even what affects other communities. We will discuss them. So the Jieng Numtuk is not the room where we come to discuss how to destroy others. No, this is where we come to claim our right of citizenship. That's all we talk about here. And that actually most of the topics here, brother Denga Yogdit and the rest of you who are here, most of the topics that we discuss in Jieng Numtuk are topics that are inspired by other topics that are being discussed somewhere, such as the case is now. The topic we are seeing here came as a result of how much the president of the Jieng board in Equatoria been made a topic from Juba all the way to Clubhouse. This is what inspires today's topic, and that's why we made it what to discuss. Other than that, I really appreciate your contribution, and I really appreciate your courage to come into the Jieng Numtuk, because the judgment is that when you are seen coming to interact with the Jieng people and you come from the Jieng community, then you are being labeled as a tribal demagogue. You are a tribal leader, and you will be called names, and you will be called tribalist. And that even more offends the Jieng people. Because don't you think that we, the Jieng people, we need some leaders to speak on our behalf? Don't we need some folks from within the opposition to come to us and understand what we are going through so that you can make that part of your political agenda? Why, if somebody associates himself with the Jieng people, then you are seen as a tribalist? Then who will speak on behalf of the Jieng people? But for you having the courage to come up here and discuss this with us, it deserves a great deal of appreciation. And to you too, Mayan Deng, thanks for the historical perspective that you have shared with us here. The truth needs defense. The mountain of lies had been built, and they want to overwhelm the truth. And the truth that we are all South Sudanese, and this is the right. that no one should deny. It was almost about to be wiped out in front of us. And do not be ashamed. Being a Jieng was not your choice. In the same way, having this room here in the name of the Jieng people wasn't our choice either. I didn't choose to be a Jieng. I found myself being called a Jieng. And then I find myself having moral obligation to fight for my rights. If they're being messed with, I have right to speak up. All in all, I really appreciate you, brother Denga Yogdi, and I appreciate members of your UCC. We are watching. We are watching. We do listen to everybody, and we are making judgment, and we are making our minds up as we go in time. There will come a time when I will make a decision. One day there will be a time when I will read the names of the people on the ballot, and I will remember who used to say what. And I, as a citizen, I will make my decision based on what I have learned, whether from Clubhouse to Facebook or in real life. I, one day, son and daughter of South Sudan, will have that right to make that decision. So I really appreciate your members and continue to behave that way. Speak on behalf of all of us, all the people of South Sudan. As far as the politics is concerned, of course, Kamani Adenga Yogdi, look at this here. You have given us an example, an obvious example, that at one point, a ruling party called SPLM sent out a delegation to go and explore the opinion of the people. And what came back with was that SPLM has lost the vision, right? That is what we all know. And then the same leaders of the party called SPLM went into Juba and were talking about the convention, how to vote in convention, show of hands, ballot, they disagreed over that. December 6, 2013, they held a press conference. Okay? They held a press conference. I'm driving something here. They held a press conference. The members of the SPLM. And they actually let us all know their disagreement and their frustration. Voila. On the 2015, somebody went to overthrow the government. Somebody went to protect himself. The war erupted. And then that war, instead of being described as we all know it, as the failure of the leadership, which we admit in the SPLM, we don't shy away from that. When I could have spoken about the failure of the SPLM, Kwalmanyang have spoken about the failure of the SPLM, the leaders of the SPLM, I also have done so. Instead of keeping in the way we all know it, the war was designed and narrated to the world that it is a war between Dinka and Nuer. Okay?
Last year, I went to
you are going to play music. You will comment
no,
along and put your
failure of SPLM. Last year, I went to Silman Dandra room, and they were there with Teresa Leila Jube. They were still in good terms. And I went and told them that we are not denying that the government has shortcomings or it has failed. It has really failed. And I explained how they failed. And then I was taken as an opposition. That's for stating that nowadays honesty is becoming some sign of guilt. Go ahead.
Now, the problem is this. We all know where the problem of our country came from. How does members of the opposition come and make it a community? How have it become a Dinka problem? Because I agree with you, Denga Yogdi. There are some elements of the opposition who define the problem of South Sudan as being Dinka. And we know how the members or the leaders of the SPLM disagree among themselves. How does that become a Dinka problem here? These are the arguments which many of us came to establish the Jieng Cows in order to address. We want to let people of South Sudan know that, look, you know where it all starts. Why are you not focusing on that? Why are you focusing on us? Because the Dinka is not a party. And if the conflict was conflict between Nuer and Dinka, the Dinka and Nuer, they share border in western part of the Nile. We share border with Nuer in Barkazal and in Upper Nile. Why does the conflict start in Juba then? But yet we explain this. But the opposition from the non-Dinka ethnic group don't want to listen and don't want to see this. And so when people like you, Denga Yogdit, I think they would believe you more than they believe me, because you are an opposition just like them. When you get to come into places like this, and do not limit yourself into rooms like ours, even other rooms, even in the Shulu Kingdom, go in there and tell them that Dinka was in South Sudan or in this land before we even have a country called Southern Sudan. If the Dinka was not a problem in 1800, why is the Dinka a problem now in 2023? Wrong diagnosis of a problem, we will never find a solution. As a matter of fact, we can make matter worse, even worse and worse. And that is what can come up with the idea of the 63 tribe uniting against one. It would not give us a solution. And the people who are calling for that, they call for the unity of the three tribes against one, because the one tribe is being defined as the problem of South Sudan. So what would be the solution? Unite the 63 against one, crush one. Well, the crushing of the Dinka is not going to be as that easier. And it may have more negative consequences than the positive consequences we so much which. I apologize for taking a little longer, but I had hope and I had wanted that you, Denga Young, did also see things from our angle. I really appreciate your contribution. Mayandit, I appreciate your contribution. Madud, you had the music you wanted to play it, and then with original take it from Madud
Brother
and
Wal,
give it to Mayandit.
Brother Wal, I think you provoked my thought, although I was actually going to get out from the room. So if you don't mind, may I say a few words?
Absolutely.
All right. If you have few minutes with
I
us,
will be very brief because
no,
I know there are other speakers.
I wanted you to be comfortable with what you're saying, unless if you're in a hurry, because sorry,
Yes.
Mayan has been waiting for too long.
Deng did give me 3 minutes, then I'll leave you. You are a great
Okay, go
speaker.
ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
And thank you, Deng Did Ayok, for this great presentation. I think if you were born in the 50s or 60s, you would have been a great political commissar in the SPLA. But probably your God wants you for a different mission. There are two. I'm coming to Kokoro. Earlier on, of course, I gave a historical picture about Mangala, that it was part of Upper Nile, then it became it became a region of itself, a province, not part of Equatoria or Upper Nile. Then it later on became a part of Equatoria. So the population of Mangala has been changing over hundreds of years, and there are historical records that people can refer to. The issue of Kokoro brings me to two types of war. There are two types of war. There is a just war or unjust war. The just war is seen through the lenses of a cause. What is the cause of a just war? The SPLA war was a just war because its cause was ending marginalization. That is why it got support from the rest of the world. Independence wars all over Africa were just wars. That is why they were supported by great powers such as Russia, USSR, and China. And just wars always appeal even to the population of that a group of people that wants to fight a just war. An unjust war is like what NAS is waging right now. An unjust war has no cause. The cause does not appeal even to the region. That's why NAS membership has not increased even in the region, not even in central Equatoria, because its message is all about Dinka and Dinka and Dinka. And that's why NAS has not even gotten support from the region, from the East African region. because it is an unjust war. This takes me to the issue of Kokoro. Kokoro is to take away the Dinka in particular and other groups and send them back to their places of origin. Now let's look at who are these Dinkas that are supposed to be taken away. There are two populations of Dinka. Let me use my short experience in the SPLA as a soldier in the SPLA. I've been to Yei, I've lived in Yei, I've been to Kajukeji, been to Yambio, to the Central Equatoria. All these places used to have. I've been to New Kush. All these places used to have a majority Dinka IDP populations, in addition to soldiers, more than the original inhabitants of those areas. And this is one of the Dinka populations. When in 2005, when the idea of repatriation came, these populations, some people suggested that let these internal IDPs be sent back to their places of origin when the environment becomes conducive. The second populations were the refugees around the region that were brought back to South Sudan. They became squatters. The so-called land grabbers in English law. Let me use my experience as well, or my background as I've studied English land law. These kind of populations are called squatters. Squatters are people who come and see an empty place, whether it is a construction, an empty house, or an empty place, and they construct a house there to settle. And squatters over time develop legal rights in English law. If a squatter stays in a place for 25 years in England, that squatter becomes entitled to having a land title for that place. Many of these squatters, in whether those who used to be in the liberated areas, who many of them still are in the liberated areas today, and the new squatters that came to towns, to Wow, not only Juba, to Wow, to Kwajuk, to Rumbek, to Malakal, to Juba. Many of these squatters just went because this is their country. They established tukuls, and they later on tried to demarcate these areas and settle. I would say that these squatters should not be treated like the squatters in Khartoum. I've lived in Khartoum. I've been to Korton Kasala and the rest. The squatters of Khartoum stayed for 20, 30 years, but the Arabs treated them not as citizens. They chased them away. They never allowed them to have land titles. The squatters of South Sudan, if we are to treat them as citizens of South Sudan, should have rights of having a title where they stay. And over time, when I was in Juba for over 12 years, I worked in the government and stayed and moved around in Juba. These squatters did not just come anyhow and stay. The areas they stay in are well demarcated. And those who demarcated these areas, whether it's referendum or the area of Gumbo, or Sherikat, or Gudele 1, Gudele 2, all these areas were demarcated by people from Central Equatoria, from the Ministry of Housing. When I came to Juba in 2006, I was given 2 first-class land because I taught people of Ministry of Housing in record keeping. And Alikaya Aligo, who was with us in East Africa, gave me 2 first-class lands in Karek because Karek did not have a population. Thus, that place was demarcated. many of the squatters had tokens, what were called as tokens. The tokens were sent to them, sold to them by chiefs in central Equatoria, or even by Clement Wanikonga in his house. People used to go and collect tokens. And they would go and they would be given assurances that we are going to register these lands. And in fact, many of these lands were later on registered. These gave people hope that, in fact, because of the experiences they have seen, that many of the lands were first given as tokens, then later on registered in the Ministry of Housing with the help of those who gave them the tokens. Then people say, okay, if this is the case, then let us appeal to these chiefs, demarcate these areas, and then we settle, we build our concrete houses, and later on with these tokens, we will be registered as landowners. I hope this will happen. In the US, there is a program called DACA that Barack Obama brought up. That's Deferred Action for Early Childhood Arrival. Barack Obama, as a human being, saw that the children who were born or were brought to America as kids and grew up in America and worked in America, even though they were Mexicans coming from Mexico or Latin America, had the right of citizenship. Barack Obama said that they should not be sent back because they became citizens of the United States. They state they are not citizens, but they must be given a path to citizenship through an act of Congress. Why don't we do the same? The children who were born in Yei that I've seen, the children who were born in Yambio that have become men now, the children who were born in Kajukeji, the children who were born in Rumbek, and even if they were not from Rumbek or Renko, why don't we look at them as people who have developed a connection with the land? Their parents died or did not die. Now they are marrying there. They have become connected to that land. Let's see what Barack Obama did.
My brother, we have roughly an hour left, so we need to use our word or use the time wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, then I will stop there. I've made my point. I would.
No. You just finish your point. Finish your point. We still have time. Just you can run it.
Yeah. So the issue of Kokora, that people are making as a political rallying cry, calling that the Dinkas, and even people are singing Anina Madarin Dinka. All this is just done to recruit against one ethnic group, which makes the war an unjust war. I rest my point here.
Moderators,
thank you very much.
I have a message that I want Deng Ayong to take back to his party, as he gave us a message in here.
Deng Ayong is still with us. Actually, he was going to speak for a little bit, and then you can talk to, interject to him or send him a message.
Let Miracle speak. I want to listen to him.
Okay. Somebody else did ask before.
But then, original. Let's not take this as just Dengi Dayok and back and forth with other people. Let us give other people a chance too, because it will seem to be a neglection that we are doing for others who are sitting here and waiting.
No,
for
he's actually finished. He's finished.
Yeah. So let him just stay with us, and if he wants to make a few remarks, then he can always come back. He had that platform of us giving him time. So let him just be patient with us. Malech Dengi Dayok. عشان نشوف which bukai koglu neglect kamana which bukai given the chance and to be fair on the other side, on the other people. So gam bukai when we get chance to share their views bukai benping, and then we will come back to this after. Sorry.
You will need a pie because rebellion abroad loiter.
Yeah, so we don't want it to make it look like I know he had given us a lot of hyper, but you know, he will continue to come back to this room because this room, a chair room, can just a few individuals only belong to all Monjan. So anyway, let's give Kwaki Jam Gambuke time big jam, and then we will come back to Dengi Dayo, please.
All right. In that case, that will go for all those who spoke already. We will start with Medit, Bulletin, and then Ding Wale Dinka Princess.
Comrade Madit, you hold off, okay? John Denkamis about and Denkamis because we actually skipped him ahead of time before he actually make his remarks. So John Denkamis about and then
But
Bajal.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
When
Let Madid come and
there's one
Dinga
thing here.
Prince. I'll wait.
Then observe from you and Matul.
Honorable, Madid network do it, Madid, your network is bad. Mute yourself until it's a bit better.
Honorable Inchukuping.
I don't know what
Your network is really bad.
Yeah, they have to behave themselves.
Okay, we haven't heard anything you said because your network was really bad. So if you repeat yourself, it was really bad, your network.
Okay. Okay.
It's still breaking.
Oh God, I don't know who is interfering with me. Anyway, okay. Don't see
So now what
I could have message you keeping.
I am not complaining. I'm waiting. I said let Madid continue and Dinga Prince, and I will wait for my turn. What that happened? Yeah.
Then I check Reben and a bear immediately, okay? Can Madu the keeping? So let's leave it like that. Earlier on, Madurewich interjection of 3 minutes. He wanted to play something. So I don't know. Do you still want to play it, Madut, so that we can move this on smooth? We're just left with 1 hour. So let us. No, because I'm getting a lot of messages saying allow Madut to play that whatever he wanted to play. But if you said that way, I will not play it.
Okay, we have a church and when she then that Kajinaka are pushing for Kokora. Okay, so it's just to support the statement that not a Kokora. When they say none Madarin Jenge Karabulena, okay, that means they don't want Dinka completely. And people still wonder that not are nationalists.
Okay, thank you.
They are not nationalists. Yeah. Pretext, I will come later. Thank you.
Right. So, Madit, is your turn. You go ahead, please. Thank you.
Oh, she's our original.
Let the people
She's our original.
speak. It seems like people want.
Hold on.
Lion.
Yeah, she's our original.
Lion, I'm aware of you returning to the room. You left almost about 3 times. So let me give Madit a chance. Queen Bija Lomben after. You left.
No, I had waited for so long when you were allowing Miracle praising. I come back and forth. Miracle is still a speaker in the room. We have message to tell the world of South Sudan. Yeah, Jamana. Don't
right,
get woman like this. And
let's
you
allow
draw me
Madit.
too. You draw me too. This room is, if it is for Jieng, let's consider it for Jieng and not
I
for
don't
members
drop people. I don't listen. I don't.
Yes.
Excuse me. I
Who
don't drop
dropped me
people.
before?
Listen, how am I supposed to know? I don't drop people when I'm moderating. And I've worked with you yesterday or a few days ago. How can I drop you? You're the one that comes and go. So anyway, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back and forth with you. What I'm going to tell you, can you allow me?
There were
Or will
three.
you go first?
Jieen, Tony, Wamor, and I asked Tony, not Tony, not Amor.
All right.
And
So
then
I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now that it wasn't me. It was not. It wasn't. It wasn't me.
Lion, the time is going. Anybody that have grievances, we can address that later on. But let us take advantage of the 1 hour left. Make it easier for Sister Original to organize the last hour for us. Original, take the mic, please.
All right,
1
thank
hour
you.
is still enough for all of us. If we just like organize it 5 minutes, look how many of us are up here.
Yeah.
And 1 hour. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Juan. Just to clear that, it wasn't me that dropped
Where do I
Lion.
Where do I can go ping? I jam kun network right can you hear me?
Yeah, well, 1 hour is still enough for all of us. And let's utilize the 1 hour that is left effectively, and then maybe if we have grievances, we can address that after this.
Can I check grievances?
Yes, I hear you. Let us just finish this 1 hour here. Those who haven't spoken, let them speak, and then if there are a few minutes left to run, bring it on. We want to learn from the mistake we make. It's fine. It's okay to hear your voice, so we don't repeat it next time. But we even want to hear it from you too. So, Original, take the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Juan, for speaking. And Lion, if you believe that I dropped you, accept my apology, and let's move on smoothly, if that is possible. Madid, I want you to open your mic and then go ahead with your time, please.
Thank you, Sister Original. Actually, I will not speak because I see that a lot of people want to talk. I just pass my time to the rest. The room is going on well. Let us be just be civil and do not please. If there's something that happening, just take it to the private room. So I will yield microphone back to you guys, and I'm about to close live Facebook and YouTube very soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madid. You've done well today by hosting us also on your show. I'm just not aware. Is it on Lake State or what platform are you playing it?
Actually, it's live on the Eagle Media.
Eagle Media. So thank you for all your help today. We do appreciate what you've done. Dinka Prince, is your turn. Dinka
okay,
Prince?
شكرا. I'm here. شكرا moderators. طبعا I'm agree with the topic. Jieng Cows being used as pretext for another cockroach. طبعا الإجابة نعم yes. ونحن شفنا الكلام ده من خلال عناصر بتاع معارضة في السوشيال ميديا. والوتيرة دي طبعا ازدادت من 2017 ونحن جاي واكثر الناس اللي بتتكلم في المواضيع دي ده الانصار بتاع ناس هم بيحرضوا الاهالي انه يعملوا مشاكل مع هم بيحرضوا الاهالي انه يشتبكوا مع ضعاف. وكثير طبعا في اسئله بتسال نفسها انه يا جماعه في استوائيه منداري عندهم ابقار وبويا وديدينجا وتبوسا ولوتوكا دول عندهم ابقار، لكن ابقارهم طبعا ما بيخشوا المزارع. ابقار دينكابور ياها بتخش المزارع. فدي حاجه مؤكده بتاكد لنا انه العمليه مسيسه، انه في سياسه في الموضوع. والموضوع اصلا ابسط من كده، لانه انت حتى لو في حالات بتاع تعدي على المزارع الموضوع ده بيتحل في جوديات، لانه حتى المجتمعات او مجتمع الدنكا اللي بيتهموه دائما انه بيسيبوا ابقارهم يدخلوا مزارع بتاع ابقار مزارع الاستوائيين، هم عندهم مزارع في بور بيزرعوا انا متاكد، لكن ما في اي ابقار مثلا بيقولوا بتخش مزارع دنكابور هناك. فطبعا الموضوع متشائك جدا وحيكون صعب انه حيتحل، لانه قبل كده انا في غرف انا حضرتها وفي ناس اقترحت مثلا للاستوائيين انه مثلا طيب يا جماعه الابقار دي لو وداها مثلا اماكن مخصصه للرعي وما حتكون مثلا انه حيكون في اي تعدي ثاني على المزارع، هل حيكون عندكم مشكله ثانيه مع دنكابور؟ هم جا صرحوا بفم مليان وقالوا لا نحن من الاخر كده ما دايرين اي دينكا في الاستوائيه. ده الكلام الماشي، وده الكلام اللي بيؤكد انه يا جماعه الحاجه الحاصله في السوشيال ميديا بالذات انه اهلنا في الاستوائيه هم ما عايزين دينكا في الاستوائيه، ودي حقيقه نحن لازم نقبلوها. والحاجه المؤسفه انه بقيه القوميات بتاعت جنوب السودان هم بيدعموا كلامنا وبيتناسوا انه هم قاعدين في استوائيه، لانه زي ما نحن مثلا بنسمع انه الكوكرة لما حصل كان بدأ بالدينكا وبعد كده جاء انتهى في رقبه القبائل النيليه، فهم هنا بيتناسوا انه الموضوع لو يوم من الايام جه على دينكا، الدينكا لو طلع من استوائيه هم برضه هم ما حيقعدوا في استوائيه برضه. فالرساله لاهلنا اللي في المعارضه زي ناس وزي NDM وزي ريل SPLM انه هم يركزوا في القضيه الاساسيه. طالما بيشوفوا انه في مشكله في النظام يركزوا في النظام ويبتعدوا من المعارضات القبليه انه بيعارضوا قبيله واحده، ويقدروا يقدموا حلول. لانه نحن لو ما شخصنا المشكله من جذورها اكيد ما حنقدر نلقى حلول يا جماعه. انا حقيقي هنا وبديكم شكر الناس المديرين.
Thank you, Dinka Prince. Lion, this is your turn, but I actually want Matoldi to tell you something before you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Lion, if you check your back channel, when you came to the room, I was the one that gave you green. So the only two moderators was you and me. I called you 2 times, you did not respond, so I dropped you. So check your back channel. Thank you.
All right. Just for clarification, I do not drop people when I'm moderating whatsoever in any room that I've ever been in. I don't want you to say anything in regards to what Matoli just said now. All I want you to know is do not accuse people when you don't know what's happening. Throwing words on people may change the narrative on how people look at you. So please, I want us to move on smoothly. Let's respect the room and carry on the way we done the room today. I'm not upset. I just want you to know to also have trust on others. Thank you. And Lion, you may go ahead with your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the moderators and those who are in the panel and those who are down there. Just to clear, I wrote down generally after I was dropped, I wrote who dropped me, and there was no response. Matoli just wrote that message. So that caused a confusion. And there were 3 girls up there, Original, Amor, and Tony. And I wrote, and none of them. I tried to clear here, Tony was not here. That's where the confusion came.
Lion, when Amor and Original came in, you were already dropped because you were the moderator. That was the time. That was 4 hours ago. You came in, I made you moderator straight away. I sent you that message, can I make you a moderator? You went quiet, but I made you a moderator anyway. Then I give you a chance, you did not respond. So it was you and me that were moderating in the room. All those people were not there. I dropped you before they become moderators, especially Amor and Well. Thank you. Continue.
I don't know, Lion,
Hold on, ya Jamana.
just let me tell the what you wrote. Lion, when you wrote back to me, you said that you were sleeping, and that was the time. Me myself, I don't even know. You just disappear on the forum here, and then you wrote that you were sleeping. You just wake up.
I woke up. Okay? Let me make it clear. Huh? I woke up, and even when Deng Bol was speaking, Deng was speaking in Dinka, and I say speak in English because I saw the room was full and many people are there, and I found myself a moderator. You know, when you wake up, you try to get ready so that you speak with a clear voice. So I already woke up.
No, thinking. Yeah, I was a moderator. I was like a third person to arrive to the room yesterday. I got dropped. Zaman Chianin. And I woke up where you Zaman Chan Pach Nyadenga chat to a request. Well, chat in Janial. And I came up. It's nothing to complain about. Just let it go. Let's move on with the room. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no big deal about this, but
Yeah,
I don't want it to be made a big deal.
Point for keeping you in case, but unmute the galat. Kuyin nongatin la yipoy chin karaja payment I want to be there.
What did I say it's not possible. Anyway, we take a late key and broloiki where I chapping. But yeah, anyway, jam could do no where the teaching and anigity actually. Ukaka, but do no honestly, Chimanawan could Toma Tony run, a do no because Chimadurich Congo drop colon kenny. Well, any your drop a chipat. So could a teaching to Kenya do no, Yeneka inga choy and Jaluin Kuman, but it's a big deal. Anchitauka moderator, Kukaka Bajam. Kikichiro lawyer line a ken bay chalafit. Anong ko chi jam read back and forth. Who can I chiko koi nong messing ko big send to the public. Yes, I come back to the topic. The topic and chipijamaret, and I will speak in English. Jieng Cows being used as a pretext for another Kokora. Okay, Anora and Chola internet. I don't know why enjoy Judaism, Jagra and Chalatwin.
Okay, I'm going to matter.
Sorry.
And Chijalwin, Jala originally got message for again, and doctor appointment. You guys take care of the room because I will be busy.
Yeah, Malay, Tony.
On my way out, telephone
Tony.
is on table, so I left with telephone in Yankinka Wata on Clubhouse. Nalaban, well, you got here, Kachulu, what ya ben Nialtan, what ya ben with him, what Abja ben to internet, but I'm with Ben Benia. So Kakachuru lawyer within that 1 hour duration time, I was not there. And yeah, I have rules, room to room there. I don't imply of dropping other people. And that's a room there and numerate to Kwananganya talk, Kalas, Kuleran, you will be dropping the dropping. Again, I room and that one numerate to Jacob dropping. When I try to pay ya, to Kakanachilaga, who in a kangaroo warning before they are dropping. And maybe I just want to put in my invoice there in order for you guys also to understand why I was quiet for all this time. Anyway, I'm going to work. So as I said, the bell command but again I would be busy. So you guys carry on with the room. Thanks.
Okay, Malay. I was called by someone. I don't know if it was a coincidence. It was someone I had wanted to talk with. But yes, let me do my quick submission here. The most important thing here in that topic in relation to the speech of the former mayor, what is his intention? The motive behind. Former mayor mentioned that the Dinka Boer are they are invaders, occupiers. He also requests, he solicits for support the weapon to support Bari. And there is, so you can see, and he also said that parent or his people, where are his people? They were there, where have they gone? He mentioned 5 places or more that his people have either been killed, raped, or anything has happened to them. By then, he was accusing Dinga Bor. But when we talk about the situation of Shirkat in Juba, that place, you can never accuse anybody But for your information, the Sherkat is not only inhabited by the settlement. There are not only Dinka Bor. It's very mixed. Malde can Malbita Sherkat. So there is no evidence. That was a cheap propaganda and wrong accusation of a community targeting tribalizing. This is a political tribalism and incitement of violence. There are no evidence of all the places that he cited. He cited Mangala. Mangala, there are documents between two states, between the community and the representative of the IDPs. It is also wrong to categorize a community being invaders and occupiers in their own land. In South Sudan, no one can be considered an invader or an occupier. In English, there is a term called trespassing. If you go to someone's place, it doesn't have to be a community coming. There is a neighborhood that say, don't trespass. It is a personal property. So the terminologies selected by the former mayor are very wrong. And also there are people who say that, so it's political and it's being connected. And they say, okay, until even February, the Dinka government is not going to be there. Something is going to happen. They're talking about burning down Juba. So anyone who wants to chase away the government, they cannot use and exploit the name Dinka Bor or a Dinka as a community to fight, to pursue their political agenda. You can take a gun, go and fight in Juba, kick out the government, or you can do your politics to win the heart of South Sudanese to give you power. Using the name of a tribe, of a community, like Dinka Bor and a Dinka, is a red line and it is unacceptable. It is an uncharted territory. And that message should go to whoever will take the voice, to the US government or the international community. Our community have rejected the categorization of the former mayor. And this is a tribalization of the coexistence of the people. Dinka Bor, there is what I heard before. The Dinka Bor cattle headers, and here it's even mixing the word Dinka Bor and the cattle headers. You can talk about the Dinka cattle headers or Dinka Bor cattle headers, but they're calling it Dinka Bor. And when you look at it, we have Ugandan, we have Indian, we have Somalian, we have foreigners who have come to Juba and they are not invaders, neither are they occupiers. And they also, so here we have seen the motive is mobilization of gun and support from the US government. Actually, that can actually cost that ambassador a position. US government does not play with those nonsense. How can a US ambassador go and attend and allow politics and listen to the politics of tribalism and division and inciting violence, while Bari is not the government of South Sudan? Bari is just a community. He should have clarified himself from there. But there is a long coexistence. The only time the Dinkas have come to stay due to the flooding was in 1960s. And prior flooding, but there is original coexistence between the Dinka Bor and Bari. Actually, Juba belonged to Bari and Dinka Bor. before they are taken to Malakal. But that's not what we are talking. It is not a transhuman during the dry season in search of green pastures and water, but this time round it is the flooding. We have actually a beautiful place for a land for grazing, but when it is the land is submerged underwater, then you cannot be able to keep the cows there. Only places that have been given a man-made dike, or in places like Madingbor, this is where the dike has been made by the NGO, but not in the outside where there is a specific place for grazing of the cattle. A green grass, a fresh and a fresh water. For water, they are specific. So the Dingabo cattle headers, they came in search of water, in search of they came there because of the flooding. And it is not an occupation, neither is it an invasion. And the term invasion and occupation is unacceptable. So what is happening right now, they are outcrying because they don't want Dinka board or a Dinka, and also they are targeting Dinka using Dinka board. They have hide behind the cows, also behind Dinka board, and then they are killing, they are targeting Dinka. So if anyone want to topple that government or change the government, let them put the name Dinka board and the Dinka out of it. And we will have no problem with you. If you are complaining, we the Dinka are also suffering. This problem has been politicized. If it has not been politicized, it can be solved by Bari and Dinka Boran, and we stop there. But now it is being politicized by those of Teresa, by those of John Wichang, and more other politicians from opposition parties and rebel group. I don't think anyone can be voted because we are, the Dinka Board are also voters. They can vote later on. But these cattle headers are also very smart. So thank you so much. That was my submission right there. But based on the history, why the long history of the Dinka Bora and the Bahari, the names, the settlement before they are transferred to Malakal, Yupa used to be for Dinka Bor. So someone from Yambio, someone from Torit cannot come and politicizing it and generalize Dinka and generalize Dinka Bor, even the cattle headers. It's not the whole board Dinka that have the cows there. There are cows that belong to Equatorian in around Juba. Even Waniga have cows. And they're calling Dinka the cow. Dinka are cows. There are a lot of things, and I want to yield to give chance to give room to other colleagues to be able to talk. But yes, the motive, they are mobilizing gun. And that should be reported also. There should be a petition. It will not end up here in a clubhouse. If they don't stop, it will not end up here in a clubhouse. But the good thing, they have awoken our people. Anyone have to stay protected. You protect yourself. Because we are always reactionaries. We react. Is there any time we have seen a video of the crop or farm being destroyed by the Dinka cattle headers? That's a big no. So I will stop right there. Probably I want to give the remaining speakers to do their submission, but that's my support. With the formator, I'm forgetting formator here. I am not able to advise format. I'm not able to get a hold of formator, but actually it is unacceptable because Paul Matar has to be fair if it is running for a presidency. For him to get a support this time around, these are people of Jonglei that are being used as a card for political to achieve political goal to remove government in South Sudan or to incite community violence between the Bari and Dinga Bor. So Paul Matar has to be very careful there. If he has his room, that room has to be violent. And there should be a fair, but we need to talk more. I will talk to Paul Matar later on, because this has been used as another window to stop this argument. Also, Paul Matar is saying that there is a freedom of speech. Freedom of speech for someone mobilizing guns against the country. There's enough guns in South Sudan they can buy without even talking to the U.S. ambassador. So what did the speech of the Callisto former mayor is all a trash and a propaganda and a lie. These people, they never going to accept anything. They never, since it has moved from being political, I know this can be solved by political solution because it has become politic, even though it is social. Then we can protect ourselves. Every community is important. Dingabori is important as Bari. Why is it when touching the name Bari, problem is there? People are crying. Touching Dinka and leaving the Equatorian or name of their tribe is a problem. While they went to Upper Nile and they mobilized people, blindly who don't know actually the coexistence of Dinka Bor and the Bari people. And who Juba belong to? Juba belong to both Dinka Bor and Bari. Juba has become a capital. How can you invade your own capital? Jamana, thank you so much. There is time for everything. I will yield back from there.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Then Khamis, it's your turn.
Now, Lion, I'm going to move you down, Lion, because we want to clear the stage. Thank you. Go ahead, Denkamis.
Okay, Cholit.
All right, thank you, moderators. I'm not going to talk about the topic. I came back to clear myself why I dropped down. I was busy and I knew that it's going to be my turn soon. So I don't want moderators to keep calling my name while I'm on the stage and I'm not responding. That was the reason I dropped myself. And I knew the room is it's still running. I have time to come back if I want to. I don't think there is any thing that is big deal about it. So I drop myself to go and deal with my business, original and the other moderators. I was not mad again about something, whether being skipped or not. That was not the case. And it is one of the reasons I came back. Number two, when I opened the mic to try to unload my sister, originally she was talking to Awud immediately. She dropped herself and originally was try to explain to her about the topic. I just, when I opened my mic, just to let her, to unlearn, let her know that I would already drop herself. Somebody just went and mute me right away. Was surprised. But I know who did it. It's okay. It's a country issues. And country is so it's so bigger than one person. Even though we have a different ideologies, we disagree. My people, just take it easy. There's no one day the government will be take to one person house to run it there. without us, we the people that are disagreeing among ourselves. So I appreciate your time, but please don't do it next time. The forum is it's a public forum. If you have anything to do with me because I'm not agree with you in political level or because of some other accusation that been coming out, that's fine. I'll leave it to what you have done. And it's not a second time. You said a bad word to me the other day in Paul Motorum, but I'll carry on with it. I'll rest my case here. The topic is still running, and it will come back again tomorrow. If I have anything to add, I will do. I had a long night last night talking about this until the room was hijacked. We all kick out in the room. Paul Motor got what he want, and I was happy. Thank you. I stop here.
Mungkin Bajal Ben.
So I'm going to drop myself, okay?
I may I call him Madud Conben, Madud just 3 minutes before.
Cho Miyakolo. Nyakol, go ahead.
In challenge Madud again, Tani. Taban, this will be my last word, and then Koja Bajala Ping. Taban, that's what I see. أول حاجة وين نير موانجان أستاذة مور أستاذة أوريجينال ويك واوي بكاليجا باي أنا دا نشكركم يا بنات الدينكا my dear sisters. I want to thank you. And actually, it goes back to the culture of the Dinka. And let people understand this. Why that the Dinka can marry from any tribe in South Sudan. And it is very difficult for other tribes to marry from the Dinka. Only one tribe, which is actually the, because they share the culture. And because the marriage is very expensive. And you see people been complaining, Dinka must reduce the marriage. And we know the marriage, the meaning of the marriage to the Dinka, is not just a relationship between the woman and the man, as other people make it, just no. It's actually, it has something to do with the relationship, to expand the relationship of both families and extend it to the nation called Dinka. That's why relationship and in-laws to us is something that very honored. And also, science has proven that a genetic chromosomes nasa biology قاعدين nasa microbiology nasa madud قاعدين هنا انه في حاجه اسمها الصفات الوراثيه انت الانسان what actually which actually characteristics of inherited characteristics عشان كده دينك بميرج بعيد لانه ليه because of the quality itself عشان كده background even within the Dinka when a marriage won't be conducted there will be a deep background research will be made because the woman that is going to get married, the family invested in that girl, in the term of education, in the term of values, in the term of how she can conduct herself as a mother, because one day she will bring up children, and we know it very well. بعربي قال الأم مدرسة إذا أعددتها أعددت شعب طيب العراق. لأنه a mother is actually the pillar of humankind on earth. عشان كده بيت بتاع دينكا غالية جدا. A lot of people they come, you think bit zeda, the whole family, and it's a symbol. That's why bit bita denga, when she's getting married, she will get a lot, almost maybe 6 months or a year. People are advising her how she can conduct herself, how she can carry out, how she can carry. لكن كلام ده في قبائل ما في إلا قبيلة النوير. عشان كده my brothers, قبيلة اسمها دينكا ده قبيلة يعني حتى خواجات, they know who's the Dinka. لأنه because of the values, the واحد. عشان كده you have seen in this room, if these two ladies, and you have seen other rooms, how people conducting themselves, ناس بيشتموا, and today because of these two ladies, shoot the room the cave, control. Because Banadel, if they tell me, stop, like Tony was talking earlier, my dear sister Tony, she left to work, and she was saying, and she was giving advice, everybody listen. This is how the Dinka respect women. Because the boys are Jamana, whatever today people are fighting for human rights, animal rights, women, feminism, Dinka exceeded this long time ago. because it was not written. And the reason why books are not written about the Dinka culture and the Dinka nation is because the Dinka themselves, they do not actually care about other people's affairs. They don't intervene. They keep it for themselves. They keep it in their heart. كما العرب كما الاخوان المسلمين بيقولوا انه حتى لو حرقوا القران كله في العالم انما محفوظ في القلوب. That's why the Dinka هم ناس value بتاعهم محفوظ في القلوب. انا دايما اشكركم تاني يا اخواتي. Amor, اختي اوريج, is because of you today, and this thing did not come by coincidence. Is because of the culture that you brought in. That you are always the ambassador of your family as a Jieng girl, ambassador of your nation called Dinka, ambassador of your country. Kachoro riyo go enapya teno go monjang. Wacha kale pai. Yalla بعد كده my message tani la hui denga yong di bakal wele tong monjang wele wan la aya wan wele garian tenangan mena walan aya dok kan di anche pelerel ko. Fa menaka denga yong dit your advice to us. And I am very proud, I Nyakon personally, when we have our sons and the daughters, we never said you cannot be in opposition. But represent yourself as profession. Yeah, fight, a real fight. Because whatever you do, it comes back to your community. Then I owned it as you come today here. And you were fighting for everybody in South Sudan. And you're giving us even advice. In Unena, if we are insulted, with the Denka being tarnished, the Denka must keep quiet. It is from brother. لكن برضو my brother في science وانت طبعا background تاعنا ما اعرف في I know that you are a writer انت زول صحفي لكن ناس برضو بتاع science ناس عن physics في كلام بيقول على انه for every action there is equal and opposite reaction. and احنا دائما we are in that انه لازم يكون في equal and opposite reaction. Otherwise يا جماعه even a helper even a جماعه the wall that actually non-living things. لما ترجع فيه كوره كده شوت كوره في helper, it will come back in the same force reaction into reaction بتاعه. That's why we the Dinka في culture بتاعنا we never initiated انه يعني ده to us ذاته animals to kill animals ساكت ما في. And that's why you see the Dinka why they're reacting about killing the animal. It's not because actually Dinka they prefer to kill him but don't kill animal innocent thing. يا جماعه قاعد نشوف these behaviors of the people. For my brothers, we the Dinka, we will take that advice. That advice that your brother is good to take it. Lakin at the same time, we want you guys to look into the way that they are painting. You yourself the other day react to let the world know about the book, about the, actually it's not a book, about the paper of what we call a doctor, what's so-called Dr. Carter or whoever she was. You respond very tamam. Finally, we respond differently. Yellow command my message, but I command you and as opposition. You define the problem of South Sudan, tamam. وأنت برضو قلت لنا إنه المشكلة بتاع حكومة جنوب السودان you define it very well. لكن كمان في بعض أخواننا even they say إنه leaders of the SPLM have condemned the SPLM. I just want to make a correction here. Everybody want to hear. SPLM as a party, SPLM as an ideology, ya jamana did not fail. Failure of the leaders, it does not fail. It does not mean the failure of the organization or of the movement or of the party, because a Jamana movement will always be there. The ideology will be there. Lakin you can change the leaders, because leader is nothing without a vision. So the vision of the SPLM did not fail, but the vision without a leader cannot be executed. So we have a leader just to go and implement. Some leaders within the SPLM, either they did not get the SPLM ideology very well, they are not baptized into it very well, or actually they neglect it, or actually they become careless about that vision. Kuka which balwe kaman banka SPLM were rare, ache targut atwelden baram. When they've been entrusted, they have been given government of Juba Sudan wilayat. Wanaga nugulinu al-fashal bitat leaders, it did not come from the top. Without Mala, I want to disagree with you. Not much focus of the Mayar, the Salva Kiir Mayadi, or Dr. Riek Machar. Yeah, Jamana, my profession, I went to school for civil engineering for a reason. And I learned, civil engineering has nothing to do with the roof. And Jamana, and the importance of the house, especially here in the West, is not in the roof, is not in the wall, is in the foundation. And you yourself as the opposition, Gadin Baradel, you guys acknowledge, SPLM has sent leaders to the grassroots. Lay grassroots. Lay ma ikunina fi asima. Lay grassroots. لانه grassroots ده SPLM ذاته. So when you say SPLM fail, manner grassroots, who the people? Lano SPLM is called Sudan People Liberation Movement. It's the movement of the people. That's why the SPLM itself is sent their leaders to the people ذاته. Isn't لما تقول SPLM fail, manner the South Sudanese, all of them they fail. It was misinterpreted. عشان كده الناس اللي جو لما تقول كوالا مانيان تقول منوديل انا بقول انه هم they make a mistake لانه كوالا مانيان is a human being where code is a human being they can make a mistake حتى لو بقى ناس كبار زي شنو لكن go and listen to استاذ الكبير المفضل الاستاذ المفضل الكبير تم قرن تم قرن قال انه صح فعلا في اخطاء حصلت لكن الحركه الشعبيه لم تفشل انما قيادات فشلوا. الكلام ده موجود. الحركه الشعبيه لم تفشل وحركه الشعبيه ما بتفشل. يوم الحركه الشعبيه بيفشل ده اليوم لانه ايديولوجي بتاع الحركه الشعبيه ده all of us we know SPLM was fighting for the equality. SPLM is not against any religion. SPLM actually is against tribalism with discrimination regardless of your religion. So the ideology of the SPLM will never fail. ما في ذاته ما في. People who say that SPLM fail زي ناس بيقولوا لا يا اخوانا Catholic fail او فلان fail او Protestant fail او ده كده فين لانه ليه؟ ده الكنيسه ما بتفشل لكن ممكن قيادات داخل الكنيسه تفشل لانه ايديولوجي بتاع الكنيسه بيكون موجوده. فده كوركشن ده نعمله. ثاني نمره اثنين يا استاذ دينغا يوجد وسكول انبوت اللي عملته ده كله تمام ده انا كمان داير ترجع لليو اس سي سي بتاعكم كادري بتاعنا انا we don't have any problem مع اخواني في المعارضه لكن انا as SPLM I had a SPLM the other day when I go there I did not want to listen simply because of two people هم بيتكلموا members بتاعك يا دينغا يوندد I want you to go and educate them about this ideology that you have انت جيت كلمتوا علينا ده I want you to go and educate them. The other day انا مشيت في روم لما Moses honorable توركاو دونكور طوالي نطفوا قال ما is not honorable he's horrible. انا كلام ده I did not like it. I like out طوالي من الروم بتاعكم ومشيت لانه I knew انه here is not ده ما معارضه لانه because انت ما ممكن تقول زول horrible. He's supposed to oppose idea بتاعه فشل بتاعه هو في شغل بتاعه and I don't think so Turkey has failed. I think انه لو في زول succeed and tangible results